Welcome to the most deleted, shadow banned, demonetized, censored, and trolled channel on social media. Recipient of the Patriot Warrior Purple Q Award.
Notice, merely because you refuse to believe, do not understand, or are incapable of accepting as fact what is presented here, does not make it untrue. For every minute you suspend or deny belief in the facts and do nothing to stop these criminals, thousands more innocents will suffer and die, while you wallow in the mire of your denial, being entertained by videos that should motivate you to unfettered outrage. If you took the COVID jab, Jeffrey Epstein's DNA is now inside your body. Watch this video to the end. As the lethargic release of the Epstein files progresses, we learn that the limits of evil in this world has no boundary. The limits of the psychopath's most nefarious imagination does not hold a candle to what we have discovered so far. Considering all the crimes that have been exposed, the logical question arises, why has nobody except Ghislaine Maxwell been arrested or prosecuted? And if you believe that Jeffrey Epstein is dead, and that he hung himself in his prison cell in the most secure federal jail in New York, you had better go over to your general practitioner or urgent care to have yourself checked for chronic rectal emphysema, because like so many other people in this world, the legacy media has been surreptitiously blowing smoke up your Hershey highway. The disease most often ends in terminal libtardosis. What I'm going to do in this video is prove to you that Stoney, Gary, and I uncovered the plot to take Epstein out of the picture before he was arrested at Teterboro Airport. The fake suicide in a North Vietnamese war bunker was apparently scrapped because even an idiot with stage 4 Trump derangement syndrome would struggle to maintain the cognitive dissonance that would be required to believe that bullshit story. In its place, a slightly more feasible bullshit story was ultimately fabricated. As of the posting of this video, the second bullshit story is being actively torn apart. Since we exposed the Vietnamese war bunker story, no channel, no news agency, and no other social media creator has run with this story, despite hundreds of posts in the comments section of the links to the original posts that you will find in the description of this video. YouTube has actively scrubbed all of my links sent in comments dealing with this issue. Be that as it may, I'm certain that with the heightened attention this matter is getting as of late, someone else besides this channel is going to investigate this matter further, and perhaps the public will finally realize that the most prolific and infamous pedivore in U.S. history is not dead at all, and that whoever holds the true blackmail material that he collected over many years is not going to part with it because it controls the planet. I believe that what we are seeing, the fight over what is being released, the battle over the senseless redactions, and the final Fox victory to remove all the redactions, is merely just political theater. It is a performance for the masses, bread and circuses, as it were, to keep the mushrooms of society in the dark and smothered neck-deep in horseshit. The smoldering sentiment among human beings is to set these demons on fire. If the events of the last 15 years has been insufficient to prove to the listener that the greatest country ever to exist on the planet has completely lost its moral compass and is adrift in a sea of demonic debauchery, then I refer you to the 2016 presidential campaign, where Madonna got up on stage and offered a blowjob to anyone who voted for the Hildebeest. No thanks, Madonna. Keep your AIDS and your Kuru disease to yourself. The questions that now must be answered are, number one, what conditions were put into place to enable all of this to happen? Number two, what is it that we the people can do to end all of this corruption in one fell swoop? Think of this for a moment. Abolish all politicians, all royalty, all of those Your Honor, Your Majesty, and all of that holier-than-thou infrastructure. And completely eliminate all public funding for everything. Abolish government in its entirety, and arm every citizen who is not in a prison cell. Keep only those things that are essential, such as the military and the GPS satellites in orbit. Otherwise, how would DoorDash and pizza delivery drivers find you? Leave charity to charitable people and churches, and don't mandate handouts to anyone. Deport anyone who is not a citizen. Arrest all those who violated the Constitution and hang the whole lot of them. Seize all of their assets and put that wealth into the U.S. Treasury to be used in place of the Federal Reserve Bank, and abolish that too. Outlaw all the recurring taxes on used cars and used property, and abolish property taxes entirely. Outlaw the fractional reserve banking and the Ponzi schemes of stock and commodities trading. Replace the U.S. dollar with new currency that is backed 100% with hard assets. Conversion to the new currency would require that proof of legitimate earning be presented in order to convert into the new currency. This would wipe out all the foreign accounts tied to money laundering, drug dealing, and human trafficking. But I digress. Before we start, allow me to welcome our new sponsor, Attorneys on Retainer. If you are ever involved in a self-defense situation, the physical conflict could be the least of your problems. The legal fees could ruin your life as the aftermath of your self-defense actions. Attorneys on Retainer has you covered with not one, but a team of 4 lawyers who specialize in self-defense cases. AOR is not an insurance company. They are a law firm that has you covered. In a world of increasing senseless violence and home invasions, you cannot afford to not be protected. AOR will cover any bail and all legal expenses and provide you with a team of 4 attorneys in self-defense case gone sideways. For about $1 a day, you can rest assured that you will not be ruined financially by legal expenses if you get involved in a bad situation. The links are in the description, and you can use a screenshot of the following screen referral code for a discount on your membership. Get covered now. Attorneys on Retainer. Call 866-404-5112. And the referral code is DA3ffrey2NI329. Hello, this is Dave from Net4Truth USA, Inglorious Patriots. It is February 16th, 2026, and the time now is 1850 hours Eastern Time here in beautiful southern North Carolina. On the phone with me is Gary from Digital Wildfire News, and we're going to be talking about Jeffrey Epstein and his fake suicide in the Manhattan Correctional Unit in I think it was in Brooklyn. Total bullshit. And we caught Google scrubbing a CNBC article back in 2019 where Jeffrey Epstein was supposedly committing suicide in a North Vietnamese war bunker. Do you remember that, Gary?
Oh, yeah.
And ever since then, I put together a bunch of videos, and I took the links to those videos and posted them everywhere that Jeffrey Epstein was even mentioned. Nobody has picked up on it. Now, I recently found out that YouTube is actively scrubbing those links from the comments where I posted them. Because I go to a video and I post that comment with all the links from the videos that go from one side, from the earliest one to the latest one, and it looks like it takes. You can even thumb it up. However, when you refresh the page or go to that page from another device that's on a different network, like from a computer running on the internet, on a modem, on Spectrum's modem, to a phone running on another network entirely, T-Mobile, and you look at that page and look for those comments, those links disappear. But if I post something, really simple without any links in it, it appears and stays just fine. So this adds to the mystery, which is not really a mystery. It's an active scrubbing of all the links that go to Jeffrey Epstein's suicide in the North Vietnamese war bunker. And I even tried the Wayback Machine. Who has influence to hack the Wayback Machine? We recently found out in the Epstein files that Epstein hired some guy to scrub his profile on Wikipedia. And it's easy if you have an account with Wikipedia, you can go in and edit shit. That's not a problem. But we see the absolute systemic scrubbing of everything that exposes Jeffrey Epstein is still alive. When they came up with that plot to off him in Vietnam, nobody would ever think that that was real, because there's no way to verify it. And that's probably why they all sat around on the table smoking their big cigars and saying to themselves, you know what, not for nothing, nobody's going to believe this bullshit. So they scrubbed the plot. They replaced the video that was linked in the Google search. And I'm going to leave the links to all those videos down in the description on this video, so you can go and crawl down that rabbit hole if you want to. But I'll tell you what, a search link on Google, or any other search engine for that matter, does not generate itself. The search engine goes through the internet and takes out phrases from different descriptions and different things that, are newsworthy, and puts them in the link. And the link that showed up when you'd search Jeffrey Epstein, if you did it on a phone or on a computer with autocomplete, it would put underground bunker after the name Jeffrey Epstein. You didn't type underground bunker. Google autocomplete did it. Which means one of two things. Either a lot of people were looking for Jeffrey Epstein in an underground bunker, or Google specifically put underground bunker in there so it would take you to the link with the video saying that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in a North Vietnamese war bunker. One of those two things is true, because the link it doesn't come out of thin air and generate itself if the content to the page that it goes to is not there. So they tried to pull that bullshit off, and they failed. And they failed because when they replaced the video and the article that link went to, they forgot to scrub the link. And then after we put it out on YouTube, they took my channel down. Remember that, Gary, you remember, I took my whole channel down. Just like they did with the Christchurch shooting and the bullshit video they put around there for all the people that got allegedly shot in a mosque.
That's the one where the people were moving around after they were supposedly dead.
Yeah, they were all huddled in the corner, and one guy got his little cap shot off, and no blood on the wall, no nothing. It's just shells ejecting from a shotgun, and as they come out of the port, the shell ejected with a bunch of fire coming out of the eject port, and the shell went to like this, and it just disappeared. It didn't hit the ground and make that sound that a shotgun shell makes when it hits concrete. It just disappeared. We call that out. We call that bullshit out. And the Australian government made it a crime to even look at that video. And what resulted is the Australians lost their guns. They completely, violated their right to bear arms, which they never had in the first place. But anyway, I'm just flabbergasted by this bullshit. That's just one big bullshit story after the other. And now all of these people before they were fighting to have the Epstein files released, then they capitulated and said, we're going to redact a whole bunch of shit. Then they found, unredacted. It's only unredacted. Now we found out that Obama's involved with this asshole. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. And the FBI's got all these videotapes that they took out of his house in Manhattan, his island on Little St. James, and his ranch out in New Mexico. What happened to all those videotapes, all those hard drives that came out of, closed circuit TV DVRs? You see, I have a DVR, and I got 8 cameras in the house, 4 outside, 4 inside. So anything that happens here is on tape. When the tape runs out, which is a 1 terabyte hard drive, it just writes over the old shit. What do you need the old shit for? It's a month old. What do you need it for? You don't need it. But what Epstein did is when the hard drive got full, he just replaced it with a new hard drive. So he's got stacks of hard drives. We got pictures of it. Stacks of hard drives that he pulled out of his cameras. And all this shit's all indexed. Who did what to who, what the date was, the timestamp on the thing. All these people, all these billionaires, Saudi princes and English royalty and all those people, they all got him by the gomas and kiamas. They got him by the balls, Gary. If I had all those tapes, would I give them up? Would I release them? Hell no. Hell no, because I could destroy all these fucking people. I could put these tapes...
That's why they're saying it. A lot of people now are saying that's why the stuff's going on with Trump, that they got dirt on him.
Well, no, it's not that. If they had dirt on Trump, they would have released that shit a long time ago when they had control. That's bullshit. They don't got nothing on Trump. He might have mentioned Trump a bunch of times because they wanted him in the club. But I believe Trump said, no, thanks, but no thanks. I don't want to eat babies. I don't want to go into the Dali Lama's toilet and suck piss out of his toilet bowl. You know what I mean? I mean, that's...
You want to tell them about that story.
Yeah, tell them about that. Tell them about that. Tell them about that shit. That's fucking... I thought that shit was hilarious.
Well, I was watching a channel a couple days back. If you go on the Digital Wildfire News channel, look back, it's within the last week. And they were talking about the Epstein files. And this one guy that they had on the panel evidently had been hooked up with the Dalai Lama and actually met him and gone over there to meet him and stuff. And he was in the Dalai Lama's apartment. I guess he was staying with him. That's how close he knew the guy. And he goes into the bathroom to do what you might expect, and he sees the bowl is full of urine. And he goes to, he's going to flush. He figures probably somebody forgot to flush the toilet. And the assistant is there, and he says, "Oh, no, do not flush that." And he says, "Well, why?" He says, "Well, the enlightened people drink the Dali Lama's urine to get further enlightenment." I heard that. Don't believe me. Go out, look on the channel. I posted the clip, and that's basically what I said. I said, the Dalai Lama wants you to drink his urine and get jabbed. That's the title of the video. You hear it for yourself. That freaks me out.
Unbelievable. Well, anyway, getting back to the most prolific pedivore in human history that we know of, he is still alive. Guaranteed.
I would agree with that.
Got a cold here, huh?
I says I would agree with that 100%.
Yeah. It turned out that he got caught too many times. He was generating a lot of heat for the higher ups there, for the elite, and they decided to fake his death and send him over to Israel or Bahrain or something to run a 7-Eleven or some shit, whatever he's doing. He's still alive. They got pictures of him. Some of them may be AI, who knows? But I guarantee you, somebody with that amount of money, and he's definitely still alive. Not only that, if you had all the shit that he had on these people, on all these world leaders and billionaires and all that, you had all that shit, you ain't gonna just keep in your house. Okay, you're just not gonna keep the shit in your house. I got a Drobo and I got two RAID systems here, two different RAID systems that I back up everything on. I got multiple backups of backups, and some of them are off-site. My sensitive shit is secure. Nobody knows where it is. And if something was to happen to me, that whatever sensitive shit was there is going to be put out on everything. So that's a dead man switch. And if you have that much money and that much dirt on all these people, if you don't have a dead man switch, you're a special kind of stupid. Special. I don't think anybody with that much money and that much intelligence that he could run a sting operation or what do you call a honeypot operation on the world elite is going to be that stupid that he doesn't have backups of his backups. So that's another red flag that says, hey, I'm still alive.
Evidently, though, Dave, a lot of these people knew what they were getting into, and they didn't mind it because it all goes back to these people are at the highest level. They're worshiping Lucifer.
Well, some of these people got into this shit voluntarily because by becoming a member of the club and turning over basically your life to these people, you have access to all this money. And if you're bent that way, that you enjoy eating babies, I mean, I don't know, man. If this shit was
their god is money. Is really how you have to look at it. Money is the thing that they want above all else.
Yeah, but I don't think it's money. I don't think there's a point where you reach. I believe there's a point that you reach where money is not a consideration anymore. You got enough money to buy whatever you want to buy. If you want, a left nostril inhaler that glows in the dark with your initials on it, you'll have one made if it doesn't exist. When you reach that point, the point of you got more money than you know what the fuck to do with, the next thing is power. Power over people.
I was just going to say, money and power.
Power and people. Excuse me. power over people and power over little kids is absolutely disgusting. But that's what they do. And we found out now that they're eating babies. So what's it going to take? If they took those tapes and just put them on, took CNN off the air and said, listen, 24/7, what we're going to do is we're going to pay-per-view all this shit. Subscription, $29.95 a month. You can watch all the shit you want. We're going to put it on pay-per-view. All these people eating babies and raping little kids. And I guarantee you, within a week, people would be fed up with this shit and they would go out looking for these fucking people to bash their fucking skulls in. That's what I would. I mean, that's why I can't look at this shit, because if I saw that shit for real and it validated what I already know, I think, Gary, I'd want to go duck hunting.
Well, what people got to realize is, first of all, what we're seeing is very, very old. It's not like it just happened in the past 50, 60, 100, 200, 300 years. This goes back literally to biblical times and, the whole pagan thing.
Yeah, there's whole channels on YouTube if you want to watch them. All the medieval shit that they used to do. Rome had special coins. They had coins that they looked at it and said, "Oh, this, that, the other thing." But they had special coins to spend in brothels. That if you had that coin, you got a boy, a girl, or whatever the fuck it was, and they had a whole society based on this shit. This is nothing new. This goes back before biblical in biblical times, when God told Abram to get the fuck out of the land of Ur, take your family and get out of here. They were doing that. They were feeding babies to Moloch, burning their own kids, because they thought the crops would grow better or some stupid shit like that.
Yeah, they did it for that. If there was no rain, they'd literally burn their kids, sacrifice them to Moloch, thinking that was going to, make things better for them.
These people need to be... listen, you can't fight demons. That's the job of Jesus Christ, okay? You can't fight demons. But I tell you what, you can fight the hosts of the demons. And the hosts of the demons need to be taken out and lit on fire. Light them on fire, all of them. Put them in a big fucking pot, throw gasoline on it, and light them up. The whole fucking lot of them. Who needs them? I don't need a politician.
Look back to the Middle Ages. We were burning these people at the stake, because back then we still had some idea of what they really were.
I was just about to say that. People say, well, they used to burn witches at the stake. Yeah, some of the shit was made up. But a lot of that shit was, these people knew what the fuck they were dealing with and how to deal with it. There was no superstition. I mean, you look at these Egyptian drawings with people with bird heads and shit. You feel, oh, that was just a symbology of this person was a god or some shit. No. Those people carved in stone exactly what the fuck they were looking at. They didn't have no symbology, bird heads, big fucking beaks, and all that bullshit. And if you look at the drawings, the carvings, right? A lot of people say they carry in those little briefcases or bags or some shit. That's nothing. Look at the fingers. The fingers got no fucking... They were extremely detailed about the face, totally symmetrical. How the fuck they did that, who the hell knows? With a copper chisel and stone hammer, that's bullshit. Look at the fingers. The fingers got no joints. All of them. Big, long fucking fingers with no joints. With all that detail they did on the face, they couldn't do the finger joints? All fucking, proctologist fingers.
I've also found some stuff that some of those statues and stuff, when they do show fingers, they show 6 fingers.
Yeah. That's the Nephilim. And they're walking around today. And Nancy Pelosi, I got a video of Nancy Pelosi, her eyeball, with the inside eyelid going bloop, 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 bloop. And it's, oh, that's a camera glitch. Listen, man, I've been doing photography since 1968. I touched everything from film to video to every fucking thing. And I ain't never seen nobody's eye go bloop, 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 like a lizard. I never seen no shit like that. That ain't no camera glitch. That's a lizard in a human skin. You can't fool me,
Well,
man.
hybrid. Let's call them what they really are. They're hybrids. Part human, part lizard.
I don't know. That's why all these bastards get buried in closed coffins, because when they die, they turn back into their fucking lizard shit. Yeah, open up George Bush's coffin. I guarantee you, there's a fucking lizard in there. Big fucking.
The other thing is, you ought to talk about the whole thing with the giants, because that's another thing that apparently, the farmers, especially in the United States back in the early 1900s, were digging up all these mounds and finding these huge coffins.
Yeah, they got pictures. They got pictures of motherfuckers 17 foot tall. They got pictures of them back in the 1800s. It wasn't that far. It wasn't that far in the past, and that shit was normal. They walked around just like everybody else. That's why they got all these places, old architecture with these doors that are 20 foot high. Ain't because, we want to make sure that we can get through this fucking door, because the people back then were 17 feet tall.
Well, that's even places you go in some place like Grand Central Station. Now, we think that was only built recently, but go in there and look at the size of the ceiling in that place. Why would anybody make ceilings that high?
Yeah, just go on YouTube and Google mud flood. Mud flood. It's back in the day. They took all that shit that happened during the Noah's flood, buried all that shit, and all those big churches and with the big doors and all that shit. That wasn't built by human beings. That was built by Nephilim. That was built by these motherfuckers who would walk through the door and had to bend down and try to get through the door, because they were huge motherfuckers. That thing out in Utah that they call a Devil's Tower, that's a fucking tree. That's a petrified tree stump that was cut down with a saw. I'd like to see the saw that was cutting that son of a bitch.
Well, another thing along similar lines, I had pictures of this up for quite a while. The original Mormon temple out in Utah. When you look at a picture when they were supposedly building this thing, but they weren't building it, they were redoing it, there's a staircase, and there's a guy standing there with a ladder, and the stairs are not anything that a human would walk up. Okay? These are huge stairs, and they were removing those stairs and making the temple into what we see today.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's another place. There's pictures out there. If you search, you'll find the stuff. But these giant, structures, and then they modified the ones that they were going to keep, so they'd look relatively normal to us.
Yeah, and all the stuff they're finding underneath the pyramids. They got these big tubes, which looks like spiral stairs or something going down over 2 miles down in the ground. And it's not like that's Egypt. For a long time we thought that Egypt was the only place that had pyramids, but they find pyramids all over the fucking planet. These things were built.
Yeah, there definitely was a New World Order a long time before now.
Yeah, but they found pyramids in China. They found pyramids in Ukraine. Found pyramids in the United States. They found pyramids under the fucking water of the ocean. So for people who didn't talk to each other supposedly, who didn't even know that the West even existed, all of a sudden everybody built a pyramid. Like everybody woke up one day and said, you know what, oh fuck me, I'm bored. Netflix is 2,300 fucking years in the future. We gotta find something for our people to do. I got an idea. Let's find the heaviest fucking stones we can, carve them out of the side of a mountain if we have to, schlep them across 600 miles of desert, and schlep them up in fucking quarter of a mile in the air and build this big fucking thing to bury some dead motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here, please. And we're going to use
do it
stone
all
hammers
with copper chisels.
and copper chisels. And if sparrows had banjos in their asses, there would be music in the air. Unreal, Gary. All this shit we grew up with, bullshit story after bullshit story, including the United States Revolution, the Civil War, okay, the Revolutionary War. Oh, the British were marching in a straight line, wearing red coats. Right? Can you imagine? You're a grunt in the English military, and your commander says you gotta wear this red fucking coat and march in a straight line and shoot at the enemy. You know what I tell that general? I said, I'm going to piss in a pot. I ain't walking in a fucking straight line with a red coat, waiting to get murdered by the enemy. You out of your fucking rabbit-ass mind. But that's what they taught us in school.
Have been dumbed down.
That's what they taught us in school. I think what really happened is we made a deal with the English. Hey, we won the war, but you still... The fucking Queen of England, before she croaked, that fucking lizard bitch, she controlled 3/4 of the fucking planet. The sun never set on the English Empire, including us.
Well, that's like when they came over here, what was it, 1812, and they burned the White House?
Yeah. I mean, you know, why not just tell the fucking truth? Because the people with the money, the people up there, the inbred Nephilim, the descendants of Cain. Remember Cain and Abel? The descendants of Cain are walking around among us, trying to fucking kill the whole goddamn planet. Look at Jeffrey Epstein and what's his name? Fauci. We just found out that they conspired together to put Jeffrey Epstein's DNA in the fucking vaccine. So everybody who took the jab, guess what, assholes? You're walking around with fucking Jeffrey Epstein's sperms in your fucking veins. That's why they got all those blood clots and people falling over dead. Because they got Jeffrey Epstein's jizz in their fucking veins. The fuck out of here.
And evidently, when I looked into that a little bit, that story had actually been out there for at least a year before they really started reporting on it. It's just nobody saw it really...
The Zorro Ranch was like Hitler's fucking, when they took the women to try to make babies for Hitler. That's what he was doing out there. He was impregnating young girls to have babies so they would be descended forever and he would live forever in the generations that came after him.
Well,
and how many babies are born today that came out of that fucking thing over in Nazi Germany? How many? Who knows?
Hitler has tons of descendants. There's a couple of them up north who have claimed that they're not going to have any children, but there's other ones that they don't talk about. That Hitler had tons of kids.
I mean, this shit here, they're trying to kill off the planet. Any time you hear about people starving, people don't have food, people don't have water, that's on purpose. That's not something that happens because of some fucking accident somewhere or some storm that happened or some drought or some shit. They control the weather. Look at what they did in North Carolina. They wiped half the fucking state out. And there's people up there still that still don't have any help. The only people that are helping are the churches and the privately charities, people who got a little money and want to go up and help people. That's the only people that help. That FEMA had nothing to do with that shit. They never touched it. Look at that place in Pennsylvania that blew up with the chemicals. And they imported 20 million non-uniformed enemy combatants to take over this country. Those people who did that should be taken out and tortured to death. Real fucking slow like. Real fucking slow. To make it again. Put that shit public torture, death by torture. And let them people watch. This is what happens to you, motherfucker, if you try this kind of shit again. That's what they should do. You're lucky I'm not the president, because in the few years that I have left, I would wreak havoc on your fucking monkey asses, the whole goddamn lot of yous. But anyway, they're collapsing the banks. They're trying to crash the price of silver. They've been doing that for 50 years. That's nothing new. So they're attacking us from every angle they want. The Democratic Party should be designated as domestic terrorists and dealt with accordingly. Because the shit that they're doing is not happening by accident. It's not happening by stupidity. It's not happening by incompetence. It's not happening by ignorance. It's happening on purpose. It's happening on purpose to kill every human being in the United States and replace them with people that they can control. That's what Obama and Hillary and Joe Biden did those last 15 years. That's what they've been doing. Still right, Gary?
Yeah, it goes back even further than that to Clinton and the original Bush and stuff. I mean, it's all connected together. Basically, the last real president, I believe, that we had that was trying to do some good was Kennedy.
No, it goes back even before that. It goes back to Roosevelt, and it goes back to the Federal Reserve Bank, which is neither federal nor has any reserves. It goes back to Nixon taking us off the gold standard, and now you got change in your pocket that nobody ever uses any change anymore. You know, you see anybody paying with money anymore. It's just credit cards, boom, boom, paper money, paper this, paper digital fucking shit, Bitcoin, all that. And talking about Bitcoin is fiat currency without the currency. If you believe that Bitcoin is secure, I got news for you. Just look at the last year. Bitcoin took a real healthy shit, and people are buying gold and silver with that money. Because they know that all they have to do is push a button, and all that shit goes away. Lose your password, lose your phone with the login information on it, you're fucked. Some hacker gets in there.
There's a problem with gold and silver, because evidently a lot of that stuff is turning up to be counterfeit.
Yeah,
That's what I just heard.
I bought 10 silver coins from some guy on he was on I think it was eBay or something, and I got them, and they were attracted with a magnet. So what I did was I called a credit card company. I backed it out, and I got my money back. But what I also did was I turned that sumbitch into the fucking Secret Service. So fuck around and find out, asshole. And sell me some fucking fake shit. I know. I got the testing kits. I can do the thing, the ping with the I got the little thing that holds the fucking coin. It's like a little pincher thing with two rubber things on it. You hit with a little what do you call it? Wooden mallet. Go bing, and it's the phone app shows you the ring, and certain coins ring a certain way. They got certain things, and if it's fake, it'll tell you right away. And an acid kit that you rub this coin on the thing and put a little drop of acid on it. If it turns red, it's real. If it's not, you know. So you're gonna sell me no fake shit and get away with it. So now
the only thing that probably still safe nowadays, I mean, if you don't, they've gotten better at it, at testing it and stuff. But then you got the problem of you got to trust the person that's testing it. Probably if you want to buy silver, the best thing to buy is the old American coins, because they're mostly silver, but at least that has some real value to it.
Well, yeah, either that or you don't buy big silver bars except from a reputable dealer like bullionexchanges.com, because what they're doing is that China has a whole factory They're doing it with gold bars, kilo gold bars and kilo silver bars. They take a block of titanium, and then they don't plate it with silver. They dip it in silver. There's about 1/8 of an inch of silver all around. So you scrape it, it's silver, and you weigh it. It's silver for the dimensions it's got. It's silver. They purposely make it non-symmetrical, so it's very hard to measure. It's about right. But inside is titanium. The only way to find out if it's real is with a sound test. There's a sound test that pings through the metal and comes back with sound. Or you take a drill, tiny little drill, like a 1/64th diameter drill, and drill it. When it hits the titanium, the drill will break. That's the only way you find out if it's fake. So stick to 1 ounce bars or 1 ounce coins or 1 ounce rounds. Stay away from the junk silver, because that's more collectible than it is valuable as as currency. Vicambi Suisse has what they call a chocolate bar. It's called a combi bar. It's 100 grams, and it's all lined up, scraped so that you can bust a gram off in case the shit hits the fan and the money goes down and the ATMs don't work and the internet's down, so the cash registers in the store don't work. You could bust a little piece off, a gram at a time. Boom, give me a loaf of bread, give me a gallon of gas, like that. So I got a bunch of those. I got silver that I've been stacking for years, and my thing almost tripled. So, and I know you got some stuff too, but money. I
like that story you told with the magnet. I mean, they got sloppy with that.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't even pretend. I mean, the magnet's the easiest test. They got a magnet. Here's the magnet right here. What the fuck? Here's a little magnet. All right. You stick that on a coin. If it sticks, it's fake. It's fake. So, and I've been watching. Yeah, look, check this out. Look at this. I've been watching the silver market, and this is today because the Chinks are on vacation for Chinese New Year. But here, I'm going to zoom out to the day here. Watch. Here's the day. Started over here. Went up, went down, went up, went down. They're trying to crash the price so they can buy it back, because all of these banks have got short positions that they're underwater. Now, if anybody doesn't know what a short position is, that's when you sell something that you don't have. You can.
Well, you're talking about paper silver and gold.
It's paper. Well, right now it's trading $75.85. It went up to $120 last month, and they banged it because at the end of the month, all these contracts expire, and if you're caught short, you shorted at $70 and it's $76. They're going to give you a margin call, and if you can't put up the money, they're going to sell you out. I mean, you'll lose.
Something else people got to realize is each time that gold or silver gets traded, there's people making commissions off that. So, you might be losing a lot, but they're still making money off you.
Yeah, the price right now for just a straight bar, straight round, plain round silver, coin, 1 ounce. They call it a round. It's just a coin. It's just like a coin type thing. It's not a coin, but it's the shape of a coin. 1 ounce of silver, 0.999 silver. $91 is the cheapest you're going to find anywhere. And that's not commission.
I believe I paid, I think it was $17 back when I bought it.
Yeah. That's not commission. From $75 to $91 is a $21 spread. Okay? So that's $21 is not commission. That's what it costs the bullion marketer to replace that coin at the current price, because $91 is pretty close to the real price. You're not going to get silver right now, today, under $91 anywhere. I checked. I know. So that's the real price is what somebody would give you for it, or what you could sell it for. You're not gonna buy silver at $75.87 anywhere. That's a paper price. That's bullshit. The only reason I'm watching the market right now is because I want to see them short the fucking thing. I want to see the banks collapse, because that's what's going to happen. J.P. Morgan, 2 days ago, on Friday, at the last moment, New York Commodities Exchange was closed. But when the Asian markets closed, the last 10 seconds that they shorted the shit out of it and bought it back at $20 less than what they shorted it. Because they can do what they call naked shorts. They pretend to borrow the silver, so they have to have possession to short it. So then they short it. In other words, they sell what they don't have. They sell a lot of it. They crash the market. Everybody goes, oh shit. And all the stop-loss orders from all the other guys that are traders, they get triggered. Stop-loss orders, they sell. And it becomes a cascade of selling. Then when it gets to the bottom, they go in and they take a long position and buy it all back.
But all the people behind the scenes are making commissions while everybody else is losing money.
By the way, China outlawed that. If you get caught in a paper metals market in China, they will put you in a chink jail. Yeah, they'll fix your ass real quick. So anyway, getting back
China
to...
actually got some things right.
Yeah, well, getting back to the Pedovores, I don't know what's going to happen to this, but I think people have seen enough of this shit to know that we're not built... Listen, I don't have no skin in this game here. I don't have no skin in it. I'm not making money doing this shit. I could do, ham radio videos or electronic videos and make a shit ton more money than I'm making now, which is nothing. And I could, fuck all these people. I don't need this. I don't need this shit. But over the years, I've been put into positions, whether it's by fate or whether it's the hand of God, I really don't know. But from the time that I was in the military until present day, I've been put in these positions and I see what's happening because I know how these people think. I've been there, Gary, I know. I've seen it happen. So I'm not blowing smoke.
That's why you got out of the military, wasn't it?
That's why I got the fuck out of there. I just saw some of the shit that I didn't understand but didn't feel right. It didn't feel right. And I had to get the fuck out of there because I knew they were covering a lot of this shit up. They were covering all that shit. I was in Cambodia. I got wounded in Cambodia. Right here. And the fucking lieutenant wanted to give me...
thing too.
Yeah, the lieutenant says, I'm going to write you up for a Purple Heart. He got a bullet right across my arm here. Right down to the fucking bone. Still hurts. But he says, I'm going to write you up for a Purple Heart. I said, you fucking better not. He says, why not? He says, you know where the fuck we are, asshole? We're in fucking Cambodia. We ain't supposed to be here. That's a court-martial. That's fucking Leavenworth. Fuck out of here. I stitched the fucking thing up myself and did a shitty job. But, man, I had to get the fuck out of there, man. I had to. And I wrote a book about it. So, anyway.
You know, we ought to talk about, too, is the Larry Silverstein thing.
Larry Silverstein bought the World Trade Center about 2 months before the biggest gold heist in American history. See, that's something they're not telling you. They haven't ordered to Fort Knox since 1947. And if you remember last month or a month and a half ago, we were talking about, oh, we're going to audit Fort Knox to make sure all the gold is there. Let me tell you something, Huss. Unless they drill holes in every fucking bar in that vault, you ain't going to know. Some of that shit is titanium. And so, if it's even there. The world, right down the street from the World Trade Center is the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. My office at 90 Maiden Lane was right there. Not 90, 300, I don't know. I forget the address. But Maiden Lane was right across the street. That's where my office was. I used to take calls in the Federal Reserve all the time. When you walk through those doors, the walls on the street were about 2 yards thick, made out of fucking granite stones. You ain't gonna bust into that place. In fact, I took a call one day, and I was working on a machine. I had to take a piss. I asked the guy, "Where's the bathroom?" He says, "Go down here, make a whole make a left, make a right, make another left. There's a second door on the left." So I went down the hall. I made a right, I made a left, made a there. I went to the fucking wrong goddamn hallway. All of a sudden, motherfuckers come out of the woodwork with M16s. Where the fuck you going? I says, "I'm going to take a piss." So where the fuck is you? You ain't getting in. You ain't getting in the Federal Reserve in New York. But 2 blocks away was the World Trade Center, and on the bottom of the Trade Center was the biggest gold vault in the United States. Held more gold than Fort Knox ever had. In fact, if you look at the pictures of the collapsed building when they cleared out all the debris, you'll see a big fucking pipe. It's about 2-3 feet in diameter, going out towards the Hudson River. All right? That pipe is not a sewer pipe. That pipe was the inlet pipe to the vault. So in other words, if you somehow broke into the vault, got past all the guards, got past all the locked doors, got past all the security, got past all the fucking people with rifles and, hand grenades and all type of shit in there. If you got past there and got your ass into that vault, the alarms would go off. The doors would shut, and if the abort code wasn't entered from the 2 padlocks and 2 locks on the outside, if the abort code wasn't punched in time, that valve would open and flood the vault. You better have a fucking aqualung, because your dead ass would be in there and you'd drown. And that vault was buried when they took down the World Trade Center. And before that, they had the trucks come in and take all the gold out. Whether they made false contracts or false orders to take the gold out and put it somewhere else, who knows what the fuck happened. But the gold was gone when the Trade Center collapsed. And the Trade Center was controlled demolition. You know how you can tell? I'll tell you how you can tell. First of all, molten steel was coming out of the floors of the World Trade Center, dripping out the windows. Jet fuel does not melt steel. Okay, that's one thing. What really happened was they used thermite to cut the beams that were holding up the Trade Center, the internal beams and the outside beams. They cut the beams, and when they cut the beams with the thermite, molten steel was coming across the concrete floors, and they were going toward the windows because it seeks its own level. And as the molten steel was coming across the floor, it was melting the furniture, melting the little partitions in the offices and all that shit. And you're standing there in your office watching a fucking wall of molten steel like Mount Vesuvius erupting and coming across the floor at you. You got 2 choices. You can stand there and get burnt from the feet up, or you can jump out the fucking window. That's the 2 choices you had. That's why a whole bunch of people were jumping out windows. Not because of the smoke. but because of the molten steel coming at them. And then when the thing
This
finally...
video of that is very hard to find these days, but it's still out there showing the people jumping.
If you look, there's a DVD that CNN, I think it was CNN, was one of these people put out about the Trade Center 10-year anniversary or some shit, and it shows the towers collapsing. Well, when the towers collapsed, when the floors went out from around the core columns, some of the core columns were left standing. And before they collapsed, well, they didn't collapse, before the whole thing went down, you see the columns that didn't go this way, they didn't collapse, they didn't go that way, they just dematerialized, like fucking Star Trek. The antenna that was on the building fell over, fell through the cloud. It should have ended up on West Street. Should have ended up on the floor. But it goes through the cloud and never comes out the other side. Whatever the fuck they used to bring down the Trade Center was a combined demolition in classical terms, like you blow up the casinos in Atlantic City.
Controlled demolition.
Yeah, and some kind of vaporizing weapon that turned steel into powder, because there was nothing left of that place. It just poof. It's like vaporized.
Well, then we get the problem of the Solomon building. That's a story in itself.
Okay, the Solomon building. When I worked on Wall Street, the last year and a half I worked on Wall Street, the New York Stock Exchange ticker, the live feed that you see running across the stock exchange with all the prices on it, that ticker, the record of that ticker was originally at 111 Wall Street, 11th floor. Okay? Nobody wanted to take a call there because they used old-ass equipment that nobody was trained on. I was one of 3 people in the whole office that could fix that shit. It was old IBM 3330 disk drives. We took a call there one day over the weekend. I called in from home, okay, to go in and fix this shit. Some programmer got a disk error, and he went out to the server farm, out to the disk drives, and back then look up 3330, IBM 3330 disk drives, you'll see. They had like a cake pan that you put on, you push the button to draw it open, the lid would flip up, and you see the bare iron fucking platters of the disk drive sitting there. You put this cover over it, you twist it, and you could lift the whole disk pack out of the drive. So what this asshole did was, he took the disk pack out of the failing drive and put it in a new drive. He did it 27 times. He crashed every fucking disk drive in the place. They had to stop production in Endicott and take the machines that they had built, take the heads out of the machines they had built and ship them to New York, because the New York Stock Exchange ticker was down until we could get all that shit fixed up. And on a crashed disk drive, they had these big fucking magnets about a foot in diameter that if you dropped them on the floor, you need a crowbar to get them up. And when a disk drive crashed, all that metal was all over inside the magnets, inside the voice coils, and all kind of shit. You had to go and pick every little piece out with a tweezer to take it out of there. And you had to use a fiber tweezer, because a metal tweezer would just go boop, and it would stick there. So after 2 weeks, we finally got that thing fixed. And they had a backup somewhere else. They had to do another migration for they had to take over some other computer room or some shit to do that thing. But after that happened, they decided that they were going to upgrade their system. And instead of, they had no room in that place because all those disk drives were there. and they were working. So they got a place over in World Trade Center 7, and they built a whole new data center with all new big fucking disk drives, 3380 disk drives. And that was the New York Stock Exchange ticker. Now, how does that fit in with 9/11? Well, we know that a couple of days before those alleged fake planes hit the towers, there was no planes hitting the towers, no planes hit the Pentagon, no plane crashed in Pennsylvania, none of that, right? People shorted the airline stocks because they knew the airline stocks were going to crash the day after 9/11. And the records of who shorted what was in World Trade Center 7. So in order to
Solomon Building,
Building, right? So in other words, after the crime, the evidence of the crime scene, the evidence of the perpetrators that knew that this shit was going to happen was at World Trade Center 7. And they had to take World Trade Center 7 down. Otherwise, somebody would go in there and say, who the fuck was shorting the stocks on the airlines the day before? And that had the records of all the trades and who did what and all that. So that had to come down. And that was planned from the beginning. It was planned the minute the first truck left that World Trade Center vault with the gold, wherever the fuck they took it. From that point on, that was planned from the beginning. And the demolition of the Trade Center was no accident. It was no collapse like a fucking record player dropping records. That's bullshit. That is total bullshit. 3 buildings came down in their own footprints on the same day. That's bullshit. That is bullshit.
You ought to mention Jane Stanley, too. That part of the story.
Say what?
You ought to mention Jane Stanley, who just happened to be here from England to capture the Solomon Building.
That's right, and we caught that too. Jane Stanley from the BBC, a reporter from the BBC, had been here at least the day before, because during 9/11 in the morning, all air traffic was stopped. Everything was grounded. So they sent her here the day before. At least the day before. Why? There was no stories for a reporter for the BBC to be in New York the day before. So on 9/11, she's standing in, up north of the World Trade Center, and she's talking about Building 7 falling, but it was 25 minutes before it actually fell. And the colloquy between her and her host over across the pond there was, quote, "What can you tell us, Jane?" And Jane responds, "Well, nothing that you don't already know," end quote. Because you're reading from the same fucking script that I'm reading from. And that makes BBC complicit in the cover-up. That makes the BBC and those 2 reporters, the host and her at least, complicit in the crime. They murdered 3,000 American people that day for no other fucking reason than to cover up a goddamn gold heist.
You ought to post that clip in your video, Dave. You did it once before, but that shows it beyond a shadow of a doubt that they knew that the thing was going to happen before it happened. What does it usually say? Either you're the great something or other, that she knew this in advance.
Yeah, either there's one of 2 things is true. Either she's the daughter of the great Karnak and she can give you the answer before you ask the question, or there was a plot and she was in on it.
Yeah.
There's no, if there's any other explanation, I'd like to hear it. I'd like to hear it. And all the dust in the World Trade Center was cleaned up. Not a fucking speck of that shit could be found anywhere, because it contained the microparticles of the thermite that they used to cut those beams, and it came down, boom, 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 like the guy, the firefighter said. He was right there. Said it came down, boom, explosions, boom, boom, boom. They had reported explosions, but that shit was never aired after that. The guy that was in the basement that got
they
blown.
shipped the steel to China or something?
Yeah, the black guy, the porter or janitor or something was in the basement. He said he got blown across the room from the explosion. Somehow he got out. Now he disappeared. I don't know what it was or where the fuck he went. So all this Jeffrey Epstein shit, it's all tied together. It's all tied together. No gold in Fort Knox. They had to rob the World Trade Center probably to put the gold back in Fort Knox, if they even did that. If they even did that. All these people, the Rothschilds, the Pursuers, the Morgenthau, and who the fuck else, Rockefellers, all that shit. They all set the military in to snatch all them motherfuckers up, take all their fucking shit, put it in the treasury, because they robbed it from us. They robbed that shit from us. They did all this manipulation, and Soros, that little testicle-faced motherfucker, put me in a room with that sumbitch for 5 minutes. I make him look like fucking dog meat. I don't know, man. I was just so tired of his bullshit, man. And putting out videos.
Well, the thing that I've been saying for a while now is they ought to take all these people, confiscate all of their assets, and then everybody in the United States gets a check of the money that they basically stole from us.
Yeah, well, that would make inflation go crazy. What they ought to do is put it in the Treasury, and then give everybody that could put up some collateral a 0% interest loan, like they used to do, and do away with the Federal Reserve. Who the fuck do we owe $35 billion to? Trillion dollars. Who the fuck do we owe this to? To the bank? It's $1 trillion. The debt goes up $1 trillion every 100 days. $1 trillion every 100 days. It's $165,000 for every man, woman, and child in the country.
Well, the whole fractional reserve banking thing, that in itself is, I mean,
and then they're giving away all this money to all these Somali motherfuckers, that the whole goddamn state is one big Ponzi scheme. Cut the money to everybody. Cut the money to everybody. None of this bullshit anymore. If you want charity, go to your church. Otherwise, get off your fucking dead ass and go to work. Find something to do. Because this shit, this is not sustainable. It's not. I hate to use that word sustainable, because anytime you see anytime you hear the word sustainable, there's some fucking flaky shit going on behind that.
But the way things have been going at this point in time with all these things that we've been talking about, what I've been telling people to do is, you want to have gold or silver, that's good, just in case. But above everything else, what are you going to need that gold and silver for to stay alive? You're going to have food.
Yeah, you're going to have.
You're going to put some money into something. Buy yourself some, long-term storable food, rice, beans, that kind of stuff. Seal it up in containers. Yeah, at least you'll have something to eat.
Yeah, the preppers have a saying: beans, bullets, and Band-Aids. I got all three. All right, I got an EMT kit out in the truck. I got, a whole pantry full of stuff that's not going to go bit for the next 50 years. And I got enough to supply a little army here. So
the biggest problem is going to be water, because water is heavy. It's hard to store. So that would be my number one concern, because water, after 3 to 7 days, I think it is, and you're dead.
Yeah.
Okay, food, you could typically go about 30 days before you're going to really be in bad shape.
Well, the only thing I use water for is to make coffee. I never go to the faucet and get a cup of, a glass of water. Never in my life have I ever drink water out of the faucet. Never.
Yeah, but it's in your coffee, so you're still getting the water.
Yeah, you're still getting the water. You drink a can of Coke, that's water. You know, so that's the best kind of water because it's not gonna go bad. You can leave a can of Coke on a shelf 50 fucking years. You know, and if 30 years ago you would have told me that people would go out and pay $1 for a bottle of water, I would have told you need to go get your head examined. Nobody would do that. But people do that every day. You go into Walmart, you see a fucking whole roll, water. You got water out of your faucet, asshole. And you're going to buy water that's been sitting on a shelf for 3 months, sucking up the plastic shit from the plastic. And you're going to drink that?
When I was a kid, you got a Coke out of a machine. I believe it was about a quarter. I don't know what it is now. But
yeah, I got outside on the deck. I got 2 food grade 5-gallon pails. To the bottom of one pail, I got 4 Berkey big long ass water filters that I got from Amazon for like $20, and they're good for 6,000 gallons apiece. I could piss in that jug and come out water on the other end. So,
are you related to the Dali Lama?
No, fuck. They put some Dali Lama shit in there. Maybe I'll get high. Maybe some of that fucking opium he's smoking will come out in there. I don't know, man. That's like, I just, people in my generation, hopefully they'll get what we're saying here, but the libtards, the blue-haired motherfuckers ain't never gonna fucking get this. They probably turned this video off already. And the best part's yet to come because I got some shit coming up that you gotta see. But anyway, Gary, I think we about covered, you know, Epstein, 9/11, all of that. But the thing is, now they found out about the Dominion machines. They've been rigging elections forever, and before they had the Dominion machines, they rigged ever since Kennedy. Kennedy was the coup d'état. Kennedy, when they shot Kennedy, that's when the government fell. We have not elected a president
since... Whatever happened to that Dominion guy that they were going after? You heard a bunch of stuff about him, and then he just kind of vanished.
Yeah. We have not elected a president since John F. Kennedy, with the exception of Donald Trump. Donald Trump was the fucking anomaly that they could not control. And now we found out that the 2020 election was rigged. What's going to happen to the people who rigged the election? If you got all that Epstein shit, I'd release it and let the fuck... Just like Socrates says, you know, cry havoc and let loose the dogs of war. And let the people take care of these fucking people. You know, declare a day of purge. Nothing will be punished today. From noon till noon tomorrow. These fuckers would be gone.
Well, we got to do something because we can't keep going on the way that we're going. I mean, it's not going to work.
I mean, you know, and they say talking about the communists are bad. They got the wrong idea. China's got the right idea. China's got the right idea. They outlawed fractional reserve banking in the whole country. You can't buy something or sell something that you don't own. If you buy silver, you better take possession of that shit. If you sell it, you better have it to sell.
Well, it's like I said, in the old days, before all this fractional reserve banking and all of the gold confiscation and all that stuff started, when you went out there and you had a gold coin or a silver coin and you went to buy something, okay, you were basically just trading on the value of the money. Okay?
Right.
Now, in the present day where supposedly everything is better, every time you try and do anything with gold or silver, they're hitting you with the commission on buying and selling it.
Well, the commission is normal. The commission is normal, because how the fuck you going to make money otherwise? But this shit here ain't worth the lit fart in a wool mitten. It's not worth it. The only reason it buys anything is because the fool you're handing it to thinks it's worth something. That's the only reason it buys anything. It ain't worth the paper it's printed on. In fact, they stopped making pennies because it takes 4 pennies to make a penny. It costs 4 cents to make a penny. Does that make any goddamn sense to you?
No, and the only 2 coins that actually still had any metal value to them was the penny and the nickel. And now both of them, you see the stuff that's out there now, that ain't even worth nothing.
Yeah, they had a guy on YouTube one day, what was it, last month. He went to Walmart and they got charged something and 2 cents. They rounded it up to, say it was $20.02. They rounded it up to $20.05. And he says, no, I want my fucking money. You round it down or you give me my money. You give me my 3 cents. He made them give 3 cents or whatever it was.
You notice everything nowadays when you go out to buy some, it's $7.99. It's $10.99. Why don't they just say, the full price? But they're putting
and with
penny
gas
in there to make you think. Yeah.
And look at gas. You buy. This was forever, ever since I can remember. 35.9 cents. Well, why not make it 36? Why not make it 36? Because that penny adds up. That one penny adds up after all the millions of transactions. Same thing with rounding up. If you get a bill for $20.02 and they charge you $20.05 because there ain't no fucking pennies, that's $3 for every transaction. If you add up all the transactions at Walmart at 3 cents a transaction, that's a lot of mucking funny, Jack. So that's the way they're trying to do to take money from the people who work for a living to give to the people who don't work for a living, who are a bunch of fucking scumbag millionaires and don't know what to fucking do with their money. I said, well, take all their money. Take the U.S. dollar and say, listen, the end of this month, the end of March, your money ain't going to be worth a lit fart and a wool mitten. We're going to convert it to new money. We're going to call it, we'll call it a kyill, after Star Trek and fucking, what's his name? All right? We're going to call it the kyill. And in order to convert your U.S. dollars that ain't worth a lit fart and a wool mitten to a kyill that's backed by gold and precious metals, you're going to have to prove to me, or prove to the government, that you earned that money legitimately. That you worked for it, that you sold something for it, that you provided a service or a product that go with that fucking money. If not, take that dollar, roll it up into a ball, and wipe your ass with it, because that's what it's worth, starting the end of this month. That fucks up all the goddamn people that have Swiss bank accounts in the Bahamas, Bahrain, all those fucking places. Fucks them good. Fucks up all the drug dealers that got stacks of fucking cash. Fucks up Iran. It's got pallets of money that fucking Obama sent them. Fucks up all this child trafficking and all that. Fucks them all up. Fucks up. In one fell swoop, you fucked everybody. And you fucked the Federal Reserve because we owe $35 trillion to the Federal Reserve. Well, just round up all the money and give it to them. Here, wipe your ass with the fucking thing. That's it. That's solved. Problem solved.
We ought to go to calling them parasites, because that's basically what they are, these people who are living off the rest of us.
I mean, you got people in there, they have billions of dollars, millions of dollars in bank accounts, like Soros, right? You think these fucking people would do something good with their money? Why would you want to die? Why would you want to go to your fucking grave and everybody's saying that I'm glad this fucking testicle-faced motherfucker is dead. He was a scumbag. He was a piece of shit. Why would you want to go to your grave with that kind of legacy? Why don't you go to your grave and say, people saying, well, we missed this guy because he helped a lot of people. He saved a lot of people from starvation. He saved a lot of people from getting diseases. No. You got Bill Gates going out there and diluting fucking AIDS medication and selling it to China. You got what's his name, Epstein, jerking off in a fucking bottle and fucking multiplying his DNA and putting it in the fucking COVID shots. Fuck that sumbitch. Oh, all that money you got, you can't do something good for a living? You can't do something good for people? Is that
That goes
what
back to that the money bug that I keep talking about. I saw it with my own father. He got into the real estate thing, and he lost interest in all the things that he used to enjoy doing. And then from that point on, it was just money. Got to make more money. Got to make more money. And he never did anything with the money.
Yeah, and you get to be so fucking depraved that you have to rape little kids and eat babies to have some kind of relevance in your life.
Well, my father didn't get to that
What
point,
kind of
but
shit
he
is that,
definitely
man?
got to yeah.
I mean, you know, you don't deserve to. Listen, those people do not need to go to jail. They need to be tortured to death real fucking slow. They need to be fucking fed intravenously. How about to fucking keep this motherfucker alive? And after his body dies, take his brain out, stick it in a fucking jar, put some fucking blood in it, and make it go around and around and around, so that he suffers until the fucking meat rots. That's what you gotta do. Make them an example. Make it so that nobody looking at this shit would ever want to get into that situation.
I still like your idea with the liquid nitrogen and the treble.
Oh yeah, they're launching against the cliffs. That'd be good. Take them out on a fucking boat, on a barge, and put a 50-gallon drum of liquid nitrogen. Dump them in there for a second. You know, let them freeze to death. Put them in a fucking channel. Launch them up against the fucking Palisades cliffs, and they'll shatter like the Terminator into a million pieces. Then the seagulls will eat them. You don't have to worry about cleaning nothing up. You don't have to worry about burying a sumbitch. You don't want to keep him in jail, giving him fucking bologna sandwiches and toilet paper the rest of his life. Fuck him. He's done. He's gone. And everybody's saying, yay, fucking A.
That's something I was talking about the other day. That's something else that needs to be done away with, is all these for-profit prisons operated by businesses.
Oh, yeah, well, I covered that up. I uncovered that back in 2000 at Groovy Land Correctional Facility in New York, run Veterans Residential Therapeutic Program. We're going to treat 80 veterans for PTSD at $40,000 a head. And until everybody was there going saying, nobody, first of all, Veterans Residential Therapeutic Program was a separate 80-man dorm on Groveland Correctional Facility from 1985 until 2000. Some guy named James Robinson or some shit, came onto prison property. He was supposed to be a psychiatrist or psychologist treating people for PTSD. And he had weekly meetings with 12 people at a time. Every day he'd have a meeting, 12 people. And the only reason anybody went there is because he brought fucking donuts and Dunkin' Donuts coffee and Dunkin' Donuts. Hey, have a fucking drink, right? Better than the shit they give you in the mess hall. So you sit around talking about sports for a fucking hour and a half, and then you go back to the barracks and do what the fuck you're doing, right? So $40,000 times 80 from 1985 till 2000. On a bogus program that had not a fucking thing to do with the parole board because it wasn't certified by the state. And you could see that. I'm going to leave a link in the description. Veterans exploited in New York prisons at taxpayer expense. I wrote that article and submitted it anonymously to the Judicial Process Commission in Rochester, New York. And everybody got a copy of it who was subscribed to it because the prisoners would get free subscriptions. And when that article hit, the councils went fucking batshit. They closed down the program. There was one guy in the program that had to take an 18-month program in order to be treated for hepatitis C. This guy had hepatitis C from being a medic in Vietnam and getting blood all over him all the time, but they called him a drug addict. And they withheld medical assistance because there was no cure for hepatitis C back in 2000. And he sued the state. The case was Standley versus Wright, W-R-I-G-H-T. And his lawyer, I wrote the amicus brief to the judge, and his lawyer wrote a note, and it said, quote, "The treatment of my client violates the Geneva Convention 3 for the treatment of enemy prisoners of war," end quote. And Mr. Stanley went home December of 2000, just in time for Christmas, probably for his last Christmas, because his viral load was over 1 million. The doctors didn't know how the fuck he was still alive. And apparently, nobody ever got prosecuted for that. The Department of Veterans Affairs Inspector General, which was called by Bernie Sanders, the only guy who ever responded to any of those people who were writing about this thing, called up the VA and said, "What the fuck is this shit about?" And the Attorney General, he admitted that this guy Jim Robinson was providing treatment outside of the scope of care for which he was credentialed and privileged. But nobody ever got fired that we know of. Nobody ever got prosecuted. And they're back at it again.
You know, you ought to include the story you tell about what was it, Arthur Burnclough, what he did with that one congressman or whatever he was.
Well, Arthur Burnclough was a good friend of mine. He was a 13-year Marine sniper. He went in with the advisors and came out with the helicopters on the roof of the embassy building in Saigon when Saigon got overrun. He has 200 confirmed kills, all headshots, never missed once. When he got out of the service, he started a company called Veterans for Constitutional Law. He went and spent 6 months in Washington, D.C., digging through all the archives of all the people who had what they used to call Gulf War disease. They used to refer you to a psychiatrist. Oh, it's all in your head. Turns out that Gulf War disease was depleted uranium poisoning. It was radiation poisoning. And they were giving it to their families and their kids. And he was instrumental in passing Senate Bill 3421, which is if you're a veteran and you get wounded in service or you got disabled as a result of your service, and you got denied benefits by the VA, you don't have to keep going through their process, because what they'll do is they'll keep postponing it and they'll keep denying and keep denying until you either give up or drop dead. If you're in that situation, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Sanders NAOC 2028. I had to put this in.
Didn't Burnclough send the one congressman or whatever, the guy who was responsible for the thing? Didn't he send him a box of shit every month or something? I think it was part of the story.
Yeah, Art Burnclough used to send our inspector a box of dog turds. Every Friday he'd go down to UPS, put a box of dog shit in a box. He'd put it in. Take his business card, stick it in the box, seal it up, and send it to our inspector every Friday. And he wanted to be arrested because he wanted to get on the stand where his lawyer would ask him, "Hey, Mr. Burnclough, why did you send boxes of dog shit to our inspector every week?" And then he'd roll out his hand truck with the boxes of documents that he found that the VA hired 600 lawyers to cover up the crimes of depleted uranium poisoning that they called Gulf War disease. He had physical proof.
It was that or Newsom and Clinton.
Yeah, Joe's.
Just so you people
I
think that the
think we
Ranger's
covered
still
just
not
about
here,
everything in
I'm
this video,
here.
Dave.
Huh?
I think this time, with this one, we've kind of brought all the other videos that we did together, and you covered all the things that we've talked about in one video.
Yeah, we did. But, you know, this is decades and generations of smoke being blown up to people's ass. And if it wasn't for this medium, we still would be in the dark. We'd be like mushrooms, in the dark and smothered with horse shit. So, hopefully something comes of it.
I'm either going to vote for Sanders and AOC or Mickey Mouse and Lucille Ball. I'm undecided. I'm on the fence.
Oh, my God. Well,
I really don't know what to do, because, I mean, if they're controlling the votes, it's like, who was it, Stalin used to say or something? It doesn't matter, you know, it's who counts the votes, you know.
I don't know, man. People have had it too good for too long in this country, and it shows. When you can have people with purple hair running around backing these fucking people and making an excuse for these sons of bitches, I mean, how the hell do you justify this? I have no idea.
You really can't blame them, Dave, though, because they've been dumbed down by the television for how many decades. So, I mean, this is just normal for them. That's how you got to look at it. It's really, you know, they've been trained up to be the way that they are.
Yeah, but we grew up in the same environment. I mean, you know, as a kid, you used to watch Walter Cronkite and Dan Rather and all this shit. The last thing that would come to your head is, why would they lie to us? Why would they lie to us? Apparently, they have skin in the game, just like Jane Stanley and the BBC. Why would they lie to you? Well, apparently they're lying when they reported that a building fell 25 minutes before it fell. Obviously, they're reading from a script, but they put it on air 25 minutes too early. That's not a fluke. That's not a time differential. That's a live TV broadcast that was broadcast live. So they're complicit. The mainstream media.
They're making. It goes back to the whole parasite thing. They're making, you know, they're paying them well. They're getting everything they need, while all the rest of us go down the tube.
Yeah, but they're all saying the same shit. There was a video. I have multiple clips of this, but all the TV stations, all these networks saying the same exact. It's a threat to our democracy. It's a threat to our democracy. It's a threat to our democracy. First of all, this shit ain't no fucking democracy. This is a constitutional republic. It ain't no democracy. A democracy is two lions and a lamb sitting down. Who the fuck are going to eat for dinner? That's a democracy. So get this democracy bullshit out of your fucking brain. That ain't no democracy. All right? They're all saying the same shit. And they're all sponsored by the same fucking people. Brought to you by Pfizer. Brought to you by Pfizer. Brought to you by Pfizer. You think people who are brought to you by Pfizer are going to say, hey, Jeffrey Epstein's fucking sperm bank is in your fucking veins right now?
Did you feed the
You think they're going to tell you that?
You know, speaking of Pfizer, you ought to tell everybody what you did when I sent you that 39-page report, specifically the last 9 pages.
No. Say that again, Gary. I didn't hear you.
I says, you know, while you're mentioning Pfizer, you ought to mention what you did when I sent you that 39-page report and you saw what was in the last 9 pages.
Yeah, I took it to my doctor and she read it and she said, oh my God. She's like, whoa, you got to be kidding me. Yeah, they covered that up. They wanted to keep that. They wanted to keep that dead for 75 years until all the complicit motherfuckers were dead. And they had, I don't know, how many pages? 9 pages of like 8-point type of all the symptoms.
Well, it's 9 pages of all the contraindication. And for anybody who doesn't know what a contraindication is, that's when you go and get a prescription at your drugstore, and then it gives you that sheet that says, you know, this may cause this symptom and this symptom. Well, that Pfizer report did 9 pages of that stuff.
Yeah, and you're talking about 3 columns. Like, let's get this straight. It was 3 columns, 9 pages with this fucking type that I need a magnifying glass to see. This fucking little shit like this. So, and they try to keep that secret.
And of course, one of the big ones was myocarditis, which everybody just so happens to be coming down with lately. And then all sorts of brain issues and herpes zoster infections. I mean, you know.
Yeah, and they found snake venom in some of this shit. I mean, and they're pulling dead motherfuckers at 25 years old, and they're opening up the veins in the what do you call it, in the morgue, and they're pulling out fucking linguine fucking a yard long. Well, where the fuck this shit come from?
Well, the icing on the cake is what you found with the Epstein DNA. I mean, that was the final straw for me. I mean, when I saw that, I couldn't. But it made sense. It made sense. That's what he would do.
Where the hell do these people get their ideas from? Where do they get this shit from? They gotta get it from somewhere. Somebody's teaching them this shit.
Satan?
Unbelievable, man. Well, Gary, I think we covered it. We've been an hour and a half now. So I'm going to compile this into a video, and I put some other stuff behind it. I'll leave all the links to all the stuff that we talked about in the description. And if you have any doubt, just go to my BitChute channel and scroll down through all my videos. You'll see. We knew this shit a long time ago. We've been talking about it and exposing this shit forever. So this is nothing new to us. Maybe it's new to you guys that are watching. And if so, I hope you subscribe to the channel and, you know, support our sponsors, because I ain't making no money doing this shit. I ain't making no money.
It's cost me money. I haven't made a dime off it.
I was never in this for the money. I was in this to, within my lifetime, before I croak, I want to see these motherfuckers put up against the wall and fucking executed for what the fuck crimes they did. And that would be too good for them. A bullet in the fucking brain pan would be too good for them. If I had my way, they'd be tortured to death real slow. And they would be made public. And their names would be all together forever in the halls of infamy, that this shit would never happen again. And they make Adolf Hitler look like a Girl Scout with some of this shit. Unreal.
Well, on that note, I hope everybody will do like I said and make sure, you know, like Dave, make sure you get some food and water put away just so you can ride things out. So hopefully they get better.
All right, guys. Listen, Gary, thank you very much. And it's been great talking to you again. And for all of you out there, beans, bullets, and Band-Aids, buy silver, because it's going to go up to $300 an ounce. In fact, it's now $76 as I speak. And there's nobody. New York is closed. The only ones that are open right now are the Asian markets. But by the end of the month, you're going to see some real action happening in silver. If you're not in it, don't worry about you're going to pay $91 minimum for an ounce of silver. Get it while you can. It's cheap at this price. Take care, Gary.
It's been fun. I'll see you next time.
Take care. This is David Trent Todeschini coming to you from the beautiful hills of southern North Carolina, bringing you the facts behind the news and the story that contradicts the mainstream media lies, hoping to convince you that the apparency of reality is in fact entirely fabricated and the illusion only appears to be true.
But in the battle for the survival of the American Republic and Western civilization, we must expose these illusions in order to bring about and nurture a greater awakening that will preserve our God-given rights and freedoms, not only for ourselves, but for our progeny and for all the future generations of human souls on this planet. We not only must plant the trees whose shade we will never live long enough to enjoy, but first we must uproot the poisonous trees we have for so long been deceived into sitting under. We are dedicated to educate and inform, and stand in the gap for all of those innocents who cannot fight for themselves. We have put on the armor of God, and stand ready with the weapons of truth to put down the lies of tyranny wherever we find them. We are the watchmen of liberty. We don't forgive, we don't forget, we are invincible, we are American patriots. To this end, and with this firm resolve, my close associates and I have sworn the oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States and all Americans who share our values and wish to live free.
Welcome to the most deleted, shadow banned, demonetized, censored, and trolled channel on social media. Recipient of the Patriot Warrior Purple Q Award.
Hello, this is Dave from Net4Truth USA, Inglorious Patriots. It is Wednesday, April 10th, 2024, and the time now is 20:23 hours Eastern Time here in beautiful Southern North Carolina. On the phone with me is Gary from Digital Wildfire News. I will leave a link in the description. And what we're going to do is we're going to discuss the Jeffrey Epstein situation, starting from my expose back 3 years ago about Jeffrey Epstein committing suicide in a North Vietnamese war bunker, which we caught Gōōogle trying to promote. Now, let me give you a little background on this before we start. Anybody who has any experience with web development or search engine optimization will know this as a fact. And all you people out there, if you don't believe me, you can fact check me. A search engine scrubs the web, goes through all the pages that are on the internet, and takes out relevant words and phrases and puts them in search results. A search engine cannot index anything that doesn't have text associated with the article. You can have the most beautiful website of flowers and hummingbirds and unicorns and all that type of shit, but if there's no text on the page, it will never get indexed in a search engine. That is a fact. Another fact is a search engine will not just make shit up and put it in a search result, because that search engine will quickly go out of business when people use it and find out that what it links to is not what they're searching for. So in order for a search engine to pick up the phrase Jeffrey Epstein commits suicide in a North Vietnamese war bunker on June 25th, that exact phrase and that wording has to exist in an article somewhere on the internet. And we caught Google, not the Google Chrome, but Google search engine, had a link to a CNBC article that said that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in a North Vietnamese war bunker. Now, I think it was 19 days before he was arrested at Teterboro Airport and taken to Manhattan Correctional Facility. This article and this video was taken down by TheirTube, one of the 33 channels that I put up on YouTube and finally gave up because it wasn't even worth the bandwidth and the time it took to upload anymore, because it was instantly taken down. That was one of the videos that was up on YouTube and was taken down. Fortunately, I keep backups of everything I do.
I have multi-terabyte hard drives in multiple situations and in multiple locations so that none of my stuff ever gets lost. I started doing this shit when I got a letter in the mail exposing the tarmac meeting between Bill Clinton and the then Attorney General. And people called bullshit for 18 months until it actually came out. And Gary could verify that for me here, because Gary's been with me.
It's like the Q entity says, future proves past.
All right, future proves past. Now, before we get into the meat of the article that I originally did, and I will duplicate part of it, the relevant part of it here, and I'll leave a link to that and the cover-up videos that I did that are too long. This video is going to be 3 or 4 hours anyway. But before we get into that, let me get into this. The videos that were taken on Jeffrey Epstein's island, in his mansion in New York, on his ranch in New Mexico, and in his house in Florida, have all been seized by the FBI. If Jeffrey Epstein was really dead, he would have a dead man switch that would release these videos onto the dark web, and they would eventually make it onto the internet. Now, the way they scrubbed the web of certain videos, particularly the one that I exposed as being bullshit, it took Net4Truth USA on YouTube down, was the one in New Zealand where they had a first-person shooter game overlaid onto a mosque tour video that was total bullshit, that was banned in New Zealand and was the instrument used to disarm New Zealand and Australia of their weapons, because they don't have a Second Amendment. We know this for a fact, that the pedophile in chief, John Podesta, was over there a week before offering money to pay for funerals for people who died of natural causes if they would say that their relatives died in a mosque shooting. Nobody died at Christchurch, folks. Nobody died. And I prove it in a video, and I will link that in the description also. You can watch. That's a separate topic altogether. But it proves one thing, that the mainstream media, Google, and all of these companies are complicit in cover-ups that would take down these so-called elites. They're not elites. They're worse than pedophiles. They're pedovores. They kill children. They sacrifice children. That's a fact. And if you don't believe it, that's your problem. Your lack of belief doesn't change the facts. And this video...
If I can just interrupt for a second here. It actually goes a bit above YouTube and Google and Facebook and all of that. You got to remember, there's other corporations out there. One is Umbrella. Okay?
Umbrella?
And yeah, that's the name of it. If you go out there, do a little searching around on Umbrella, you'll see some interesting stuff. But this is what Eisenhower called what was it? The military-industrial complex.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what's at the top of it. You've got Hollywood delivering all of the propaganda to us, and we're seeing basically the stuff that you and I see is what I would call middle-level management.
Right. Yep. These are the puppets, folks. The people who actually control this shit, you probably, and I probably, and Gary's probably never heard of them. They sit in the background. They're non-elected people who have control because they have the dirt on all these people. Now, we recently have seen multiple exposés on P. Diddy, or whatever you want to call him, having, all these connections with all these people. So they're alleging that he also was working for intelligence. And as I said, the FBI has all these tapes and all these hard drives from Jeffrey Epstein's closed-circuit TVs that caught all these people doing nefarious things to children. And this is a big hammer that's hanging over their head, the sword of Damocles hanging by a string. And whoever has all of this information under their control and has exclusive control of this information basically controls the world. Because if you can go to the Prince of Wales or the Queen of England and say, hey, look, we got you doing this here and this here and that there, and if this shit was ever to leak out, I wouldn't want to be you.
Well, there's a book online. Everybody, if you want to get a good idea who some of these people are, you can look online. There's a free PDF. I think he tried making money off of it when it was so popular. It just went out there, they pirated it. Fritz Springmeier, Bloodlines of the Illuminati, and that lists the 13 main families. And one other thing I should mention, you hear me mentioning this guy all the time, Jay Parker. Okay? This is a guy who grew up in Delaware, which is a key state for the satanic stuff, that in Pennsylvania. And the family that he talks about that they were involved in were the DuPonts.
I mean, these people got nothing better to do with all... Shut up! These people got nothing better to do with their money. This is their... They got more money than God. They don't want for anything. And this is what they do?
Well, if they're born into it, that's what most people don't get. You basically, from what I've seen of looking at the satanic end of things, you've got two grades of people. You've got actual psychopaths who were born, like Ted Bundy's, the guy Jim Jones, you heard of him back in the 70s with the Jonestown stuff. Okay? The psychopaths are the ones who really drive the stuff. Then you've got what you might call sociopaths or narcissists who are just following the leader. And maybe they were born into it, like Jay Parker, perfect example. He was born into this stuff. So what are you going to do? You're born into this stuff. You're a good kid. How are you going to get out of it when all of your family and your relatives are Satanists?
Excuse me, fucking dogs drive me nuts. He barks at nothing. He's got the neighbors next door turning on the lights. He barks. I understand that these people are just the tip of the iceberg. And I understand how it's taken so long, but the problem is it's taken so long, these people are going to die of natural causes before they do a day in prison.
Well,
and they shouldn't even be put in prison, Gary. They shouldn't even be put in prison. These people should be fed into a tree chipper.
Yeah, that's what one of the things I always use: feed first into a wood chipper. But you got to look at it from what I just said. Though you got to remember, some of these people were born into this stuff. They don't want to be in it, but they don't know how to get the hell out. And I feel bad for those people. And we should use them for, exposing the really evil ones. And I don't know, whatever you want to do with the really evil ones. I often suggested, people are against the death penalty and that sort of stuff. Well, then put them all on an island. Have no kids on the island. Just put them all there. You'll have another Easter Island in 100 years. I mean, nobody left. Yeah,
well, I'm not for supporting these people at all in prison. I mean, I'm going to pay for you if you murdered kids and sacrificed kids to Moloch like you're doing, like we know you're doing, and I'm going to sit there and pay my tax money to feed you and supply you with toilet paper. Hey man, fuck you.
Well,
I'd say go. I said there's an island off the. There's an island close to Brazil called Snake Island. Nobody goes there because it's full of snakes. So you know what you do? You give them a roll of toilet paper and a ball peen hammer, and you let them off there and say, "Go fend for yourself."
They'd probably feel right at home with the snakes.
Yeah, go kill a couple of snakes, and we'll have the drones flying around, following you around, just like they did in that movie there. What the hell's in it? That survival movie there. And we're gonna see who gets the last roll of toilet paper.
See,
That's what I would do. And I'd pay-per-view that shit. I'd fucking put it on pay-per-view, and we could do some really good things with the money that we get from that. But be that as it may.
The problem that we got right now is most of the people out there listening to you or me, unless they've looked into this stuff, like I looked into it for about the last 30 years, okay, and you looked into it for a fair amount of time. They're listening to you and I, and they're saying, those two guys are crazy. They're thinking that, there's still these Satanists out there. It never went away. It's been out there for centuries.
Yeah, this has been going on since, this is nothing new. This has been going on since Abram walked out of Ur the Chaldees when God said, get you and your family out of here.
Yeah.
This has been going on forever. And the only reason we know about it now is because of this medium that you and I can talk together and dope shit out. That's the only reason we know. If it wasn't for the internet, if it wasn't for social media, we'd still be in the dark. And you wonder, I'm growing up as a kid, you're listening to Walter Cronkite and all these people on the news, and the last thing that crosses your mind would be the question, why would they lie to us? But they're all in cahoots. The mainstream media is the focal point and the nexus around which all this shit revolves. If they did their job and exposed this shit, this would have never started in this country to begin with. But they've been in the Satanist pockets.
Time a little bit.
Yeah.
To see what actually happened, because this all started with World War II, at least with our infiltration. And at the end of the war, okay, the OSS went into Nazi Germany and they started rounding up all the Nazi scientists. That was Operation Paperclip.
Right.
Now, I've asked actual kids that I used to meet when I go out to eat, military, privates and stuff. I says, now, do you know about Operation Paperclip? No, what's that? And, I mean, it's all out there on the internet. Just go out there, type in, search on Operation Paperclip. You'll see it. I'm not making it up.
Yeah, and that's another thing. While you're kicking that dog, Gary, when I was growing up, if I wanted to know something, I had it. My mother and father bought me a big fucking set of encyclopedias. They weighed about 150 pounds.
That's what I had.
That's what I had.
Same thing.
And if I wanted something that wasn't in those encyclopedias, I had to drag my ass down to the library and fuck around with the Dewey Decimal System, and maybe it would be there and somebody didn't check it out, the book that I was looking for. But now you people got the whole sum of human knowledge in the palm of your hand.
But
and these people in college up in these
search for.
Yeah, these people up in college, up in Stanford and Yale, and all these highfalutin, colleges. Mark Dice went up there and asked, what's the ocean on the East Coast? They couldn't even tell him. Yeah, I mean, the level of stupid in this country is beyond comprehension.
Well, from the time they killed Kennedy, they started dumbing down the kids. I mean, that's a fact. The whole 1966, that's the year that Anton LaVey called, I forget what, Anno Satanicus or something like that, the year of Satan. But if you look back, that's when all the silver was taken out of the money. Okay? That's when they started introducing all this do-it-thou-wilt crap to the kids, do whatever you want.
Yeah, your money isn't worth... That's another thing. Yeah, we're getting off the subject here, but that's another thing. The money today isn't worth a lit fart in a wool mitten. You look at your change. You look at the change now and say 30, 40 years ago. It's nothing like
Even
it.
The pennies aren't copper
The
anymore.
pennies aren't copper. It's neon steel brass pewter solder. It isn't worth the fake metal it's printed on. Money is fiat money. It's bullshit. And the only reason it buys anything is because the fool you're handing it to thinks it's worth something. Once that illusion goes away, the only thing that's going to have any value is lead. If you know what I mean.
Well, getting back to the what do you call it, the Operation Paperclip for a moment. The Operation Paperclip was under the OSS, Office of Strategic Services. That was the predecessor of what we then called the Central Intelligence Agency, or I call it Criminals in Action, because it got infiltrated with a lot of these Nazis that we brought over. I'm not saying every single person in the CIA is a Nazi, but you got to keep that in mind.
Well, I tell you, the people who have the Epstein tapes control the planet. They control all the governments of the entire planet. Because they can go up to any one of these people who's been to Epstein Island and say, look, we got you doing this and this and this and this. And God forbid, if it ever get out on the internet, I don't think you wouldn't last long.
That's basically how they control the people in Hollywood, all the A-list actors and actresses. They get them in compromising positions, photograph them, videotape them, and then, you're going to do what we want, or, you're going to be nothing.
All right, and look at this. Ever since 2006, okay, I've ran into several, I mean, even since 2000, I exposed the Department of Veterans Affairs, or some entity in the VA, sending a registered nurse onto the prison grounds at Groveland Correctional Facility, pretending to be a psychiatrist specializing in PTSD. He did this from 2000. Let's see. All the way from, I think it was 1995. It was 14 or 15 years total until 2000. And they were getting $40,000 a year per inmate times 80 inmates to treat for PTSD. This guy didn't even know what cognitive dissonance was. And I wrote an article anonymously to the Rochester branch of the Judicial Process Commission, and it was titled Veterans Exploited in New York Prisons at Taxpayer Expense. And the staff went absolutely batshit because a lot of people at Groveland subscribed to that newsletter, which was sent to the prisoners for free. It blew up the spot. And even though the inmates wrote to congressmen, senators, radio stations, TV stations, news outlets, nobody did a fucking thing. Nobody lifted a finger. Nobody even responded except for one person. One person, Congressman Bernie Sanders, who had a constituent in that jail, responded. He called up the Veterans Affairs and they did an investigation. And I have a video of my prior webpage exposing that whole thing. They tried to call it a coding error. It was supposed to be coded as psych education instead of psych therapy. Difference being, psych education is paid at $100 per inmate per year, and psych therapy is billed at $40,000 per inmate per year. Big difference. It would behoove them to make this coding error. So the program shut down. But in the meantime, people who needed elements of that program, such as the substance abuse component of the program, which ran for 18 months, this guy whose name was Dali, he sued the Attorney General of New York in a case, Dali versus Wright, because they refused to provide him treatment for hepatitis C unless he finished this program, which was 18 months.
And what you basically did made it possible for these people to actually go, and if the government didn't treat them, that they could go and get their own doctor, right? Isn't that what it?
Well, what it did was it got him out of jail. Because the last time he went to the doctor, he had a viral load of over 1 million. And the doctor was wondering, how the fuck are you still alive? And his lawyer, I wrote an amicus brief to the court, and his lawyer wrote to the judge, and he said, quote, "The treatment of my client violates the Geneva Convention 3 for the treatment of enemy prisoners of war," end quote. And he got let out of jail. He went home Christmas 2000, probably for his last Christmas, because in 2000 there was no treatment for hepatitis C. So, and nobody was paroled. Nobody was paroled from the Veterans Residential Therapeutic Program in the entire time that it was in force. In fact, there was an 80-man dorm, an open dorm. They had pizza ovens, deep freezers, and all types of shit. You could go in there and cook burritos, pizzas, whatever the fuck you wanted. Stay a while. Don't say no. Don't rock the boat. You're good here, right? Okay.
So it's basically a money-making scheme for the corporations.
That's right.
Alphabet and Umbrella, by the way, were the two names that I was trying to think of. Alphabet and Umbrella corporations. If you look them up, you'll find some interesting stuff.
Well, anyway, the thing about Jeffrey Epstein is the network of these people that are how do you say it, compromising all the people in government is a lot wider than what you and I can even imagine. Jeffrey Epstein and P. Diddy is just the tip of the iceberg. This has been going on for years. This has been going on forever. And like I said, and now it's coming out. I've just seen a couple of videos about people saying that, hey, the government was taken over November 22nd, 1963. Well, no shit, Sherlock. How long have I been saying that, Gary? How long?
How long have we both been saying it?
I mean, it doesn't take a brain surgeon to figure this shit out, folks. All you have to do is open your eyes and stop watching that fucking bullshit on the mainstream media. If you turn that fucking TV off, in a week, your IQ will jump 30 points. Stop letting them think for you, and you think for yourself. And you listen to me, and listen to Gary, and listen to other people like us on this thing. We have no motivation to lie to you. I call it as I see it. And I tell you what, since 2015, since I've been doing social media, I've been 100% spot on, haven't I?
Yeah.
Because I've been there. I know this. I've been in the fucking system, folks. I know how they think. I know what they do. I experienced it firsthand. In the military, I had a top secret crypto SSIR clearance. Secret Service Information Restricted. I know everything they fucking do.
You know what's really sad about it, though? The kids today, and by kids, I'm talking about people born in the 1990s, later 1980s, you have in your hands a device that we never had where you can go on the internet from just about anywhere with your phone. That's what I'm talking about, the cell phone. And look up stuff that we would have had to go to libraries and go to encyclopedias. You have it at the tips of your fingers, but you're not doing it.
Yeah, you'd rather watch cats playing with toilet paper or your stupid, challenge videos where you eat, cinnamon or some shit, and you get a big laugh out of it. Well, keep laughing, because it's bread and circuses. They'll entertain you on one side and fuck you in the ass on the other side. That's what they do. And you won't even know it. In fact, you'll like it.
I'm not putting anybody down for it. I'm just stating a matter of observation. That's what I've seen. They've got one of the greatest tools in the world at their fingertips, and they're using it for all wrong purposes.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And now they got cameras everywhere. You think you're going to commit a crime and get away with it? They'll know about it, and they'll use it to compromise you. And you look at all this other shit that they're trying to do. They're trying to normalize all this shit that they do with kids. They're trying to, in fact, France, it's legal to rape children in France. So if you're a chomo, go get yourself a passport and go over to France and fuck around over there, because over there it's legal. I wouldn't go to France if they paid me. They got all them fucking dead motherfuckers underneath the streets over there. I wouldn't go. That shit would fucking creep me the fuck out, man. Forget about it.
And it's really sad because you look back in history, and we basically became the United States thanks to France. They're the ones who came over here and helped us fight the war.
Yeah, that's what they tell us. That's what they tell us. But you know what? I'm beginning to doubt that too. I'm beginning to doubt that we won the revolution, because in school it tells us, oh, the British soldiers used to wear red coats and march in a straight line. Are you fucking kidding me? You gotta be, listen, you gotta be a special kind of stupid to wear a red coat and march in a straight line in a battle situation. I don't give a shit what the generals tell me. You gotta be a special kind of stupid.
That's like some of the stuff we're seeing come out with this thing I've been looking into lately. They call it the mud flood. I mean, this stuff buried all over the place that shows you that things were not as they tell us going on in the United States and basically every place else in the world. That things were a lot more advanced back in what we consider, like the 1800s and 1900s. There's a lot more going on there than we think.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, we're getting off the deep end here, but I tell you what, it all ties together, like the pyramids, right? For a long time, nobody knew there was pyramids in the United States. Nobody knew there was pyramids down in South America. Nobody knew there was pyramids in Antarctica that make the pyramid at Giza look like China, all over the fucking place.
Yeah.
So let me think about it for a minute. They buried motherfuckers in the pyramids. Not one motherfucker was ever found in the pyramid, buried in the pyramid. Not one. All right? That's number one. Number two, what happened that they said that the civilizations never talked to each other, so they all got the same idea at the same time. They say, yeah, you know what? Fuck, it's 2000 BC. We got nothing to do. Netflix is 4,000 years in the future. What can we do? I got an idea. Let's go and get the heaviest fucking stones we can find, cut them out of the side of a mountain, schlep them across 600 miles of desert, and stack them up a quarter of a mile in the air just for shits and giggles. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me?
Well, the stuff that's coming out on the pyramids, even the alignment, I believe they're aligned. There's one constellation that they all seem to be aligned to.
Antarctica.
No, it's something up in the sky. I forget what it's called.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, they're all aligned to the stars and shit. But why?
And I mean, how would people back in the Dark Ages? How would they even know how to do that stuff?
They wouldn't know how to do it. Not if what they're telling us is true. That people are banging rocks together to start a fire. Didn't even have a fucking pulley or a wheel. They dragged this shit across the desert with a rope. Get the fuck out of here, please. Stop. Listen, Gary, I got rectal emphysema from 73 years of people blowing smoke up my ass. Get the fuck out of here, man.
The only reason that we know this stuff is we got away from the TV and we started looking at this kind of stuff instead of just looking at what they were telling us.
Right.
That's
all
how
those hieroglyphs that they got on the pyramids and all these rocks that they're finding, all these stuff. How do you and I know that what they're telling us this shit said is what that shit actually says? How do you know that? Do you know that? I don't know that. I don't read birds and fucking wavy lines and squiggly shits. And I don't know how to fucking read that shit. I have no idea.
Yeah, the only thing that there is out there that people can look at, it's a thing called the Rosetta Stone.
Right.
Where I believe they have the hieroglyphs and then I think it's 2 other languages on there, and that's how they kind of figured out what the thing said.
Right, and one of Napoleon's men supposedly found that thing.
Yeah, but that's what it's called, the Rosetta Stone.
Yeah, they've had advanced civilization for thousands and thousands of years. That's a fact.
If you look back, what does the Bible tell you? In the beginning, the people were all one language and everything, and Nimrod was their king, and that was your original one world order, new world order, and then, God was up there looking down, and he says, now, they'll be able to do anything because they can all talk to each other, and that's when the languages got scrambled. That's the biblical story.
Yeah, but you know what? Having all this knowledge and all this technology is nice, but it can be used, for nefarious purposes. And all these people up in government, they're saying, well, we got to do away with all the guns. Well, you know what? If I want to kill you, I'd fucking gouge your eye out with a spork.
I like that little, what is it, your crossbow.
Yeah, I mean, they've got air rifles that shoot broadheads. And a lot of people don't notice, but you know what? A broadhead goes right through a Kevlar vest. It won't go through that metal shit. But the one everyday Kevlar vest that they use to keep from getting stabbed, that broadhead would go through that shit like butter. So
we ought to get back to Epstein for a minute. Now, I do believe he's still alive. I think you still believe he's still alive. They probably got him out of there, and I would hope that he's in the hands of white hats. I mean, we don't know for sure, but.
Well, you know what? if the black hats, if the cabal was planning to off this guy, they would have made a big mistake, because anybody who has that much shit on that many people is not going to just keep it in his house. I have dead man switches myself. Who am I? I'm nobody. I got dead man switches. I got people that nobody knows I know ready to drop the shit if they do some shit to me. So if I have it, and I don't have that much stuff, I don't have the shit that Epstein had. I got enough to make a shit ton of fucking waves, but not even scratching the surface of what Epstein had. And if he didn't have a dead man switch, he's a stupid motherfucker. Straight like that. And if that didn't drop, if Jeffrey Epstein's dead man switch did not trip, that means that motherfucker is still alive. Straight. It doesn't take a lot of IQ to figure that shit out, Gary. It doesn't take a lot of fucking brains to figure it out. If just 3 or 4 neurons you would fire and you would think about it for a little while, you would think, hey, you know what? Dave is right. He doesn't have a dead man switch. He's an asshole. He's a straight up idiot.
The thing that sticks out in my mind from that whole Epstein fiasco when he supposedly commits suicide in the jail, first of all, you notice how they showed it all to us. And
yeah, they showed all those orange. They said it was bed linens or something. Orange shit is not used for bed linens anywhere. Orange shit is jumpsuits. Okay, I was at Wendy up in upstate New York. I think it was 2002, where a guy committed suicide in a jail cell. That was Jack Henry Abbott. He hung himself because he was denied parole for the 3rd time. All right? So he's playing his guitar one minute, next minute he's hanging from the bars in his cell. They locked that fucking jail down for 6 hours until the coroner got there. Nobody touched the fucking thing. Now they're telling me they cut this guy down. They don't have no pictures of him hanging that I saw. And they got a jail cell full of maybe 10 or 20 jumpsuits just thrown in there. And he's got a bunk bed in the special housing unit. That's bullshit. There are no beds in a special housing unit, period, end of discussion. There is none. What you get in special housing is a concrete slab sticking out of the wall for a bed and a fucking steel sink and a toilet. That's all you got. Ain't no fucking way to hang yourself in a special housing unit cell. The inside is plexiglass, or the bars are covered with plexiglass, so you can't hook some shit around there and hang yourself. And there's 2 guys sitting there supposedly watching you. If you're on suicide watch, there's a guy sitting there watching your monkey ass that you don't bang your head against the wall or stick your head in the toilet. You'll see it in the video that I did, that they said that
initially before the autopsy came out, they said the guy swallowed it. He stuffed a sock down his throat and choked on a sock. Are you fucking
You know what
kidding me?
did it for me? The thing that really did it for me, and again, they went out of their way to make sure that people saw this stuff. So that's why I still question. Was this a white hat thing to let us know that things were not as they seem, or what? But the thing that did it for me, when they took the pictures of him and showed him laying there supposedly dead, okay? And then a couple weeks later or whatever, people came out with other pictures of Epstein. Now, unless this guy had an ear transplant, the ears were different. And I'm
Right.
talking about, where the lobe attaches.
Right.
I mean, you don't just have your lobes instantly appear. And so that's why I said there's something fishy here.
Yeah, and the thing about the video that I did that was caught by accident by Stoney's girlfriend, she typed in Jeffrey Epstein on her phone, and the autocomplete, for some reason, tacked on underground bunker after it, because probably that was the top search result or the most recent search result that was there on the internet.
I run into that same effect literally within days of what we're talking about now. It's still out there. Whatever. I mean, when I go searching for something, a lot of times I'll say, "Oh, good, I got a hit," and then I see it in the search that comes up when you're looking at the list on the screen. Then I click it and go to the page, and there's nothing there.
Right. Well, that's
that
search result.
It's not what's in
The search result, worded the way it was, had to be there on the original article that it linked to. And that's and I can't stress this enough. The fact that was found by accident. There was no how do you say it? Investigative journalism that we did. I'm not the great Karnak that I could figure out some shit that nobody would ever think of. That was done by Google. The underground bunker thing was typed in by Google because it was in the search result. And the fact that the search result doesn't match with the thing that it linked to shows you that they planned this shit at least a month in advance. And then they said, they're probably sitting around the table saying, that's not a good idea. Nobody would believe this bullshit. And they said, okay, well, scrub the video, change the video. We're going to replace it with the same link so that people don't think that we fucked up somehow. But they forgot to scrub the search result. The search result shows you.
People have noticed this because I'm not the only one who does searches like that. And then you'll see it in your list when it shows up, and then you go to the page, and there's nothing there about what you saw in the thing that drew you to the page.
Right.
So
this is not the first fuck up I did like that. That's not the first one. It happens all the time. But this one here shows you that they planned his demise 17 days before he was arrested at Teterboro Airport. That was at least that. Then they were going to say that, Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide over Vietnam. Nobody would believe that because there's no way to prove it. The way to prove it is to bring his monkey ass over here and have him commit suicide in a jail cell because he was going to go to jail. But what they're not telling you is when he committed suicide, his appeal for his bail was still pending. It was still pending. He didn't get the answer yet. Your bail is denied.
Well, we should mention, too, we were talking about it before offline, the cement truck at the island towards the end.
Right.
And this is after he supposedly commits suicide.
Well, there was a lot of shit on that island that nobody was supposed to see. And there's some other guy bought the island, and he took the building, that building that was on top there, that temple shit, and he painted it white. He said he's going to make a resort out of it. Who's going to go there? Who's going to go and spend time in a resort where there's possibly bodies of dead innocent children buried and sealed in cement underneath your feet? You're going to go there? Not me.
Not going to be one of my favorite destinations.
Not going to be any of my destination at all. You couldn't drag me there. You could pay me expense paid trip from the time I left until the time I got back to Paris, and I'd say, fucking take it and poke it in your ass, because I ain't going to Paris. There's too many dead motherfuckers around here.
Well, you know, as the story goes, there's a, what do you call it, below surface submarine entrance. That's what that is. Ghislaine Maxwell, you know, she supposedly had the pilot's license for the miniature submarine. That's how they'd get a lot of the kids in there without anybody seeing them.
I mean, what kind of sick motherfucker do you have to be, man? I mean, really.
Pretty sick. Pretty sick.
I mean, they took people as all pedophiles. No, this is not pedophiles. This is satanic shit. This is the same shit that they did up in Nexium, and all of that, you know, shit with what's his name, the 44 caliber killer. That fucker's still up in Attica somewhere.
You're talking about David Berkowitz.
Yeah, Berkowitz. I mean, now he's supposed to be a Christian. He's out there preaching like he's going to get out of jail. Are you kidding me? Him and the guy who shot John Lennon. He's up there.
The other thing that I found real interesting since I looked into all of this stuff is how the place where you had all of your problems in upstate New York is right around the Nexium. It's right around, like we've talked before, the Palmyra thing. That's the Joseph Smith Mormon connection. Okay, this is all around the same area, upstate New York.
Yeah.
That's where a lot of this stuff started.
Yep, and like I say, they've been doing this shit for a long time, and in true Democrat fashion for the last at least 40 years up in New York, they've been, you know, convicting people, taking their kids. That CPS is Child Procurement Services. They see a kid they like, they put his picture on the dark web. They have bids for the kid, and if they meet their what do you call it, reserve, and somebody wins the bid, they'll contract for the kid to be kidnapped. That's a fact. And you can choose to believe it or not believe it. I don't give a fuck what you believe. They're taking pictures of kids in school. They're taking pictures of, this is going back years. They're taking digital pictures of kids in school. I know a kid who it was done to, okay? And they're telling, the kid that I know says, they took him into the principal's office, took a picture of him with a digital camera. And he just happened to mention it to my nephew at the time. And I said, why would he do that? And he said, well, my picture came out blurry on the class photo. So you took a picture by yourself. They didn't have Photoshop in those days. So what was the picture? Yeah, you know, they put it on the internet, they put it on the dark web, they bid it like eBay. They have an eBay thing on the internet. Just like they had with the Wayfair thing, where you got a $200 plastic fucking tool cabinet on Wayfair for $22,000.
I tell you, it really makes you think
nobody ever fucking dug into that either. Nobody ever fucking figured out what the fuck that was all about. You see, I try to figure out what the fuck is going on. So, well, I'm a manufacturer, and I got an account on Wayfair, and I'm trying to sell shit. So normally I would list this as to $150. But you know what? Too many people bought this fucking thing, and I'm out of stock. So instead of taking it down and losing the space where it's at in the listing, I'll just change the price so that nobody will buy it. Does that make sense?
Not really.
No, yeah, it makes sense, because when you take and put up something, it takes a lot of work to put the fucking thing up there. Yeah, it takes a lot of work to upload the picture, to do the description, to do all the links and all this other shit, the videos that go with it. It takes a lot of work. So it's easier if I'm out of stock and I don't have it. Instead of, I don't know why they don't say out of stock, but they changed the price. That would be my thinking, minus this other nefarious possibility that, hey, if you buy a cabinet, guess what's going to come inside of it? Or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
See, that's the thing. Nobody ever realized what they were using this stuff for. It was just, half of this stuff, most of the people just came upon it, and then they started looking at it and saying, man, that's weird, you know? What's going on here?
But that shit's like this has been going on for years. But the main point I want to make with this video is that the fact that they scrubbed the link and the video that said that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in a North Vietnamese war bunker on July 25th. I think it was June or July 25th. 17 days before they arrested him at Teterboro Airport, proves to you that this was a plot altogether. And now they just moved, they didn't change the plot. They were going to whack him on paper, but they were going to change the place where they whacked him so people would believe it. They wouldn't believe it if it was over in Vietnam, because now the Vietnamese, especially the North Vietnamese, they probably wouldn't have, released the body, or they would do the investigation. There wouldn't be no way that anybody would believe that bullshit. But if you moved it here and you had him whacked, so-called whacked, in a jail cell, and you took him out saying he was dead, it wasn't the guy that was on a stretcher that they say was dead, was not Jeffrey Epstein. But he was dead. The lights were flickering. The cameras didn't work. The guards fell asleep. Fucking counters every 4 hours in a shoe, bro. So you mean to tell me that the guards were sleeping, the lights were blinking, the cameras were off, and when the 4 hour count came up, the count, since the guys were sleeping, who's calling in the count? If the guards were sleeping, who called the count? Because if the count's not right at the count, they lock the prison down. They sound the sirens. They fucking lock all the cells, and they want to go in there and count every motherfucker. Make sure he's there. But that didn't happen.
I think Epstein, or the ghost of Epstein, is going to make a appearance before too long from some of the stuff that I'm seeing showing up in the news. I mean, it's getting real interesting.
Yep, he's the El Chapo of the MCU. That's what he is. They broke him out of there. The fucker's still alive. And even, what's her name? Katie Couric said, you're going to hear from him.
Yep. So,
I'm going to hear from a dead motherfucker. I got a crystal ball. I'm going to do a seance or fucking Ouija boards. The fuck am I going to do that?
Tarot cards out.
Yeah, you have to get your tarot cards and your fucking Ouija boards and your fucking crystal balls. Go to Madam, what's her name, and see if you can talk to Jeffrey Epstein.
Blavatsky. That's another one, man. If people ever did any research on that, that's a rabbit hole in itself.
Unfucking believable. But anyway, let's cut this short so the video's not 5 hours. And I'll put this in the beginning of it, and you'll see 3 other videos that corroborate what I'm saying. The last 2 that you're going to see is videos from a channel called Rotten Mango. And man, this girl did her homework. She exposed shit about Jeffrey Epstein that nobody knew. Nobody knew. She gets into all the shit that was hanging on his walls, all his people that he knew and hung around with. Man, she did a job and a half. You thought Project Veritas was on top. Oh my God. You got to see this. Watch this video to the end. You're going to be informed, if anything else. You might be a little confused, but you'll be informed. You'll have more information than 99% of people that are out there. And I'm telling you, the fact that they covered up that bullshit that they tried to do with Jeffrey Epstein in a North Vietnamese war bunker proves beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty that that fucking guy is still alive, running around somewhere. Guaranteed.
I think the Chinese fortune cookie says it best. You know what? It's also called a curse. You've seen that the Chinese fortune cookie. May you live in interesting times.
Oh my
I
God,
think this is about the most interesting times we've ever lived in.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, and we've proven beyond the fact that the mainstream media is one bullshit story after the other. We got videos of all the people all across the country saying the same shit. It's a threat to our democracy. Just remember one thing, folks. When they say the words
our democracy, it's not your democracy. It's their democracy. Two wolves and a lamb sitting down at the table figuring out what the fuck they're going to eat for dinner. That's the democracy that they're talking about.
You know what I always say to that when I hear that, we're our democracy? What is the first thing that we learned when we went to school in kindergarten? I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the
Republic.
For which it stands. Thank you.
Yeah.
We live in a representative republic. We don't live in a democracy. Is mob rule.
Yeah, democracy is mob rule. And unfortunately, the people who are running the mob have the control over the mainstream media. But the mainstream media is dead. CNN, I don't know how the fuck they're still in business. Soros must be pumping money into that fucking place because nobody watches them anymore. In fact, I think an episode of SpongeBob.
More viewers than CNN.
Yeah, I think one of the episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants had more viewers than CNN. So, I don't know.
But anyhow, it's been fun.
It's been fun, Gary. Take care, my friend.
Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Bye-bye.
Okay. The moral of the story is get informed. Subscribe to this channel because we don't do that many videos because I've got work to do in the house that's absolutely insane. But we are going to cover the subjects that are underpinning all of the other shit that you're seeing and going to see in the next 8 months before the election. And Donald Trump will win this election if they manage to put him in prison or manage to assassinate him, God forbid. That will be the end of the deep state. Because I took an oath back in 1969 to defend my country from all enemies, foreign and domestic. And so did millions of other veterans. And that oath does not expire. So, you fucked around, deep state. You're gonna find out. Thank you for watching. The following is a repost of my original expose of the Jeffrey Epstein suicide plot and cover-up. The originals were posted on their tube and were deleted by the techno-Nazis. Why? Well, when you see what was exposed in light of what happened at MCU, if you have 5 or 6 working neurons, it ain't too hard to figure out. The mainstream media is too invested in their matter-of-fact reporting that serial chomo Jeffrey Epstein is, in fact, worm dirt. Even reliable sources report that he was Arkancided, and that's the end of the discussion. Well, don't place your bets yet, friends. There's only one way to figure this out. Let's see if the powers that be have the balls to take a stroll down this road. Dollars to donuts, they won't even mention this possibility. But before I get into my analysis, let's look at the top trending reports and statements that have fueled the controversy and spilled reasonable doubt all over this entire case. Background. An important note after Epstein's death. No one else will have standing to challenge the search warrant on his house. Everything will be admissible against any other defendant without possibility of a motion to suppress.
Breaking news. Jeffrey Epstein's suicide, apparently the first suicide ever committed at MCC in New York. Breaking. Alleged camera malfunction last night at MCC where Jeffrey Epstein was locked up. 4 hours later, Michael Caudry retweeted breaking. Alleged camera malfunction last night at MCC where Jeffrey Epstein was locked up. Breaking. 2 guards at MCC who normally have overnight shift that watches over suicide risk inmates were both told to leave the area 3 hours earlier for scheduled maintenance to jail cells and hallways. This morning, Epstein was found dead. And not for nothing, prisoners do all of the maintenance except for the plumbing, electrical, and locksmithing in any jail or prison in the country. And even then, guards are always on the scene to protect workers and ensure that contraband, such as cell phones, is not smuggled in. This apparently came from one of the workers in the jail. Not saying anything after this, please do not try to dox me, but last night after 0415 count, they took him to medical in a wheelchair, front cuffed, but not one triage nurse says they spoke to him. Next thing we know, a trip van shows up. We do not release on the weekends unless a judge orders it. Next thing we know, he's put in a single-man cell and hangs himself. Here's the thing. The trip van did not sign in, and we did not record the plate number, and a guy in a green dress military outfit was in the back of the van, according to the tower guy who let him through the gate. You guys, I'm shaking right now, but I think they switched him out. Reuters reports that prison guards skipped mandatory checks before Jeffrey Epstein's death. Well, obviously. And here are a bunch of photos comparing the dead guy on a stretcher with the photos of Jeffrey Epstein, showing vast differences in his facial features. Both his nose and his ears don't match, according to the posts. And I'll leave all those links in the description if you want to go down that rabbit hole. But I don't have any other information other than what I'm going to post here, and I'll leave the decision up to you. And another shocker before I present my own analysis and opinion is a post by CNBC that Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in an old North Vietnamese war bunker on June 25, 2019, but was arrested July 6th in the Southern District of New York child trafficking case. This was sent to me by Stony, but the article linked to the search says nothing about Epstein's suicide. I leave a link below. This was the screenshot sent to me by Stony Stone. It was posted on June 25th, 2019 by CNBC. When you do a search for CNBC Underground Bunker Jeffrey Epstein, the search result reads, June 25th, 2019. Jeffrey Epstein dies by suicide a month after arrest in child sex, and it says, I guess, trafficking, inside a Vietnam War-era bomb shelter. Careful, attentive reading of the text for that search result, which gives the date of June 25th for his suicide in an old Hanoi bunker, says a month after his arrest, would put his arrest for the child trafficking case sometime in May of 2019.
Now here are the recent articles that come up on a Google search. Jeffrey Epstein, financier, long accused of molesting minors. July 6, 2019. Jeffrey E. Epstein, a New York financier long accused of molesting dozens of girls, was arrested on Saturday and charged with sex trafficking by federal prosecutors in an extraordinary turn of events. Well, isn't that sweet? Jeffrey Epstein, a New York financier, long accused of molesting dozens of girls, was arrested on Saturday and charged with sex trafficking by federal prosecutors, an extraordinary turn of events in a long
and sordid criminal case. Two people with knowledge of the charges said on Saturday night that Mr. Epstein had been arrested in the New York area and was in federal custody. Now this I find very interesting. I am doing this on my phone. I entered the exact same search terminology into Google, not Chrome, but Google. CNBC underground bunker Jeffrey Epstein comes up with this right here. CNBC 2019-06-25. Inside the secret Vietnam War bomb shelter found in, and it says Hanoi, CNBC.com, June 25th, 2019. Jeffrey Epstein dies by suicide a month after arrest in child sex trafficking, blah, blah, in a Hanoi, found sealed passageway sealed to an underground inside a Vietnam War bomb shelter. Now watch what happens when you click this link. Go inside the secret Vietnam War bomb shelter found in the bowels of Hanoi's oldest hotel. By Jessica Brzezinski, whatever her name is. You go through this and you read through it. There's a video. It talks all about the bunker and about how the bunker was built and all the iron doors and all this other shit. But not a word about Jeffrey Epstein committing suicide in a bunker on July 25th. You go back to the original thing, on June 25th, rather. How does he die June 25th? A month after his child sex. I mean, this is insane. This is insane. This is a CNBC fuck-up that was scrubbed because the search results find it. But when you click on the link for the article, it says nothing about Jeffrey Epstein committing suicide in a Hanoi war bunker. Nowhere in this article does it mention it. Nowhere. It's all ads and all this bullshit. Okay? Little puppy dogs. Okay? So, this is something that should be looked into. And now I'll present my little analysis. This story was apparently scrubbed off the internet, as a diligent search was not able to pull up any such post. Epstein's arrest on July 6th at Teterboro Airport in New Jersey resulted in his remand without bail, and he was held in Manhattan until his alleged second suicide. So, was he in Hanoi on June 25th committing suicide in a war bunker? Sounds suspiciously reminiscent of the bullshit story that allowed Adolf Hitler to escape prosecution as a war criminal and be spirited across the ocean to Argentina to live and die of old age in a town owned by Nazi sympathizers. Was this a CNBC foxtrot gone bad, then wiped off the internet? You tell me. The fact of the search result having a complete sentence of text that is not present at all in the text of the article the link goes to is something I have never seen, even on the very first search engines, before Google, Yahoo, Bing, Netscape, Scrub the Web, Fetchit, and a host of others were even thought of. It is apparent that the words Epstein or suicide appear nowhere in the article or even spoken in the video embedded in the article. And as I'm editing this video, my feed popped up stating that the autopsy found that Epstein had a sock stuffed down his throat. Well, I guess when all else fails and all you tried so far ended up with your nasty ass still breathing, you poke a sock down your own throat.
Breaking news, Jeffrey Epstein was found dead with a sock lodged deep down his throat, according to unconfirmed reports that will certainly surface in the autopsy. They're going to say death by asphyxiation. We're not sure how many more details are going to surface officially, but we know that, according to the AG, many irregularities have occurred and they are now investigating. What will they find?
While you're at it, clog your toilet, ask for a plunger, stick it to the floor, and sit on the handle. My friends, if sparrows had banjos in their asses, there would be music in the air. Now, if the preceding seems to be unbelievable to you, let me assure you that that is probably just a tip of the iceberg of all the tampering that the big tech companies are doing, trying to maintain the bullshit mainstream media, mockingbird media narrative, switching around things. And, I don't recall that story ever being aired or ever being mentioned until it was found purely by accident. And that would never occur to me to search for Jeffrey Epstein in an underground bunker in Vietnam. But apparently, Stoney's girlfriend who found it had some finger checks with the autocomplete or something, and that came up. This is undeniable. This is something that we can't do. We cannot make things appear in a search engine. That's beyond our capability, as much as our capabilities are. So this lays the foundation for the allegation that we cannot trust the mainstream media. How many times do we have to say it? The only way that this will ever get resolved is the judge that denied Epstein's bail will say the following: produce the body and empirical proof that the body that you produce, that I want to see with my own two eyeballs, is in fact the dead body of Jeffrey Epstein, recently deceased. If you cannot produce the body, and if you cannot produce proof that that body belongs to Jeffrey Epstein, then the trial will go forward. We'll set a date for a trial, and not a year from now, but maybe a month from now, or 2 months from now. And the trial will proceed in absentia. We will try the defendant as if he skipped bail. So when you skip bail, the trial can go on. You know this. You know this, right? That they can hold a trial without you. A defendant normally doesn't testify anyhow. So whether he's here or there or dead or alive or living in Bahrain somewhere or running a 7-Eleven, doesn't really matter. All of the evidence will be presented. Discovery will happen. The victims that are alleging this will get a chance to speak. And the evidence, the video evidence, empirical proof that would have been found anyway. Even if the search warrant was deemed unlawful, there's a thing in the law called inevitable discovery. Inevitable discovery. If they can prove that they would have found this evidence anyway, it's back in. So this guy was screwed from the get-go. Now, he either committed suicide in a bunker in Vietnam. Now, why would he go to Hanoi in a war bunker and seal himself in this room in the war bunker? Supposedly, that's what the article said, and kill himself in a war bunker in Hanoi. Why? I don't know. Maybe they wanted to play the Hitler bunker suicide thing all over again. Maybe that they ran out of things in their playbook. But then he's alive 11 days later to be arrested at Teterboro Airport, held without bail, attempts to commit suicide, while the remand without bail ruling is being appealed, and before they get an answer from the court. And then they say, Avangu, stay there until your trial. And then this happens when all the lights are blinking in New York and downtown Manhattan. The lights are going out and everything's happening. Well, we screwed that one up. So a couple of weeks later, the cameras turn off. The guards are told to take a hike. We're going to do some maintenance. I don't know what maintenance you do without the guards there, but in any jail or any prison in the United States, if there's maintenance work going on, the guards are right there to make sure that the maintenance workers ain't slipping somebody a cell phone in their cell. Like the guy who was bunking with Epstein before him, the cop that's accused of murder, had a cell phone in his cell. I guess that's what I call it, a cell phone. So they took his bunkie out of his cell, put him on suicide watch, dressed him in a muumuu suit, took off his underwear, put him in a room where nothing's hanging, you can't hang yourself from anything, and he decides to kill himself by eating a sock. I mean, it doesn't get any more stupid than that, folks. It don't get no more stupid than that. Try eating a sock, especially after you wore it for a couple of hours. You ain't going to eat no... And then the coroner, from the time he got the body until they announced that he died by choking on his own sock, was waiting on further information. Well, what further information do you need? You got a sock stuck down your throat, and I'm waiting for further information. How do we bullshit our way out of this one? So you can't believe anything the mainstream media says, because they planned this 2 months ago, 2 months before. He was arrested, according to the CNN article, sometime in May, because a month later, he committed suicide in a bunker in Hanoi. You figure that one out. I don't know. I'm waiting for a call from Stoney. This is Dave from Net4 Truth USA, Whirlwind Revolt.
The rest of the previous video can be watched via the first link on the proof in the description section below this video.
Remember him? Jeffrey Epstein. Still did not kill himself. He is still alive. My strong suspicion is, yes, just that he is alive and well somewhere.
Epstein has been on everybody's lips for quite some time, even though he met his death years ago. However, there has been a growing section of the population that believes the disgraced billionaire is still alive. And now, disturbing footage that supports this theory has surfaced on the internet and may soon go viral. So, is Epstein really alive? Jeffrey Epstein alive?
He's still alive anyways. We can just go to his island.
Do you think he's still alive?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he's on that island.
Internet detectives have been on Jeffrey Epstein's case since news first broke out of his disgusting crimes. And after he was reported dead, they did not rest, as they now seem to have stumbled on yet another conspiracy. According to sections of the internet, Jeffrey Epstein's death was faked. They maintain that he is still alive, and that drone footage taken on the island can confirm this. So which footage is this, and does it really show Jeffrey Epstein alive?
Picture of Jeffrey Epstein that was found. This is real, folks. This is actually a photograph of him on August 30th. Now, supposedly he died August 10th, but he was there August 30th.
In the weeks after Epstein was pronounced dead, drone footage of his island, Little St. James, was posted on a YouTube page called Rusty Shackelford, which has since been taken down from YouTube. The drone footage extensively covered Epstein's island and gave viewers a glimpse of what the island was like. In one of the videos, there were two men on golf carts, and one of them had grey hair and had a striking resemblance to Epstein, but was it really him? And why did people have doubts about his death? Well, there have been rumors that he was a Mossad intelligence agent and that he was being used to compromise high-profile people in Hollywood and in the US government, as well as gather intelligence for the Israeli intelligence. So, was Epstein really compromising Hollywood elites and politicians? Turns out, Epstein did reveal this during what would be one of his last interviews. In the summer of 2018, James B. Stewart, a writer for the New York Times, found himself inside the opulent Manhattan mansion of Jeffrey Epstein. A young woman, possibly in her teens, answered the door and ushered him in. Little did he know that this encounter encounter would reveal a web of secrets that would send shockwaves through the corridors of power. Epstein, a convicted sex offender and financier, claimed to possess a treasure trove of damaging information about the rich and famous. As Stewart delved into the conversation, he was confronted with a disturbing reality: Epstein's knowledge of the darkest secrets of the elite. Epstein's claims were nothing short of astonishing. He boasted of an extensive network of connections to the world's wealthiest and most influential individuals. But it wasn't just their names that Epstein knew. He also claimed to possess intimate details about their sex lives and drug use. Stewart, intrigued by the potential implications of Epstein's revelations, pressed him for more information. The overriding impression I took away from our roughly 90-minute conversation was that Mr. Epstein knew an astonishing number of rich, famous, and powerful people and had photos to prove it, Stewart wrote. He also claimed to know a great deal about these people, some of it potentially damaging or embarrassing, including details about their supposed sexual proclivities and recreational drug use. Epstein's connections were far-reaching, spanning across industries and continents, from politicians to business tycoons, from Hollywood celebrities to Silicon Valley moguls. Epstein seemed to have an uncanny ability to infiltrate the inner circles of power. But how did he gain access to such influential figures? And what did they confide in him? According to the journalist, Epstein suggested that his own scandalous past made it easy for others to trust him with their secrets. He claimed that people confided in him without feeling awkward or embarrassed. It was as if his checkered history created a sense of camaraderie among the elite, a shared understanding of their own vulnerabilities. But that's not all. The billionaire used sick methods to get his way. Epstein's New York City mansion, located on the Upper East Side, was a fortress of secrets. Every room, every hallway, and every corner was meticulously monitored by hidden surveillance cameras. These cameras were strategically placed to capture every movement, every conversation, and every intimate moment of Epstein's guests. Disguised as innocent objects like clocks, lamps, and even artwork, these cameras were virtually undetectable to the untrained eye. Epstein's guests, including politicians, celebrities, and business tycoons, were unknowingly under constant surveillance, their every move recorded for his twisted purposes. The installation of these surveillance cameras was not just for security purposes. Epstein had a sinister motive: to gather incriminating evidence against his powerful friends. These recordings would later become tools of manipulation and control, ensuring their loyalty and silence. While Epstein's New York City mansion was a hotbed of surveillance, it was his private island, Little St. James, that took the concept to a whole new level. This secluded paradise became a playground for the rich and powerful, but little did they know their every move was being watched. Hidden among the lush foliage and pristine beaches were countless surveillance cameras, strategically positioned to capture every moment on the island. From the main residence to the guest cottages, no area was left unmonitored. Epstein's guests, including politicians, celebrities, and even members of the royal family, were unknowingly under constant surveillance. These cameras were not only discreetly placed in the interiors of the buildings, but also in outdoor areas, ensuring that no activity went unnoticed. Epstein's private island, once thought of as a sanctuary for the elite, became a stage for his twisted games of power and control. The recordings from these cameras were not just for Epstein's personal pleasure, they were part of a larger scheme, a blackmail operation designed to maintain his hold over his influential acquaintances. The footage captured on Little St. James became a tool to ensure their loyalty and silence. But how did Epstein use this surveillance system for blackmail? The answer lies in the compromising footage he obtained. Epstein meticulously catalogued and organized the footage, creating a vast library of secrets. When Epstein's powerful friends visited his properties, they were unknowingly entering a trap. Their actions, conversations, and most private moments were captured on tape, providing Epstein with a powerful tool for manipulation. The billionaire would carefully review the footage, identifying moments of vulnerability or illicit behavior. Armed with this knowledge, he would approach his friends, subtly hinting at his possession of the incriminating material. The fear of exposure and the potential consequences kept Epstein's friends trapped in a web of secrecy. They knew that their reputations, careers, and personal lives could be destroyed if the footage ever saw the light of day. Epstein's surveillance system became a powerful tool for control, ensuring the loyalty and silence of his powerful friends. The mere threat of exposure was enough to keep them compliant with his desires.
Jeffrey took me into a room which is a little bit back further than this window. And it had all the computers and all these monitors, like the old-fashioned TV monitors, stacked.
This was one of Epstein's accusers, Maria Farmer, who came forward with a chilling revelation. She claimed that Epstein hid pinhole cameras throughout his luxurious Manhattan townhouse, using them to monitor the private moments of his victims. Farmer said the surveillance system, which included tiny pinhole cameras, appeared to be monitoring the home's bedrooms and bathrooms. "I looked at the cameras and I saw toilet, toilet, bed, bed, toilet, bed," Farmer revealed. I'm like, I am never gonna use the restroom here, and I'm never gonna sleep here. You know what I mean? It was very obvious that they were, like, monitoring private moments. Farmer was not the only one who was shown the room as another victim. Virginia J3ffrey said she saw the room as well during the 2 years she was under Epstein's power. I'm looking at the monitors. I'm like, that's my room. That's the massage room. That's my shower. That's my toilet. That's everyone else's toilet in the house. That's everyone else's shower in the house. Every single corner of that house was monitored. He was watching everybody all the time. This was a blackmail scheme. All those powerful people abusing underage girls, Virginia revealed in an interview. What is more interesting is that she revealed that the same was happening at Little St. James Island. In her memoir, she described the hidden passages in the island and the secret control room that was filled with monitors. What I could see when I stole a glimpse here and there was an array of tiny screens, 20 odd or something, small screens showing various rooms of the mansion I had recognized. The images were constantly changing, so I found it hard to pinpoint an exact location, but from the decor and short glimpses, I suddenly knew from then on that my feelings of my every move being watched inside his corridors was now more than a possibility, but was actually happening, she wrote. Clearly, Epstein was monitoring all his visitors' actions and had a lot of compromising evidence against them. The question on many people's minds was he really using the footage to blackmail elites for his personal gain, or were there greater powers at work? Well, that is where his connection to Mossad comes in.
This guy has an island. On the island, he has a building that's colored in it's painted in the colors of the Israeli flag. They think he's a Mossad agent. He's some sort of intelligence agent.
Epstein's island did have a building painted in blue and white, just like an Israeli flag. But was he really an intelligence officer? Well, there is a lot that connects the billionaire to Mossad, and most of it has everything to do with his then-girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, the daughter of British media mogul Robert Maxwell. Ghislaine was not only Epstein's longtime associate, but also his alleged accomplice in the exploitation of underage girls. Her father, Robert Maxwell, was suspected of having ties to intelligence agencies, including the Mossad. The Foreign Office suspected that Maxwell was a secret agent of a foreign government, possibly a double agent or a triple agent, and almost certainly financed by Russia. He had known links to the British Secret Intelligence Service, MI6, to the Soviet KGB, and to the Israeli intelligence service Mossad. 6 serving and former heads of Israeli intelligence services attended Maxwell's funeral in Israel, while Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir eulogized him. Robert Maxwell's death is itself a mystery. The official narrative of his death was that he fell from his yacht, the Lady Ghislaine, and drowned in 1991. However, evidence from the book, The Assassination of Robert Maxwell, Israel's super spy, painted a different picture. The book alleges that Mossad got rid of Maxwell after he threatened to blackmail Mossad and reveal secrets. Maxwell is claimed to have asked the Israelis for money to stop his network of businesses from going under in return for his silence. His business was more than £3 billion in debt, and he desperately needed cash. According to the book, Maxwell had been expecting to receive a payment from Mossad, and his anchored yacht was waiting to rendezvous with Israeli agents. Instead, he was murdered and dumped overboard. With the established connection between Epstein and the Mossad, it is easy to understand why he compromised his guests, and since he was finally caught and arrested, there were many people who needed Epstein alive. So, according to conspiracy theorists online, Epstein's death was faked. Jeffrey Epstein's suspicious death.
Where do you think all this footage is now? Do you think it's with the FBI? Do you think it's with the CIA? Do you think it's...
That is the question on everyone's mind. One thing is certain. Epstein may have had some sort of insurance to ensure that in case anyone tried to kill him, all the information that he had would go public. Therefore, everyone he was potentially involved with, from Mossad to the elites, needed him alive. However, the only way to do this was to fake his death and get him out of jail. Everything about Epstein's death is mysterious, which has led many to think that something sinister took place and that the official story was a cover-up. And as we will see, internet detectives may have uncovered the plot to sneak Epstein out of jail. When a picture of Epstein's body was pictured and the photo uploaded to social media, internet detectives were quick to notice that something was amiss. According to internet detectives, the nose of the deceased body looked nothing like that of Epstein. While Epstein's nose, when he was alive, was straight and pointed, the picture taken as his body was being wheeled away from jail showed a curved nose. That was not the only body part that raised eyebrows. According to internet sleuths sleuths, there was also something off about his ears. They were not Epstein's, so how exactly did Epstein meet his alleged death? And what about his death made people skeptical? Well, to get the full story, it is important to delve into his long-known criminal history, as well as how he got to be in this position. In 2005, the first sexual abuse allegations against Jeffrey Epstein came to light when a 14-year-old girl bravely stepped forward to accuse him of molesting her at a Palm Beach, Florida house. This courageous act would set in motion a series of events that would eventually expose the dark underbelly of Epstein's world. According to reports, the young girl claimed that she had been brought to Epstein's mansion by a female acquaintance from Royal Palm Beach High School. In exchange for money, she was coerced into giving Epstein a massage, which quickly turned into a horrifying ordeal of sexual abuse. This initial accusation would prove to be just the tip of the iceberg, as more victims would come forward in the following years, shedding light on the extent of Epstein's alleged crimes. The bravery of this young girl in speaking out against her abuser would ultimately pave the way for justice to be sought for the countless others who had suffered at Epstein's hands. Following the courageous accusation made by the 14-year-old girl in 2005, Palm Beach investigators launched a thorough investigation into the allegations against Jeffrey Epstein. Their efforts aimed to uncover the truth and bring justice to the victims. During the course of their probe, Palm Beach investigators spoke with 5 alleged victims and 17 witnesses, gathering crucial information about Epstein's illicit activities. These individuals provided harrowing accounts of their encounters with Epstein, shedding light on the disturbing nature of his actions. According to the investigative files, Epstein would lure the girls to his house under the pretense of receiving massages. However, these encounters quickly turned sexual, with Epstein using sex toys on the victims while he engaged in explicit acts. Some girls even reported being paid between $200 and $1,000 for these encounters, with Epstein offering them additional money to recruit other vulnerable girls into his web of exploitation. The testimonies of these victims and witnesses painted a chilling picture of Epstein's modus operandi, revealing the extent of his manipulation and abuse. Their bravery in coming forward would play a crucial role in exposing Epstein's true nature and setting the stage for further investigations into his activities. As the investigations into Jeffrey Epstein's alleged sexual abuse continued, the legal proceedings surrounding his case began to unfold. In 2006, Palm Beach prosecutors sought to have Epstein charged with unlawful sexual activity with a minor and lewd and lascivious molestation. However, the case took a different turn when it was referred to a grand jury. In June 2006, the grand jury charged Epstein with 1 count of solicitation of prostitution based on the testimony of one of the victims. This charge, however, did not fully capture the gravity of Epstein's alleged crimes. In 2007, the FBI prepared a 53-page indictment against Epstein, which could have led to more severe charges. However, Epstein's legal team initiated plea negotiations with Alexander Acosta, who was the U.S. District Attorney for the Southern District of Florida at the time. In June 2008, Epstein pleaded guilty to a lesser charge of solicitation of prostitution and solicitation of prostitution with a minor under the age of 18. This controversial plea deal resulted in Epstein being sentenced to just 18 months in jail, during which he was allowed to leave the facility for work release for up to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. The leniency of this plea deal drew widespread criticism and raised questions about the fairness of the justice system. It also sparked outrage among Epstein's victims, who felt that their voices were not being heard and that justice was not being served. Following Jeffrey Epstein's release from jail in 2009, a series of significant events unfolded, shedding further light on the extent of his alleged crimes and the subsequent legal battles that ensued. In September 2009, Epstein's non-prosecution agreement, which had been kept under wraps, was made public. This revelation sent shockwaves through the public and ignited a wave of outrage. Dozens of Epstein's accusers, who claimed they were molested when they were underage, filed civil lawsuits against the financier, seeking justice for the trauma they had endured. The civil lawsuits alleged that Epstein and his girlfriend Ghislaine Maxwell operated an international sex trafficking ring, exploiting vulnerable young girls. Epstein began a lengthy process of settling the civil cases outside of court, attempting to avoid further public scrutiny. However, the allegations against him continued to mount, and the victims' voices grew louder. But in the midst of all his cases, there was one very sinister allegation that seemed to overshadow all the others. What if Epstein was not just a pedophile? What if he was doing it for someone else, and he was just the face of the operation? In 2008, Epstein pleaded guilty to charges of soliciting prostitution from a minor and was sentenced to a mere 13 months in jail, a controversially lenient punishment. It was during this time that whispers of Epstein's connections to intelligence agencies started to circulate. Some speculated that his light sentence was a result of his cooperation with intelligence agencies, specifically the Mossad. He was eventually arrested on July 6, 2019. The death of Jeffrey Epstein on August 10, 2019 sent shockwaves through the world and immediately raised suspicions. How could a man who was under high-profile scrutiny and held in a secure facility manage to take his own life? The circumstances surrounding Epstein's death became the subject of intense speculation and fueled conspiracy theories that continue to persist. The official narrative was something that would easily pass for a Hollywood script. According to the official narrative, Epstein found himself confined to his jail cell in the Special Housing Unit, SHU, of the Metropolitan Correctional Center. This unit, designed to house high-profile and at-risk inmates, was supposed to provide enhanced security and surveillance. According to official reports, Epstein's cellmate was transferred out earlier that day, leaving him alone in his cell. This, coupled with the fact that the guards on duty were overworked and understaffed, created an environment ripe for potential foul play. As the night wore on, the surveillance footage revealed a series of irregularities and lapses in protocol. The guards assigned to monitor Epstein's cell were allegedly found to be asleep or distracted, failing in their duty to ensure his safety. One of the key factors that raised eyebrows was the apparent violations of jail procedures. Epstein was supposed to be under constant surveillance, yet reports emerged that the guards on duty had failed to conduct regular checks and falsified records to cover up their negligence. This revelation only added to the suspicion that foul play may have been involved, but the story took an even darker turn when Epstein's first suicide attempt came to light. On July 25, 2019, Epstein was found semi-conscious in his prison cell with injuries to his neck. This incident raised concerns about his well-being and led to him being placed on suicide watch. As the investigations unfolded, more details emerged that added to the intrigue. It was revealed that Epstein had been taken off suicide watch just days before his death, despite a previous incident that had raised concerns about his well-being. This decision raised questions about the judgment of those responsible for his care and whether it was a deliberate move to create an opportunity for him to take his own life. Amidst all the chaos and controversy, there was one crucial piece of evidence that could have shed light on the events leading up to Epstein's first suicide attempt: the surveillance video. The footage from the jail's CCTV cameras outside Epstein's cell could have provided valuable insights into what transpired that day. But, as it turns out, this crucial evidence was not meant to see the light of day. In a shocking revelation, U.S. prosecutors disclosed that the surveillance video from Epstein's first suicide attempt was destroyed by technical errors. The jail mistakenly saved footage from the wrong cell, resulting in the accidental erasure of the evidence that could have potentially revealed crucial details about Epstein's state of mind and the circumstances surrounding his first suicide attempt. The implications of this erasure were staggering. It raised questions about the transparency and integrity of the investigation into Epstein's death. How could such a critical piece of evidence be mishandled? Was it a genuine mistake, or something more sinister at play? These are the questions that demand answers, and the public is left grappling with the unsettling reality that the truth may forever remain obscured. Adding to the intrigue were the malfunctioning cameras in the area surrounding Epstein's cell. These cameras, which should have captured crucial footage of the events leading up to his death, conveniently malfunctioned, leaving a void of visual evidence. This raised questions about whether the malfunction was a mere coincidence or a deliberate attempt to conceal the truth. The suspicious circumstances surrounding Epstein's death prompted immediate investigations by the FBI and the Department of Justice. These agencies sought to uncover the truth behind the events leading up to his demise and determine whether any foul play was involved. The focus of the investigations was not only on the guards who were on duty, but also on the broader system that allowed such lapses in security and accountability. The FBI and the Department of Justice conducted interviews, reviewed surveillance footage, and analyzed the evidence meticulously. They sought to establish a clear timeline of events and determine whether there were any individuals who may have had a motive to silence Epstein permanently. The investigations were complex and far-reaching as they delved into the web of connections Epstein had cultivated over the years. Is Epstein alive? We may never know for sure. However, the breadcrumbs of evidence may one day lead internet detectives to the real truth. If you enjoyed this video, click on the boxes playing on your screen to watch similar content.
Bada bing, bada boo.
If you want to live near the billionaires in Florida, you move to Palm Beach. The median home price there is $4 million. And most of these homes, they sit empty for 3 seasons out of the year. These are like the second, third, fourth, fifth family homes for the ultra wealthy. They're not even primary residences. So even from an early age in this type of area, it is utterly clear who's got it and who doesn't have it. They say that there's 2 types of high schoolers in Palm Beach. The ones that played with American Girl dolls, and then the ones that played with Barbies. American Girl dolls, if you don't know, they look just like a regular doll. You would not even know that it's an American Girl doll. They're iconic for having big doll heads and a little bit more on the shorter leg side compared to Barbies, but they can easily cost upwards of $100 for a singular doll. A single doll.
Wow.
I don't even think it talks or anything. It's just a doll.
So it's a high-end doll.
Exactly. Barbies you can find for less than $10. Nina went to a school where even Barbies, they were passed down. Most families at her school couldn't even afford more than one Barbie. Most of the students at Nina's school, they're on a discounted or free lunch program that's funded by the government, so they don't see that side of Palm Beach. They get a different side of Palm Beach. They don't have American Girl doll money. And 14-year-old Nina was one of the kids that didn't have it. I mean, at least for now. So her plans, she's going to stay out of drama in school. That's her number one goal. Work a part-time job, make money, graduate with good grades, go to college, work hard, live near the water. That's the ultimate plan. She doesn't even have to live next to the billionaires, maybe the millionaires. But sometimes when you avoid something too much, it comes and it finds you. Nina finds herself sitting in her principal's office with her hair all frizzy, her eyes are red, and the principal is screaming questions at her, and the girl next to her, who looks like she's in just as bad shape, if not worse, and the principal is screaming, "What the hell are you guys thinking? We have strict rules against fighting. No physical violence is ever allowed on campus." Nina's looking at the girl next to her. She's rolling her eyes. And the two girls, they had fought over Nina's boyfriend. I mean, this has been going on for weeks now. They were starting rumors about each other, shit-talking, trying to flirt with the boyfriend in front of each other. And today was just kind of a particularly bad day. They bumped into each other in the hallway, called each other all sorts of names like whore, skank. One student in the hallway screamed, "Cat fight!" and everybody started joining in. And now both the girls' parents are called to the school, and one of the girls has a bloody nose. Which, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a big deal. Things happen. It's high school. But the principal decides to go through both of their backpacks, and in Nina's wallet, they find $300. Nina goes to a school where most students are on a discounted lunch or free lunch program. Where did she get $300? This is not a high school near the water where kids are given that allowance for the weekend. This is a school with a C rating. So the principal straight up asks Nina, "Where did you get this money?" Nina doesn't respond. She keeps her head down. Nina was way too young to be stripping. That was clear. Besides, the $300, they were in crisp $20 bills, not crumpled up lotion covered ones or fives. Drugs?
And she's 14?
14. Maybe it's drugs? Nina's parents are like, well, it's definitely not us. She didn't get it from us. We didn't give her $300. We don't have $300 to give. So Nina's parents get to the school and they keep begging her to just tell the truth. Where did you get this money? It's okay. You're not going to be in trouble. They wait and they wait for Nina to respond. She's crying and the words are starting to come out of her mouth and it's coming out faster than she can even think and they're all kind of jumbling together. "I gave this old guy a massage and he paid me for it. It was weird and scary. He was really old. He had this white hair, but he was really fit, like some sort of jock, and he was fully naked and I saw his wee-wee and everything, and then he just kept asking me to get naked and I told him no, and then he wanted me to get on top of him and massage him and he just kept rubbing his wee-wee on me." Everyone is like, who? Because Nina is 14. They heard middle-aged man, naked, wee-wee. Who are we talking about? Who did this to you? Who gave you the money? His name is Jeffrey Epstein. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support RAIN, the nation's largest anti-sexual violence organization. They've created and operated the National SA Hotline, and all resources will be linked in the show notes as well as the description. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team of dedicated researchers and translators. We didn't have translators on this case, but we had like 10 people working on this in tandem. It was a very, very intense effort. We would also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates of these causes. Now, as always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com, but a big thank you to James Patterson, John Connolly, and Tim Malloy, the co-authors of Filthy Rich. That sounds like I know them. I don't. This book was a big source for the information that I was researching for this case. We would also like to say thank you to Vicky Ward for continuing to spearhead coverage on this ongoing development of all the court docs coming out. Victims' names, identifying information, and dialogue have been all changed for privacy. Even if authorities or the general public believe something is a fact, for the reason that there are ongoing legal disputes, we will be saying allegedly. However, our intention is not to cast down on victims' testimonies. In fact, some victims have bravely given first-hand public accounts that can be found online if you would like to read the victims' testimonies from themselves. Any and all theories mentioned in this entire episode are purely my speculation, netizen speculation, and things gathered from the internet. Now, with that being said, I also would like to make it very clear that all the details of today's episode can be found online. We are not investigative journalists, and we have not gone directly to the victims or the sources. And if you ever feel in any episode that something was miscommunicated, misrepresented, or have any additional information you'd like us to know, please leave it down in the comments. With that being said, let's get started. The Metropolitan Correctional Center has a bit of a problem. I mean, the name sounds neutral almost, minus the correctional part, but the nickname for the building is Guantanamo of New York, federal prison located on the island of Manhattan. But that's not the problem. The bad marketing of being the Guantanamo of New York doesn't even faze them. They don't care. It was the plumbing that was the issue. There was always a toilet in this prison that's overflowing with urine and fecal matter, sometimes straight into the prisoner's cells. It was never cleaned up properly because no one wants to clean up a prisoner's cell like that. So the entire building is just stinky. It's infested with rats and cockroaches. It's dark, it's humid all the time, and the smell makes your eyes water. Prisoners would show up to court. Your Honor, a rat ate my paperwork. They weren't even lying. The attorneys would be like, no, really, there is a rat problem and the rats are eating our client's paperwork from that prison. And in the south wing of this correctional facility, the setup was 2 inmates per cell monitored every 30 minutes by 2 guards who do rounds. These inmates get to shower once every 2 to 3 days. They have a singular hour of recreation time per day. That's it. And it's not like general population in prison where it's probably, I would say South Unit is more similar to maximum security. In the South Unit, there's only 8 cells per tier and 6 separate tiers for the unit. Now, the inmates in South Unit, they're heavily watched. But you can just never be too safe. You can never be too sure in prison. August 10th, 2019, there was a problem in that prison. Inmate 76318-054 refused to eat breakfast. At around 6 a.m., 2 guards, Noel and Thomas, they're going down the cold hallway pushing breakfast into the cells. So they'd have this little dim sum looking cart and they'd push the breakfast in and then go on to the next cell. And the 2 guards, they stop at this one particular cell where the inmate is refusing to come to the door and grab their meal. Hey, come to the door. Come to the door. Hello. No response. No movement. The guards, they look at each other and they decide, okay, we got to go in. They unlock the cell door. They rush in and they see inmate 76318-054 suspended from the ceiling. Thomas starts lifting the inmate from under his arms, dragging him down to the corner of his cell. He lays him on the ground, starts performing CPR. He's like, breathe, you got to come on. We're going to be in so much trouble. Noel stayed near the door, about 1 foot away from the cell, and activated the medical emergency alarm. The radios start calling out throughout the entire prison, body alarm on South, body alarm on South. Jeffrey Epstein was pronounced dead at 7:36 a.m., August 10th, 2019, after spending 36 days in prison. The official answer is that Jeffrey Epstein, offender with dozens of allegations of child trafficking against him, could not handle the sound of the broken toilets and his impending future as a prison inmate, so he self-exited. But people online, they have different theories. One theory is that someone powerful on his so-called list of important industry and world leaders that he kept close by, they wanted him to die with their secrets. Another theory explores the idea that that's not Jeffrey Epstein at all. The man's almost worth $1 billion. If he wanted to fake his death in prison, he could fake his death in prison. There are a lot of theories surrounding the very suspicious death of Jeffrey Epstein, and a lot of questions. Who would want him dead? How would they even kill him if he's in prison? Was he running a trafficking ring for the wealthy? Were the ultra wealthy sacrificing children in rituals? And for some reason, all roads lead back to Epstein's private island. The ones that locals call Pedophile Island. People always joke about living in broom closets in New York City. I mean, how you can sit in your bed and then wash your dishes in the kitchen sink without getting up from your bed. That's like the running joke. But Jeffrey Epstein didn't live like that. Not in the Upper East Side. In the Upper East Side, there is a 9-floor townhouse that's 51,000 square feet. And at the time, it was valued to be over $51 million.
51,000 square feet?
It was one of the largest private residences in all of New York City. The minute that you walk past the 15-foot oak door, you are in fantasy land. You're not in New York City anymore. You're not in Manhattan. The entryway had these frames that were lined up on the wall, just hanging. Each one was an eyeball, individually framed.
What do you mean? Like actual eyeballs?
I believe they were synthetic. Yeah, each one imported from England, eyeballs.
So that's artwork.
Yeah, as artwork, just eyeballs displayed. And you know how people say rich people are so eclectic? This is probably the embodiment of that. If you keep trudging forward in this massive Manhattan mansion, if you go a few steps, you stop, you look up, there's a giant sculpture in front of you, probably 2-3 times your size, of a naked African warrior. It's a choice. Welcome to Jeffrey Epstein's world. And it said that he was a very particular man. It said that his morning was absolutely to the T, meticulously organized and very routine. Every single day, this was his morning routine. He would wake up exactly 6 a.m. He would spend 25 minutes in utter silence. All the house staff, assistants, they all hold their breath. Shh. Silence. Pondering his life in silence, meditating until approximately 6:25 a.m. And then he slowly consumes his breakfast, a guava, a banana, a muesli, which is basically just a fancy oatmeal. Then he calmly gets up and walks a third of a mile, precisely 1,760 feet or 666 steps in his monogrammed $700 handcrafted slippers from Stubbs in Wuhan. When he's done, he walks back home to his castle-like mansion in the middle of Manhattan, and he's got these little brass letters at the top of his door, and it reads J.E. He's got a thing for buying very expensive things and then making sure that everybody knows that he's the one that owns it. Sometimes he'll take these contemplative morning walks with 2 women, 2 very young, beautiful women, maybe 19 years old. The man's in his 50s. They'll be walking behind him a few paces back. If he stops to take a big old breath of air, they'll pause and just stand behind him. They never walk alongside him. It's always behind him. It's like they're waiting for him to hold out his palm and they'll hand him a eucalyptus-scented towel or feed him grapes if he opens his mouth during his walk. That's the energy. Then he comes back home to one of the largest private residences in all of Manhattan, takes a shower. He doesn't drink any alcohol throughout the day. He doesn't smoke. He cares about every little thing that his body consumes and how sharp his mind is the entire day. He sits down at his desk, which allegedly J.P. Morgan himself used to own, and gets to work. Whatever work is for Jeffrey Epstein, though, nobody really knew what this man did for a living. What kind of work? But that particular day in New York, he had a very interesting meeting with someone, a journalist named Vicky Ward. She was scheduled to come over and talk to him about a profile that she was doing on him for Vanity Fair. He arranged for her to be sat down in the leather room. It's his tea room. The walls are lined with this leathery fabric. The chairs are leopard printed, and he's got all these weird art. Yeah, there's like a woman that's, I believe she's naked, touching a lion's skin. He's got very fascinating art choices, and he wants to have afternoon tea with the journalist, the established, the very experienced Vicky Ward, who is assigned this piece on him. Now, news had broken that there was a very, very wealthy, mysterious man who had taken a private jet ride to Africa with Bill Clinton. So everyone's like, of course we want to know who's on the plane with Bill Clinton. Why is this man on the plane with Bill Clinton? Vicky was sent out here, supposedly, to find out everything that she could about this mysterious wealthy man. For an alleged reported billionaire who only hangs out with other fellow billionaires, presidents, and powerful families, dynasties, nobody knows anything about this guy. He's not at galas. He's not at the Grand Prix or Art Basel. Like, nowhere. He's nowhere where rich people usually congregate. He doesn't even like eating in restaurants. He says eating in restaurants is like eating on a subway. Whether that means it's too cheap, too public, too vulnerable, or all of the above, it's very unclear. Epstein and Vicky Ward sit together in the leather room, and these manservants wearing white gloves gently place finger sandwiches and cups of Earl Grey tea on the table. Vicky is visibly pregnant with twins at the time of this tea party that she's investigating Epstein. And she's heard all these stories about this man, of him being a ladies' man. All the women in New York are throwing themselves at billionaire Epstein. A true gentleman. One of the last good ones. How he's so smart beyond people's imaginations. He's the type of smart man that's not just good at business, but he can hold a conversation with Stephen Hawking. She thought it was an interesting description for a man who sat there and ate every single piece of finger food that was there for the both of them. They sit down, he has his manservants serve them finger food, he eats every single piece. It's stated that on his office desk right next door to the leather room, Jeffrey Epstein kept a copy of The Misfortunes of Virtue, which is a book. Now, it's written by the same guy who wrote 120 Days of Sodom that we've talked about. It's a book about a literal 12-year-old who gets essayed and is held captive in a monastery at one point and is abused by groups of sadistic monks. Like, it's very, very strange read. I'm sure there are groups of people out there that can argue that there is a lot of philosophical meaning behind books like these, and maybe I am just not able to grasp such intense, big concepts. But it's seemingly dark for no reason. I read a good chunk of it to get a grasp on what it was about, and I have many regrets. It's just the story of a girl getting essayed over and over and over again, and it's just, it just feels like torture explicit material. There's no purpose other than to get off on the torture, I guess. I don't know. These monks, they were tying her up, suspending her from the ceiling, stabbing knives into her arms, and then catching her blood in buckets for pleasure. It's a lot. There's a quote from the book that reads, "A woman can have no other relationship with her husband than that of a slave and her master. She certainly has no right to pretend to have any higher status than that."
So that's the book that the journalist noticed.
It's interesting because this was the only book that was out in view for the journalist when she walked in that house. There were no other books left out. So it's not like, oh, she saw Jeffrey Epstein's massive, extensive collection of books, literature, and this is a book that she picked out to prove a point. He left it out on his desk, and that was the only book she saw.
Interesting.
Very interesting. Jeffrey Epstein also had a stuffed dog, a stuffed black poodle, dead and stuffed, on top of his Steinway grand piano that likely cost over $100,000.
Oh, so it's like a real dog that passed away.
Yeah, and then stuffed. Preserved. Who is this man? He owned the largest private residence in Manhattan. He owned an $18 million ranch in New Mexico that he called Zorro. It was 33,000 square feet. He owns a mansion in Palm Beach, an upscale condo in Paris, a house in Ohio. He owns a helicopter, a total of 5 planes, including a Gulfstream, a Boeing 727, which has a trading room apparently. This is where President Clinton flew to Africa in. 2 Escalades, 6 Suburbans, 2 Ford F-150s, 2 Harley-Davidson bikes, a Land Rover, a Hummer, a 34-foot boat, a 35-foot powerboat. Epstein was known for throwing these crazy private parties where already famous, influential, powerful people would be in attendance and they would shake hands with someone in Epstein's New York City townhouse. "Oh, I'm Andy. Nice to meet you." Andy is Prince Andrew from the British royal family. So everyone's like, how does Epstein know Andy? Jeffrey Epstein seemed fake, like a caricature of a terrifying but weird billionaire. It's stated that Epstein would be seen around town going to movie theaters. He would take 3 to 4 girls with him each time, and they would take turns massaging him. Not just his shoulders, but like everywhere. His arms, back, legs, just in the middle of the theater, in the middle of dinner, wherever.
Wow.
According to one source, Epstein would brag about going into insane asylums because he, quote, liked to fuck crazy women. We don't know if this is true, but he bragged about it. So needless to say, it was going to be a very interesting meeting between the two, the journalist and the supposed billionaire. Previously, one reporter received 3 threats from Epstein while they were working on a piece on him. The message being, I better like the piece, and if I don't, things are going to happen to you. A close friend of Jeffrey Epstein's once said, Jeffrey has the unusual quality of knowing when he's winning. Whether it's in conversations or negotiations, he always stands back and lets the other person determine the style and manner of the conversation or the negotiation. And then he responds in their style. Jeffrey sees it as chivalrous. He doesn't pick a fight, but if there is a fight, he's going to let you choose your weapon. Jeffrey Epstein wants to play chess with journalist Vicky Ward, not figuratively, literally. You be white. You get the first move. It's like he's letting her pick her weapon. While playing, he probably had plans to talk about his love for science and how he's so close with Stephen Hawking. You know, he's friends with Nobel Prize winners, creators of virtual reality, NASA scientists. Those are his closest buddies. He would like to talk about how he's a philanthropist that's donated millions to Ivy League institutions to study the mysteries of our brains, how he believed in transhumanism, the science of improving the human population through technologies like genetic engineering and artificial intelligence. Side note, that sounds really fancy. It's not. Critics believe it's just modern day eugenics, which is controlled breeding of a population or species to modify their traits and strengths. Epstein, behind closed doors, would talk about how he wanted to bring in shipments of women basically to his New Mexico ranch, impregnate them with his semen, and force them to have his babies. Well, I think the way that he phrased it would be that they would be more than happy to, because he thinks that his gene pool is very strong. In a session at Harvard, Epstein said he was hypercritical of efforts that were aimed at reducing starvation and providing healthcare to the less fortunate, because he believes that that would just lead to overpopulation. He's basically saying, let them starve to death. He probably didn't want to talk about all that with Vicky, though, okay? It would be a lot more fun to talk about how former President Bill Clinton's spokesperson had said about him, Jeffrey is both a highly successful financier and a committed philanthropist with a keen sense of global markets and in-depth knowledge of 21st century science. Or about how former President Donald Trump stated about him, I've known Jeff for about 15 years. Terrific guy. He's a lot of fun to be around. That sounds like the type of thing Jeffrey Epstein would want to focus on. And I know that hindsight is 20/20, but if I were there, I would just want to know about what really goes on his secret private island. Little St. James. That's Epstein's island, but he likes to call it Little St. Jeff's. But the locals all call it Pedovores Island. It's a 70-acre island in the U.S. Virgin Islands, which is south of Florida. It's about a 3-hour plane ride from Palm Beach, Florida, if you have a private jet, because I don't think that there's any direct nonstop flights from Palm Beach to that area. And it makes Jeffrey Epstein one of the very, very small group of incredibly wealthy people that own private islands, which buying a private island is kind of a headache. There's a professional agency called Private Islands Inc. that specializes exclusively in selling and renting out private islands around the world. But it's not even just buying the island itself that's expensive. If the island has no wastewater treatment systems, working power lines, reliable source of fresh water, if there are no buildings on the island, or if you are renovating said buildings, you can estimate to spend at least 2 times the cost of that building that if you were to build it the same structure on mainland. And that's if your island is easily accessible. Some private islands, you have to build a dock yourself, or even a runway for a private jet or a helipad. These are not affordable things. To put it into perspective, Richard Branson, founder of Virgin Airlines, spent about $1 million calculated for inflation on a private island. And then he spent over $10 million so far to make it up to his standards, and actually a place that he wants to visit. The Red Bull owner bought a private island in Fiji for $10 million, and then he had to invest $30 million to make it more habitable. Like, you have to have an entire team of staff that reside there just to make sure that it's ready for the very few days out of the year that you're actually there. They're going to be in charge of making sure the pantries are stocked, because guess what? You can't just go grab milk if you're on a private island. There's no grocery store. Some islands even have a doctor live there full time, even if the owner only comes every 1 to 2 days a year, Because on a private island, there are no hospitals. In case of an emergency, you're going to want a doctor nearby. And as with any property ownership, there's still a ton of maintenance costs that are going to add up. Epstein bought Little St. James for about $15 million, which is calculated for inflation. He immediately went in there and started scrubbing the place. I mean, he's getting rid of all the native vegetation, started importing in 40-foot tall palm trees, which these are tall, matured palm trees. They can cost upwards of $5,000 per tree, and that's not including import and planting. That's per tree. He bought a ton of these palm trees. And at the time, the island already had infrastructure. There was this main house. Now, side note, the main house would reportedly be renovated by the same designer that did all the Amman resorts, like the ones that all the celebrities go to, that's like $5,000 a night. So we can imagine quite a bit of money was poured into the renovation. By 2019, the island's value was listed to be around $64 million. Besides the main house, the island has 3 guest cottages, a caretaker and a groundkeeper's cottage, a private water filtration system utility building, a helipad, a dock, multiple swimming pools, tennis court, an enclosed lagoon, golf carts to take guests from place to place, a staff of 70 to cater to every guest's needs. You can tell who's staff because they're forced to wear black or white polo shirts and they're told to stay out of everybody's view when they're working. Like, don't be seen. Work hidden. But the most interesting building is a square box building on the isolated part of the island. It's the weirdest building I've seen, okay? Imagine a square, but it's blue and white stripes. It's got a gold dome at the top with 2 gold statues of what looks like almost like eagles or some sort of phoenix sitting there. It looks like a temple. And that's what Epstein calls it, his temple. It was on the most isolated part of the island. There are rumors circulating that he conducted sacrifices in there. That's where the children were taken for SA or to be killed. It's stated that it was Epstein's private study and music room. One contractor said, actually, guys, it's not a weird sacrificial room. It's just a gym. But a lot of netizens don't agree. They theorize that this is either a sacrificial spot where rituals were performed, some sort of underground lair, or even an altar for an Egyptian deity. Because next to that temple structure is this enormous sundial. It's probably the size of multiple swimming pools. It's a giant circle. And obviously, it only adds to the theory that people are being sacrificed on this island. Now, one thing that we do know is that we don't know much about this island other than that. It is incredibly private. I mean, there's only one island near Pedo Island, Little St. Jeff's, whatever you want to call it, but it's mainly empty. Nobody really lives there. Epstein would later buy that island too for $22.5 million, which means this is either a man who really values privacy or he really does not want anyone to know what he's doing on his island. I think it's more of the latter because, like some sort of Bond villain, Epstein purchased a ton of sea urchins. You know what sea urchins are, right? Like they make uni. They look like black balls with these incredibly sharp spikes all around them. He bought a bunch of these, scattered them throughout the edges of the island. It would be physically painful for people to get to his island or leave his island without him knowing about it and helping facilitate it, allegedly. But that's just the island. That still doesn't tell us what the hell happened on the island, especially when it's been reported and debated about how many powerful figures have been to that island. Names like Stephen Hawking, Leslie Wexner, owner of Victoria's Secret and Limited Brands, Naomi Campbell, Prince Andrew, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, their names have all been brought up and debated countless times of whether or not they have gone to the island. If they all went to the island, what are they all doing there? What do these people even have in common, other than they're rich and powerful? Epstein would host these scientific conventions on the island. One of them was called Mindshift, and they would just discuss neuroscience, artificial intelligence. Another private island convention was called Confronting Gravity. He was going to bring in 20 of the top physicists from around the globe, including 3 Nobel Prize winners, and they would, through the conference, confront gravity and explore fundamental questions in physics. They wanted to determine what consensus, if any, is there for defining gravity. Like, either I'm too dumb or maybe too smart because I thought gravity was not a debatable thing. Epstein said about the conference, there is no agenda except fun and physics. That's fun with a capital F. Side note, Stephen Hawking does show up a lot in newly released court documents that we're going to go in more in depth on in the next episode on Sunday. But it seems like Epstein was obsessed with Stephen Hawking. He loved everything Stephen Hawking stood for. The fact that Hawking theorized that the universe would stop expanding and collapsing, at which point time itself would start running backwards. He loved that. He loved it so much that Epstein gave Stephen Hawking the best gift of all, a submarine that was modified to fit Stephen Hawking's wheelchair, which was the first time Stephen Hawking was able to go underwater.
This is so movie-like. It's crazy.
James Patterson states it was one of the most romantic, generous gestures that Jeffrey Epstein has ever made. Okay, what else was going on in that island? Are we really supposed to believe that they spent all their money to find one of the most secluded islands that money can buy so that they can debate the concept of gravity and pin up whiteboards a little too high on the wall? I don't think so. There was no runway on that island. It was too small for a private plane to land. So Epstein would have to land his private plane at a bigger airport, his Gulfstream on St. Thomas, then take his helicopter to his private island. Some locals on the main island would whisper that Epstein's private jet should actually be called the Lolita Express. Every time that they landed to go to Epstein's private island, they said that Epstein was just surrounded by children, female children. Another local stated there would be girls that looked like they are maybe in high school. They looked very young and they were always wearing college sweatshirts. It seemed like they were wearing it as camouflage. To be like, I'm in college, I just look young. But they're definitely not college age. They're definitely not old enough.
So they're not even college, but they're trying to be...
Yes.
Pretend they're in college.
Yes.
Wow.
Another local said, I compare him to a serial killer in broad daylight. I mean, I just think he has the face of evil. And it's like he was flaunting it, like hanging out with all these underage girls just so blatantly. Other locals stated, the young girls look like they stepped out of an underwear catalog. They would walk around with very few clothes on or lounge by the pool with nothing on. And it's like, they were like that the most of their time. And I was concerned because of their ages. And a few of them looked very young. And I couldn't help but wonder, do their mothers know where they are? It has been alleged by a victim that the island was just step one of a web of trafficking for wealthy clients. It wasn't just the island. Girls were sent to London, Paris, Spain, everywhere around the world. And on that island, girls were forced into sexual acts by Jeffrey Epstein and his right-hand woman, Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, if you guys have ever heard of Epstein's case at all, you've heard of Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, the two go together like they did everything together. This episode is focused mainly on Jeffrey Epstein. The very next episode that we're going to be uploading on Sunday is going to be focused on Ghislaine Maxwell and how she was basically called his madam of this whole alleged trafficking ring because she actually was very involved and very allegedly abusive with many victims. She is said to be a ruthless woman. The victims stated they were forced to have intimate relations, not just with Epstein, but allegedly with other wealthy men from all different industries. It's been stated that some of these victims were just as young as 12 years old. Allegedly, Epstein would try and get the girls to be his little spies. He wanted intel and blackmail, not just on the girls, but on the other wealthy men that they were forced to sleep with. It's rumored that every inch of that island was being watched. There were cameras in cabanas, in the buildings, out on the patios. It was said that you weren't safe, not even in the restrooms. There were cameras in the restrooms. And if you try to escape, which we're going to cover in the next episode, someone tries to escape the island, very, very bad things happen to you. There are a lot of theories about this island. Satanic rituals, sacrifices, underground tunnels, and all of these theories will be fully explored in part 1 and part 2. But just remember, this is the tip of the iceberg. A close friend of Epstein told Vicky Ward, the journalist, that honestly tried to warn everybody about Epstein from the get-go. They told her, you think you know Epstein, and then you peel another ring off the onion skin. And then there's something else extraordinary underneath. He never reveals his hand. He's a classic iceberg. What you see is not what you get. I'm Korean and my husband is Chinese, so of course when we fight, it's in English. And listen, my husband has been telling me for years now that if he could only speak English as well as he speaks Mandarin, every single one of our arguments, he thinks that he would win. So I'm learning Mandarin to keep proving him wrong because that's just how I am in relationships. If you have been following me for a while, you know that I've been kind of trying to learn Mandarin for years now, but I've never been super serious about it. I always get very overwhelmed by information and I never really had a plan, and then I would burn out and lose interest. But this year I've actually made a lot of progress to the point where I can actually hold a conversation with my in-laws in their native language, and that has been something that makes me feel very good. And the only reason that I'm still consistent is all thanks to Rosetta Stone. Rosetta Stone is the most trusted language learning program that's available on both desktop and as an app. I use the app and honestly it's so much more engaging than any other language app I've tried using. I mean, tell me if it's just me, but I really don't like sitting down and memorizing a bunch of words and grammar out of context. Rosetta Stone does not make me do any of that. In fact, they don't even give you an English translation. Learning with Rosetta Stone is so intuitive. It's like learning your first language. First you learn the words, then phrases, then sentences, and you don't just memorize vocabulary. You really learn how to think in the new language. They also have a true accent feature that gives you feedback on your pronunciation, which is super important for a tonal language like Mandarin. But maybe you're not interested in Mandarin. Rosetta Stone offers access to 25 different languages, including Korean, Japanese, Spanish, French, Italian, Arabic, and more. And with Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership, you can get access to all 25 languages for the rest of your life with just a one-time purchase. The more languages you know, the more opportunities you have for work and even romance. Or maybe you're not interested in any of those things and you just want to be able to watch K-dramas without the subtitles. Whatever your reason is, don't put off learning that language. There's no better time than right now to get started. For a very limited time, RM listeners can get Rosetta Stone's lifetime membership for 50% off. Visit rosettastone.com/rotten. That's 50% off unlimited access to 25 language courses for the rest of your life. Redeem your 50% off at rosettastone.com/rotten today. The tip of the iceberg started melting September 2005. The police pull over a young driver, a girl named Aria. This is a fake name. She has weed in her car. It's not a lot. It's not like she's the next El Chapo of Florida, but possession is still very illegal in Florida, so the police have to book her. Now, they're thinking this is going to be a very routine arrest, but at the police station, she starts talking and she wants to talk to somebody higher up. They're like, why do you need to talk to somebody higher up? It's just weed. I have something that I think people would be interested in knowing. It's about a man named Jeffrey Epstein. Aria tells them that she knows Jeffrey Epstein, that she's been at his Palm Beach estate and she knows what goes on in that house. So this is not his New York City estate with his eyeballs on the wall. This is a completely new house in Florida. To get into Jeffrey Epstein's Palm Beach estate, you have to get past the gate, past the guard, enter through the side door, which opens up to the kitchen. Usually there's a housekeeper doing dishes there. Then if you want to go upstairs, you take the winding staircase with pink carpets and you head up. Upstairs, the hallway is lined with photographs of naked women. And again, because it's a very expensive house, like $18 million, I guess you could say it's eccentric and not weird and serial killer-y. It's up for debate. The house itself has this weird edge of coldness. Not in the billionaire lair, evil Tony Stark kind of way, but some parts of his house seem like a hospital. Some guest rooms almost look like doctor's offices. Then perhaps you walk straight into Jeffrey Epstein's bedroom. The whole room seems off. There are these hospital-looking machines next to his bed. It's likely for sleep apnea, but they look intimidating. You've got a massage table in his bedroom. There's this wooden cabinet on the side that's filled to the brim, like bursting with rubber toys and just adult toys. The whole cabinet. Next to his bed, Jeffrey Epstein has peach-flavored Joy Jelly lube. In the bathroom, there's soaps shaped like private parts of, all the different private parts. There's more bottles of Joy Jelly, peach-flavored, mango-flavored. You open the door into his closet, and inside his dressing room, there's more photographs of women, of girls that all came to his house. They all look incredibly young, and most of them are nude. He's got DVDs, strictly B-list movies for some reason, stacks of UFC fighting tapes, books from Amazon. One is titled Slavecraft, Roadmaps for Erotic Servitude, which is otherwise, I'm sure, a perfectly fine book, but it's Epstein, so I'm not sure he's using it as intended. There are 2 secret cameras hidden in clocks on the first floor in his office. Most of the girls in that house don't even know about it. Jeffrey takes pictures of them through those cameras and keeps them on his hard drive. And the whole place has this overwhelming, sickly lavender smell to it all. The first time, most girls are led into a room that has a green and pink sofa. Next to it is another giant wooden cabinet that's filled to the brim with toys. There's a mural of another naked woman inside the room. A massage table is in front of the couch. And most girls are led up there by another young woman, an assistant. Just wait right here. He'll be up in a minute. There's a sense of fear and nerves when it's the first time because it's just a massage, right? Like you just give some guy a massage and you get paid for the massage. I mean, everything in the room clearly indicates that it's not a massage though. There's photographs of young women posing naked. I mean, one of them shows a girl that's clearly not of age. And in the photo, she's smiling, but there's this strong undertone of anxiety on her face and she's pulling off her undergarments while smiling at the camera. It's just weird. Aria was starting to feel a little bit on edge. It was her first time there. She was honestly just there because Hollister's pay is not great. Hollister pays like $6 an hour. And she had all these plans to go camping with her friends this summer and she was telling her coworker about it. And the coworker is like, oh, you're trying to get plane tickets? You're not going to get that out here. It's $6 an hour. I can get you a plane ticket like that in 2 hours. What are you talking about? Oh, you just go give this guy a massage and he'll pay you like $200 for 45 minutes to an hour. She didn't give Aria any other details. That was it. But Aria was not naive enough to think that someone would just pay $200 for a massage. She said, you know, like this guy's not going to pay you money for not doing anything, not letting him cop a feel or nothing, you know? But he could try all he wanted. I mean, she would just turn it down. She thought, if he tries to do something that I have a problem with, I'll just leave. Simple as that. And if not, if he doesn't do anything, then I make $200. $200 is $200. Aria went with a friend from Hollister. She was brought into the kitchen where she met Sarah, who she later found out was, quote, like one of Jeffrey's slaves, end quote. Jeffrey Epstein would pick a few girlfriends to live with him, and it really depends on, I guess, how you look at it. I've seen some victims and some sources depict these women as perpetrators. And then I've seen some depict them also as victims who ended up becoming perpetrators, but probably because they were already victimized to a degree. So it's very complicated. But a lot of the girls would say they're like his slaves. So they would live in his house and they would do everything for him. They would walk behind him during his morning contemplative walks. They would never really look up or talk without being asked. Yeah, it was a thing. The woman tells Aria, he'll be ready for you in a second. Aria was led upstairs, past the strange paintings, and into the primary bedroom, where there was a couch in the bathroom. And she's like sitting in the bathroom couch. I mean, it was huge, the bathroom. There were bottles of lube, massage oils, weird medical looking devices that you would normally see in like a dermatologist's office. It was just creepy. It was not a place that you would want to be alone in. But Aria's not alone. She's got her friend from Hollister there. Then a middle-aged man walks into the room, walks over to Aria, shakes her hand. Hey, I'm Jeffrey. Then he turns to her friend from Hollister, hands her a wad of hundreds, and Aria is pissed. Her friend was getting paid to bring Aria here. Worse is that her so-called friend is leaving her. She tells Jeffrey, great, I'll wait for you downstairs. Turns to Aria, see you in a little bit, and runs downstairs.
Wow. Wait, so the friend was getting paid?
Yes.
Hundreds of dollars.
Like $200 for each referral. Aria feels like she's got no choice but to give this guy a massage. So she starts massaging him with the massage oils and he just keeps whining, take off your skirt. She's like, no, but he keeps going. Come on, you're not showing anything just by taking off your skirt. He ends up pressuring her into it, which is illegal because she's 16, but regardless, he talks her into it and she takes off her skirt. Then he forcibly starts touching her. She tries to tell him to stop, but he keeps going and demanding that she now take off her shirt. In the end, Aria felt pressured to undress, but she kept her undergarments on. He kept groping her chest area, then finished by wiping himself off on a towel. So he was like He paid her $300 and she went home after 40 minutes. And just to put a quick disclaimer here, I'm using words given to the officer by Arya, but I don't think that he talked her into it or convinced her. I would consider it straight up force. She's 16, he's a middle-aged man, it's illegal. So even if he, quote, talked her into it, it's still illegal. Second, $300 for 40 minutes. In many professions, that would be considered an incredible job. But this is not a job. This is illegal. And the girls were way too young to realize how traumatic those 40 minutes would be and how it would stick with them for the rest of their lives. But he knew that. He exploited that. Arya was 16. From there, Arya told officers that she frequently visited Epstein's mansion and gave him massages. She stated that she was there every day that he was in Palm Beach, and she had been there at least hundreds of times. She had some rules that she set with him. And again, none of this matters because she's underage. So even if she's setting rules, this is illegal. Arya stated Epstein told her that she was his favorite. He ended up buying her a new car, bought her plane tickets for trips, gave her shopping money. Sometimes she would go over to his house and there would just be a giant bag of lingerie from Victoria's Secret just waiting for her, like $1,500 worth of stuff. He even asked if she could ask her parents to emancipate her so that she could come live with him. As a girlfriend? The police ask. Slave, whatever you want me to call it, yeah. But it escalated. He just increased my pay as long as he could touch me. She said, I used to go there every day. Like, I don't know how many other girls he was saying, you're my favorite too, but I want you to live with me. But I was in as deep as you can get. She stated, the underwear I'm wearing right now, he gave me. Authorities asked and clarified, and for some reason we have very, very vivid details about his private part. Arya told authorities, because they kept asking, oh yeah, I'm 110% sure he's circumcised. As a matter of fact, he has some sort of birth defect on his thing. I don't know what it is. I've never really looked into it because I've never done anything where I had to touch it. Out of the whole time I worked for him, I never touched his thing. I'm pretty sure he rubbed it against me, but I've never been like, okay, I'm gonna let you do this, or okay, I'm gonna do this now. But it's really weirdly shaped. I don't know. Do you want me to tell you about it? Yes. I'm really embarrassed, but it's like a teardrop, like a drop of water. It's like really fat at the bottom and really skinny at the top where it's attached, and it never is like fully stiff. Like I could just tell by looking at it. I don't know. Like by looking at it, you can obviously tell if it is. I could tell that he wasn't. Arya told authorities that sometimes Jeffrey Epstein would call her over to the house and ask her to be completely naked while he worked. So she would be paid to just sit on his desk while he worked completely naked and watch TV or read a book or just be naked in the room. Other times he requested that she be naked in bed with him while he watched the news, or other times he would just have her join him for dinner. It wasn't always a massage, but Arya said she would never be in that house if there wasn't money involved. Then one day, he forced her over the massage table and forced himself on her. She said that she, quote, freaked out and stopped him, but he R-worded her even if it was just for a moment. Now, side note, I want to clarify that she clarifies with the police that she never had intimate relations with Epstein, and she did not. But he did try to R-word her, even if for a moment or two. And I say that because he was victimizing her. She was so young when she was giving her statement to the police. I don't think that it's settled in yet because there was a really heartbreaking part of her questions with the police where she just kept asking, wait, is this like our word? I mean, it's just my opinion. I think he's just a raging predator. Now, side note, Jeffrey Epstein knew Arya's real age as well. She told him that she was 16 and he told her, don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody your real age. And from there, things just started escalating. Epstein would pay Arya to have relations with another woman, one of his girlfriends that lived at the house. And either they were all underage at the time or she had just turned 18. It's uncertain. He would watch as they had intimate relations with each other. Sometimes he would join in by doing things to the two of them. Arya stated that there was a lot of usage of strap-on devices and other large rubber objects. He had a whole cabinet at his disposal of things that he would use during these massages. She stated Jeffrey Epstein was a mastermind at getting people to do what he wanted. She stated, he's a very hard guy to say no to. I don't know if you guys ever talked to him, but well, if you talk to him, I mean, he straight up tries to control the situation. Every word that comes out of your mouth, it seems like he knows what you're going to say. Like, that's his job. That's how he makes his money. Knowing what people are going to say and what people are going to do. The only reason that I held on for so long was because he promised that he would get me into NYU and that he would pay for it. So I waited and I scored great on my SATs. I had a 4.0 GPA. I did really good in school. I gave him my application 3 times. He never submitted it or checked it. And that's why I stayed so long, because my dream was right in front of me, you know? Did he ever hurt you? Sometimes it got violent, yeah. He would pick me up. Like, if you pick me up and throw, obviously it's going to hurt. I mean, there's been nights where I walked out of there barely able to walk from him being so rough. So to recap, Aria was pulled over, arrested for having weed in her possession, brought into the station, and the police thought this was a routine arrest. But now they've uncovered that Jeffrey Epstein, one of the richer men of all of Palm Beach, is actively seeking children for sex work. Aria looked at the detective near the end of the interview and she said, Jeffrey's gonna get me. You guys realize that. He's gonna find me. He's gonna figure this out and I'm not safe now. You understand that, right? I'm not safe. Do you know what the golden rule is? It's very simple. He who has the gold makes the rules. And in Palm Beach, there's a lot of rule makers. To give you an idea, their local newspaper, the Palm Beach Daily News, the front page news for them is usually the most recent charity ball or equestrian horseback riding event or some sort of gallery opening. It's a place where nothing really happens and everything happens. And there is a busy time, even for the police. They call it, quote, the season. Winter time in Palm Beach. That is when all the rich billionaires with their 5th vacation homes come into the town. They leave snowy New York, rainy Paris, come to Palm Beach where the temperatures sit comfortably in the 70s, and they throw parties. It is the season. The billionaires come in, fly in on their private jets, fly in all their friends from around the world. They throw these over-the-top parties, endless bottles of Dom, the ones that cost like hundreds of dollars per bottle. There's shrimp towers, hired entertainment, noise complaints. Someone hungover, believed to be dead, there's a 911 call. Cocaine usage through the roof, and once these parties are over, the workers come in, clean up the billionaires' mansions, leaving it completely spotless, even though they know, and the billionaires know, that they're just going to do it all over again tonight. And everything, all that trash, ends up at the landfill that the sanitation workers call Mount Trashmore. Everyone's trash, except Jeffrey Epstein's. His trash was being secretly pulled by the Palm Beach Police Department after Aria and after Nina's reports. It's called a trash pull, where authorities secretly work with sanitation workers and have a special place for intaking a suspect's trash, like all of it, and it goes to the police station and sorted through for important evidence. In this case, they're looking for anything that has DNA, toothbrushes, condoms, half-eaten pizzas that can even place underage girls in the house, or any other incriminating evidence, notebooks, journals, pieces of papers with names, phone numbers, dates, anything that can connect Aria or any other underage girl for that matter to Jeffrey Epstein. Billionaire or not, the police are determined. They're gonna get this guy. They just need to make sure that the investigation is kept tight, under wraps. The door to the police station swings open and a silver-haired man walks in. It's Jeffrey Epstein. And behind him is a beautiful but very young woman, 19 years old, barely a woman, and she's walking behind him a few paces back. The other girls call her another one of, quote, one of Jeffrey's, like, slaves, end quote. She's one of the girls that lives in his mansion. She's walking behind him, head down, staring at the ground, and all the officers are staring because it's such a strange, alarming sight. It looked like she's used to not talking or even making eye contact unless she's addressed, which can never be a green flag. Jeffrey walks up to the chief writer. He introduces himself as a local Palm Beach resident, Jeffrey Epstein. He does not introduce the woman behind him. It's like she doesn't exist. And he hands the chief a check for $90,000.
Whoa.
A donation for a firearms simulator, which kind of, if you guys don't know what that is, it looks like screen golf, but instead of a golf club, you use a replica firearm and you practice your aim, reflexes, and stamina. A lot of wealthy Palm Beach residents donate to the local police department because they have a lot that they want to protect and they want to make their already safe town even safer. And they think this is the best way to do it.
I didn't know you could just walk into a police station and hand them a check.
Yeah.
And not be arrested for bribery.
Yeah.
Like, that's insane.
We should just hand them a $1 check and test it out. It's crazy.
That's not a conflict of interest? Like,
Yeah.
what?
That's definitely not bribery for sure, right? But even for one of the wealthiest zip codes in the state, $90,000 in a donation is a pretty big deal. Chief Ryder, he'd been a cop for more than 24 years. I mean, he was trained for anti-terrorism at the FBI training headquarters, Quantico, but he's also a family guy. And he could just tell that something is off about Jeffrey Epstein. And $90,000 was entirely not enough to make him feel differently. The authorities have a report of something that sounds very much like the R word from Aria, but it's not enough to get someone of Jeffrey Epstein's caliber. I mean, we hear about normal people getting away with SA all the time. Now, add a few hundreds of millions of dollars, if not $1 billion, into the mix, Jeffrey Epstein is practically untouchable. Chief Ryder even warned his squad, cross your T's, dot your I's, Epstein's attorneys can eat us for breakfast, lunch, and dinner if that's what they want to do. And if you're going up against someone like that, which is what the police have every intention of doing, you have to know everything about your opponent. You don't go into a fight blind. And they know nothing about Jeffrey Epstein. For a very rich guy, he's incredibly mysterious and private. Nobody even knew what he did for a living. I mean, yeah, the police can figure out through tax filings, but what does that even mean? What does he really do for a living? He has a corporation, he helps rich people, that's all they know. How does Jeffrey Epstein make his money? According to some people, Jeffrey Epstein would go around telling people that he was a brain scientist. Is that even a real job? He would say, it's my job to know how people's brains work. So yes, it's all very elusive.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing is for certain, it is highly unusual for animals that big to not leave any footprints in the snow. Only problem is, Jeffrey Epstein was born with very, very small feet. At least in the finance world. Jeffrey grew up in Brooklyn where his dad was a landscaper, which I just want to say there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. It does appear that he comes from a loving home, but it is a world away from the Upper East Side and the old money New Yorker societies that he wants to be a part of. But Jeffrey Epstein is unfortunately very smart, at least on paper. He skipped 2 grades. He was a genius with numbers, they said. He played the piano. His friends said he was advanced. He's brilliant. He's a diamond in the rough. He's got a gift for recognizing opportunities very quickly. Interestingly enough, Jeffrey Epstein had a lot of friends growing up and they would call him Epi. His parents would call him Bear. At school, they'd call him Epi. Apparently, he was very likable. So they said, have you ever heard someone who laughs like, ha, 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 or they just kind of laugh like that noise. They said Jeffrey Epstein laughed like he in a very high-pitched voice. Like he would have a hee laugh, which honestly is a little creepy now that I think about it. But a lot of kids, when you're young, they thought it was cute. They thought it was endearing. Jeffrey Epstein was described to be chubby with curly hair and an obsession with his prized stamp collection. And his grades. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein goes from Brooklyn to the Upper East Side, at least Monday through Fridays. And he starts teaching at a prestigious private school in New York City called Dalton School. This isn't even a university. Dalton is a K through 12 grade school. The tuition per year is $61,000 a year. This is not even a private university. Epstein doesn't even have a college degree, and he ends up as a teacher of math and physics over at Dalton. And nobody was taking parent-teacher conferences as seriously as Epstein was, because that is his chance to be in the same room with these rich, powerful, well-connected parents without formally pitching himself and annoying these influential families, because I'm sure they get that all the time. I'm sure they get Shark Tank pitches on a daily basis. Epstein shows up to these teacher conferences and shows them exactly how valuable and brilliant he is. And it works. One of the dads leans over during a parent-teacher conference. Have you ever heard of Bear Stearns? Bear Stearns was a massive investment bank, trading, and brokerage firm. By 2008, it was the 5th largest investment bank in Manhattan. It did collapse that same year, so I don't know what that means anymore. In 2006, they did $9.2 billion in revenue. They had a giant 47-floor glass-down skyscraper in the middle of Manhattan. The traders did lines of cocaine in the bathroom. I'm not even making that up. There was a guy from Bear Stearns who had a cocaine dispenser that had the emblem of Bear Stearns. I mean, the firm clearly operated in very interesting ways. Even when hiring traders, the partners were not looking at resumes and diplomas. Some of the partners would straight up say, I'm looking for PSDs. Poor, smart, determined kids. PSDs. Jeffrey Epstein was a PSD when he joined Bear Stearns. He starts trading and sleeping with one of the partner's assistants immediately, and he is exposed to a whole new world of money. At these firms, money is no longer even money. It's just numbers on a screen that go up and down. When it goes up, you're happy. You make money. When it goes down, you're sad. You do another line of cocaine and you get back at it. After 5 years there, Epstein takes his $250,000 bonus that year, resigns from the firm conveniently right before the SEC starts an investigation into Bear Stearns, which is suspicious to say the least. He was questioned multiple times by the SEC. And from there, Jeffrey Epstein finds himself being a bounty hunter. Jeffrey Epstein's real taste of money, like first real taste, because to him, $250,000 is not real money. It's not enough. He actually blew through it so quickly that he had to stay on people's couches. He didn't even have a place to stay. His first real taste of money was through a woman named Ana Obregon. And she's this beautiful Spanish actress, model, socialite, and normally very, very wealthy. But her dad was about to be out hundreds of millions of dollars, potentially. We don't have an exact figure, but Anna's dad invested in a scheme, and now his money is at risk of being gone forever. So Anna reaches out to Jeffrey Epstein and is like, hey, I heard you're good with numbers. I heard you're good with tracking things down. I need you to help my dad. Hunt down my dad's money. If you recover it all, I'll give you a good chunk of it. A bounty hunter. Epstein worked with the SEC Fraud Task Force, probably the same task force that investigated Bear Stearns and Jeffrey Epstein by default. And now he's on their side, trying to get Anna's money back. And it worked. He found her family's money being held in a bank in the Cayman Islands, and it's unclear how much money he recovered, but it's suspected that Anna gave him a hefty commission, likely in the 7 figures. This is Jeffrey Epstein's first taste of big boy money, and he's not going back. It's argued Epstein did have a way with numbers. He was really good at it. He would use it to find ways for the ultra wealthy to not pay taxes. That is what Epstein genuinely did. Tax evasion. His whole business model was pay me $50 million or pay the IRS 10 times more than that. So I'm going to find, it's not tax evasion. I guess they're legal loopholes. Jeffrey Epstein seemed to have this lifelong habit, though, where he would promote his girlfriends. He would somehow date some of the most beautiful women in the world, not even subjectively, but literally objectively. He dated Miss Sweden for a while. He would date these incredibly beautiful women. I mean, they're completely out of his league. And then he would promote them to be his friend. He would break up with them, but he always told them, no. Think about it like this. You're going up the ladder. You're not going down the ladder. You're graduating to a better tier. You're moving from lover to friend. That is better. Relationships are nothing. There's beautiful, hot women all over this island. Friendship is precious. That's how he always framed it. And it worked. Epstein would remain close with all of his ex-girlfriends. One of his ex-girlfriends stated, there is nothing but nice things that I can say about this guy. Even an old high school girlfriend remembers getting a call from him out of the blue. This is both when they're in their 50s. They dated 30 years ago in high school. He calls out of the blue without talking to her for decades. And he's like, you know what? You came up in a conversation recently and I was just thinking about you. He's like, yeah, it was my birthday party, my 50th birthday party. And I had all these pictures of me when I was younger. And, because we dated, I had a picture of you on the beach. And my friend was pointing at your picture. And I thought, I bet she's got a big ass now. You want to come over?
No
and after
way.
decades of not talking, she went over to his Manhattan mansion and it's like nothing had changed. Friends forever. Now, one of Jeffrey Epstein's longest relationships, though, was with a man named John A. This is a fake name. He was Jeffrey Epstein's houseman for 11 years. As the main houseman, John was also the house manager, the driver, the house maintenance person. He mainly stayed in the Palm Beach house, and his job was to make sure that anytime Jeffrey was at home, it was ready for him. If anyone had a first-hand look into what went on in that house, it was going to be John. He said, I think Jeffrey was probably very sore because he received 3 massages per day, 3 massages by 3 different women per day. And every year, those masseuses, they got younger and younger, and they would always be led up to Epstein's room or bathroom where he would have a massage. But sometimes John would go in there afterwards and find these long rubber devices or massagers that would be in the sink that he would have to wash off and put back into the wooden cabinet. Now, in comparison to all of that, this new errand that he was sent to run, it seemed very easy. All he had to do was drop off flowers to one of Mr. Epstein's girls. He thought it was going to be the easiest task in the day. Until he found himself with a bouquet of red roses in his hand, standing in front of a high school. Red roses for 15-year-old Nina. Nina, from the beginning of this story with $300 in her wallet, she had to sit on her hands on the way to Jeffrey Epstein's mansion. She was wearing a white pair of skinny jeans and she did not want to get it dirty in Wendy's truck. The seats are grimy. I mean, honestly, this whole situation felt grimy, but it's not even...
I'm so sorry. Who's Wendy?
Wendy is the girl that's introducing her to this rich man who takes massages.
Her friend, I see.
Wendy is actually her boyfriend's cousin, and she's sitting on her hands in the back, and it's just not a pleasant situation. But if someone asked you, would you rather work part-time at a fast food chain, sweating over burgers in the back, getting greasy, your hair's all sweaty, to make $300 you smell when you get home, or would you rather close your eyes, massage an old rich guy for an hour and make that same amount of money? When you're 16, 15, 14, I mean, even when you're not, it seems like the choice is kind of easy. Nina doesn't really have a choice now. She's in the back of Wendy's car, hands numb. The GPS is leading them straight to an $18.5 million mansion overlooking the water in Palm Beach. And Wendy, her boyfriend's cousin, the one that's introducing her to the man, is glancing in the rearview mirror. Nina, remember, when he asks how old you are, you say 18. You got it? Nina's kind of confused because nobody in their right mind would think that she's even 18 or 17 or 16. She's 14.
She's 14 or 15?
She's 14.
Oh my goodness.
Sure. I'm serious. When the man asks your age, you say, 18. Yeah, I got it. Nina smiles at Wendy in the rearview mirror and the car pulls up to the front gate. It opens up for them. They park in the driveway and they walk up to a guard. Wendy's acting like she's doing a drug deal. We're here to see Jeff. He nods and they follow him over to the side door that leads into the kitchen. Nina steps inside and there's just like a group of adults staring at her. No introductions, nothing. They're just staring her up and down. One of the house guys, I guess one of the house staff, looks at her and says, "Do you want milk and cereal?" "I'm good." Wendy's just standing there staring at the man leaning up against the kitchen island. He's looking Nina up and down and then he just nods. Wendy follows him out of the kitchen. And Nina's so confused, like, what the hell is happening? I mean, clearly they're analyzing Nina. They're looking for something in her. And when he gets back, the middle-aged man, Jeffrey Epstein, tells his assistant, "You can take Nina upstairs." Nina was taken to the godforsaken room with the pink and green couch, where she waited. And she's just staring at all these naked pictures of girls that look way too young. And there's this wooden cabinet with toys inside. And it's just a freaky experience. The door swings open and there is Jeffrey Epstein standing right behind her in nothing but a towel. It was freaky. It's terrifying. But she's also 14. So she's thinking, well, technically that's how massages work, right? So even though Nina is not a licensed masseuse, because in the state of Florida you have to be 18, she's thinking this is normal. He's maintaining eye contact with her while he takes off his towel and he is standing there in front of her completely nude. She looks down and his wee-wee is very tiny. Side note, the word wee-wee was used with authorities, so that's why I'm using it, but also it emphasizes how young these girls are. Epstein had a very stern voice, like an angry dad or like a scary teacher. It's a voice of authority. You wouldn't even question it. It sounds that scary. He tells her, "Take off your clothes." Nina's so scared, she takes off her pants, and then he lays down on the massage table on his stomach. He instructs her to get on top of him to massage his back, and at first it was as normal as a type of massage like this can get, I guess. Like she's massaging his back with massage oils. But then Epstein turns to his side and starts rubbing his privates on her body. He grabs a device, uses it on her private parts, and then it was over. He grabs a towel to wipe himself off down there and gets off the table. So he did not fully essay her, but it's still essay, you know? Nina was paid $200 for the first time. And unfortunately, Nina was just one of the many victims Epstein had. He had a few ways that he would recruit underage girls for what I feel are assaults, but he calls them massages. The first way was to have girls recruit other girls, children recruiting children, under Epstein's force and guidance. So Wendy, the one that brought Nina to Epstein, she told authorities that just after she turned 17, her friend asked her to come to Epstein's house. That's how she got roped into this. Well, actually, her friend asked her, "You want to make some money?" I mean, who says no to a question like that? So she said, yes. Okay, all you have to do is give this man a massage and you're going to make $200 in like an hour. Wendy goes, and just like Nina, she ends up meeting with Epstein in the kitchen of his Palm Beach house. And once he gives her the look through and the go ahead, she's escorted to his bedroom. She sees the young assistant, Sarah, set up the massage table, cover it with a sheet, lay out the massage oils, and then she leaves. Well, Wendy's looking around, confused. The door swings open and comes Jeffrey Epstein with nothing but a towel. He drops it. He's completely naked, lays on the massage table, and calls Wendy over. She said, "He tried to touch me. I stopped him. I told him, I'll massage you, but I don't want to be touched." Wendy did get naked for the massage, and at the very end, he paid her the agreed upon amount of $200. When he realized Wendy wasn't comfortable with doing more, he offered her a new position to work with him. Bring him girls to massage him. Each time, he will pay her $200 for the first time, just once. If the girls keep coming back, you don't get that referral fee anymore. Wendy told authorities, so that's what I did. She brought over girls who they all kind of knew what they were getting into. I mean, maybe not the full extent, terms and conditions and all of that, but apparently Epstein made it a point that he did not want the girls to be super surprised when they were in the room. And each time she brought a girl between the ages of 14 and 16, she was paid $200. Wendy worked with him for a year, and I don't have an exact figure on how many girls she personally brought to Epstein, but she would say it was kind of like a train. It's like I introduced him to all my friends, and then they introduced him to their friends, and it just kind of went on and on like that. Out of all the girls that you introduced, how many of them were under 18? Under 18? All of them. All of them? All of them. Did Epstein know anybody's real true age? Or he didn't care? I don't think he cared. He told me the younger the better. Let me just put it this way. I tried to bring him a woman who was 23, and he didn't really like it. Didn't go for it. It's not that he didn't go for it, he just didn't care for it. And he likes girls that are between the ages of like 18, 20, I think, some of them. But I think most of them lie about their age. I mean, I know that when I started off young, I think he knew better than to believe me. I think he knew that I was younger, like 17, but when I told him I was 18, it's fine. Most girls would lie when they go in there. And for the girls being victimized by Jeffrey Epstein, I guess there wasn't really a standard rate. Wendy would tell authorities, the more you do with him, the more you make. Basically, if you take off your clothes, you're going to make more. If you let him do things to you, you're going to make more. I heard about a girl who apparently slept with him and was making like $1,000 each time. Do things? You mean like touch you? Yeah, touch you in inappropriate places. Wendy told authorities that she never blindsided the girls that she brought over. They at least had an idea of what was going on, and she would kind of know how much each girl did with Epstein by how much they walked out there with. So there was one girl on her first massage walked out with $300, and Wendy stated she walked out of that house with $300, so she obviously and evidently let him do a little bit more. According to James Patterson's book, police tried to make Wendy understand that she just implicated herself legally in Epstein's crimes, and she had been doing this for a little over a year now, so she was of age. She's 18 now, and she didn't get it. She just joked, I guess I'm like Heidi Fleiss. Heidi Fleiss, she was the Madam of Hollywood. She ran a super illegal sex work ring in LA that catered to the Hollywood elites.
So like she doesn't understand the severity of what she did.
It's complicated because a lot of people do try to demonize her in some sources. And I'm not going to say that she didn't do anything wrong, that she didn't help create victims, but she's also so young. Like he has a way of picking girls, especially the Palm Beach girls, the victims there, of just picking the most underprivileged. Mm-hmm. Like he knows how to spot vulnerability. Yeah. This is a very smart man, you know? That would be the first way that he recruits victims. The second way Jeffrey Epstein would recruit girls was through Victoria's Secret. So remember that meme? What is Victoria's Secret? Some people would say it's, oh, the founder was a guy named Victor who loved dressing in more feminine lingerie. Others said, no. It's about the British monarch, Queen Victoria. She was always so prim and proper when she presented herself to the people, but she was known to be secretly very nasty, freaky, dirty, wild in her intimate life, and that is Victoria's secret. Whatever the secret is, the secret was owned by the richest man in Ohio, Leslie Wexner. He owned limited brands, which included Victoria's Secret, Express, Bath & Body Works. I believe they either own or heavily invested in Abercrombie & Fitch as well. I mean, it's a huge corporation. Leslie Wexner is worth $6 billion and has one of the largest privately owned yachts in the world. Well, he did at the time. It was 315 feet long, which... I was like, that's teeny tiny weeny boat. Not that I own any sort of water vessel, but it didn't sound insane until I realized the Statue of Liberty is 300 feet tall. Big Ben is almost exactly as tall as Leslie Wexner's boat is long. Now, Jeffrey Epstein is rich. Leslie Wexner? That's a different league. Leslie Wexner hired Jeffrey Epstein to manage his money, but Epstein did a lot more than that, allegedly. He was kind of like Leslie Wexner's dog. So Leslie Wexner would buy these antique pieces of art for his house. Jeffrey Epstein would invite his former friend Stuart Pavar over, who is this renowned art collector, to come authenticate the pieces, which Stuart would later say they were mostly cheap knockoffs, so like it was bad. It wasn't even a good knockoff. When Leslie Wexner wanted to break up with his long-term girlfriend, a woman who had uprooted her life, moved all the way to Ohio, converted to Judaism to be with him, to make him happy. Leslie was like, I can't do it. Jeffrey, go break up with her for me. He would send the dog. He would send the dog Epstein. Allegedly, when Leslie wanted to see Cats, the musical, but he didn't have time to go watch the musical, Jeffrey Epstein called up the cast, flew them to Ohio, and had them personally perform for Leslie. When Leslie finally decided to get married, allegedly, Epstein forced Leslie's soon-to-be wife to sign a prenuptial agreement, had her sign it alone in her law office, then he had Leslie sign it in his office, but he brought along a Sports Illustrated swimsuit model to show Leslie, remind Leslie, don't worry, there's always an endless supply of beautiful women in this world. And he had Leslie sign the prenup agreement on the model's belly. She laid down on the desk, they put the papers on top of her belly, and then he signed his prenuptial agreement for his marriage to not the model. Yeah, but Epstein doesn't do anything for free or even for cheap. In return, he's likely getting paid fat sums of money for managing Leslie's money and his life, but also in return for being this paid bully, really, he's getting access to Victoria's Secret models, or sometimes people with dreams of becoming one. Epstein starts working with a man named Jean-Luc Brunel, a modeling agent, and the two allegedly used Brunel's modeling agency to bring in underage girls from out of the country by promising them modeling contracts. Allegedly, the girls would stay in Epstein-owned properties, they would get visas, and very slowly they would just be exposed to the world of, quote, high-end escorting. It's likely that Epstein used his known association in the fashion world to Leslie Wexner as a way to be like, see, I'm not a scammer, nor am I trying to take advantage of you. I'm actually best friends with the guy that owns Victoria's Secret. There is some proof of this. In Santa Monica, California, there is this very expensive hotel called Shutters. It's a smaller, intimate, upscale hotel. It overlooks the water, has this giant pool. It costs $1,000 a night to stay there. Will the Santa Monica Police Department get a call from that hotel one late summer evening by a young woman named Clara? She's frantic. She's calling to report that she's just been assaulted. She's trying to tell the authorities everything that's happened. She's a small actress. She did some minor roles in Baywatch and General Hospital. I mean, she's new to the industry and everyone is referring her to this guy named Jeffrey Epstein. They told her, send him your headshots because he picks the girls that are going to be in Victoria's Secret catalogs. Maybe not the fashion show yet because that takes time, but the catalogs, that's your foot in the door. So that's what she did. He reaches out to ask, do you want to meet me at a hotel? Clearly, Clara thought this was weird because who meets up at a hotel for an audition? But she wants this career, and maybe he's just so busy that the only time that he can squeeze into his schedule is she comes to the hotel, he does a little audition, and it's done. Clara shows up in Epstein's hotel room at the Shutters Hotel and he tells her to undress. He walks over and starts ripping her clothes off of her almost, saying things like, let me manhandle you for a second. Then he walks around her doing circles, pretending to evaluate her measurements in person, but he just keeps groping her the whole time. She stops him, grabs her clothes, runs out of the room, reports it to the authorities, who do absolutely nothing. They did nothing about it. They told her, yeah, well, it is your word against his. Clara was terrified of going public with everything when Jeffrey Epstein had all the money and the power, and she's just another small model in the industry. She didn't think anyone would care or listen. This would be the second way Epstein would recruit girls. But Jean Brunel vehemently denies being part of any of this. Brunel would actually go on to sue Jeffrey Epstein and state that his friendship and association with Epstein had cost him irreversible damage to his reputation and career. He stated, parents don't want to send their children to work with me because one of the first things that pop up when you Google my name is trafficking. Oh. Yeah. Well, he's dead now. Police tracked down...
Wait, who's dead?
Jean Brunel.
Huh, he died too?
Yeah, lots of people died.
Wow.
Now, in 2005, police tracked down yet another woman who gave Epstein massages, and it was so clear Epstein had a type. When police were investigating, trying to find anyone who had been victimized by Epstein, they came across a real masseuse. Now, interesting thing to note, she only got paid $100 a massage. And she gave actual deep tissue massages. When police asked, did he ever try anything with you? Did he try to grope you, to ask you to take off your clothes? No. She said, I'm not his type. He goes for young, thin, and girls with no tattoos. The real masseuse said that she knew Epstein didn't like her tattoos because she had them visibly showing, and Epstein would tell her multiple times to her face that he didn't like her tattoos. This whole investigation was really rough for Nina. I mean, her dad told authorities that they had a PI stalking their house, taking pictures of them, chasing visitors away. I mean, it was terrifying for Nina. She knew that Epstein was powerful, well-connected. Who knows? Who knows what he's going to try and do to stop her from testifying against him? Even during the police investigation into Jeffrey Epstein, the Palm Beach police force felt like they were being investigated, which they absolutely were. They were. It's believed that Jeffrey Epstein's attorneys hired private investigators to look into the investigating detectives, which I believe is not illegal at all. Like, they're entitled to do that. But allegedly, just as how Chief Ryder went through Jeffrey Epstein's trash, allegedly, Jeffrey Epstein's private investigators went through the chief's trash.
What? Like, they're trying to look for blackmail material?
Yeah, something to discredit them. He's clearly capable, and Jeffrey Epstein is one to play dirty. Epstein's attorneys provided prosecutors with evidence, pages from Nina's MySpace page, specifically her About Me column. Under Best Physical Feature, Nina had written ass and eyes. Ever drank? Ever smoked pot? Yes. Ever shoplifted? Lots. Ever skinny dipped? Yeah. Do you want to lose your virginity? Already lost it. Epstein's attorneys were trying to use this to discredit her story, which none of it should matter at all, but it worked. The prosecutor brought these printouts to Nina, shoved them in her face, and started accusing her of all sorts of things, and it just felt like to Nina, they were on Epstein's side. Epstein's attorneys basically argued that Epstein was just passionate about massages. They said the massages are therapeutic and spiritually sound for him. That is why he had so many massages.
This is crazy.
By the way, Epstein's legal team was insane. I mean, talk about a dream team. Not morally, ethically, I think that's up for debate, but talk about on paper, a dream team. This was it. He had the attorney who represented O.J. Simpson. The grand jury recommended Epstein be charged with 1 felony count of solicitation of work. Nothing about underage women. Epstein was released within hours on a $3,000 bail, and by that point, investigators had found 30 victims.
They have 30 victims, but they couldn't charge him anything more severe? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous, no? Now, the DA's office went a step further. They gave Epstein a non-prosecution agreement, basically known as a sweetheart deal, where they stated that he would not be prosecuted in the Southern District of Florida for felony offenses involving abuse of underage girls, so long as Epstein pled guilty to state felony offenses for solicitation of sex work and procurement of minors for sex work. And in this particular district, any of Epstein's co-conspirators would be immune from prosecution for those crimes, in this instance. Epstein was facing more than a decade in prison, but with this sweetheart deal that none of his victims knew about before he signed it, he would get out in 18 months. And because he didn't get much time, there was split reactions from the public. A good chunk of the public, including friends of Epstein, immediately cut ties with him. Whether they did that because they think this guy is horrible and he's been accused of doing heinous things, or because they don't want to be associated with someone like that for their own image, it's unclear. But a big group started hating Epstein after this. But some people felt like, well, because he got so little time compared to what he was being accused of, it was almost a feeling to people of, maybe we don't really know what's going on. Like, maybe there's more to the story, or maybe he's guilty, but he's not that guilty. Epstein's old friends from high school still defended him, and one said, you know, this is, by the way, this is when you're 50-something. How the hell do you know what your high school buddy is up to and what they're like now? But he said, Jeffrey's a brilliant and good person. He's also incredibly generous. The problem in Florida, as I see it, is he got carried away. Perhaps he was hanging out with the wrong people. Yeah, he was hanging out with minors. Another friend stated, I have a son who's dyslexic, and Jeffrey's gotten close to him over the years. He got him into music, bought him his first piano, and as he got to school and had difficulty in studying, Jeffrey got him interested in taking flying lessons. Which, yeah, is very typical. Predatory men who are usually only dangerous to those that they see as prey. And in this situation, it was women and children, and not those people who are trying to be his character witnesses. At this point, after the very first sweetheart deal, there's mixed reviews on Jeffrey Epstein. He was not publicly seen as the Jeffrey Epstein that he is seen as today. I think over the next 10 years, the public will shift. But immediately, in like 2008, it wasn't like that. In an interview with New York Magazine, the reporter talked to Epstein about his whole, quote, legal ordeal. That's what the journalist called it. Your legal ordeal. Not your crimes, your legal ordeal. And the journalist said, you know, it's kind of like the Icarus story. Someone who flies too close to the sun. Which is already kind of a bold statement, but Epstein responds, did Icarus like massages? Jeffrey Epstein alluded to the idea that his playfulness had unintended consequences, and he said, this is what happens with wealth. There are unexpected burdens as well as benefits. I'm not blameless. Since then, since his sweetheart deal, Epstein told the journalist he hired a board of directors, his friends, who would counsel him on his behavior. So kind of like a board of directors for a company, but for him, he also hired a full-time masseuse, a man. While in prison, if you tried to email Jeffrey Epstein, he had an automatic reply set up that would read, on vacation. Now, Epstein could have paid for the bail for every single inmate in the prison that he was in, but he didn't because he was very busy running the prison. It stated that Epstein's prison was so relaxed, he basically got a whole wing to himself. His cell door was never even really locked. He was able to move freely about in the common areas, watch TV, and within 3.5 months, he didn't even need to stay in the prison anymore. He was free to leave for, quote, work release, meaning he could leave the prison for 16 hours a day, 6 days a week. He was allowed to have visitors, women, girlfriends, female assistants that were allegedly involved in everything. It was bizarre.
Why is that? Is it just a very relaxed prison for rich?
Yeah.
Okay.
He only stayed there for 13 months. He was released with an ankle monitor, which sounds okay. At least he got an ankle monitor, right? No, he was still allowed to take his jet and go on work trips to all of his different homes and even to his private island. For exercise, he was allowed to take long walks around Palm Beach, even in busy shopping centers for exercise. So I don't know what that ankle monitor was doing.
Wow. His like legal team just did all of that for him, and he's basically free.
He got like nothing. I mean, nothing. Mm-hmm. The only, quote, annoying thing he had to do, if you could even call it that, was register as a level 3 offender, which is the highest level and is categorized as high risk of reoffending. But it's Jeffrey Epstein. He's loaded. What does that mean to him? Nothing. And oddly, he's not allowed to watch X-rated videos on the internet. I don't know. That's like part of his probation. Jeffrey Epstein was a free man again, July 22nd, 2009. And for a decade, he would live his life as normal, flying between his private residences, mingling with the ultra elites of society, visiting his private island, and creating more victims. He made victims after his first prison release. He would meet women and victimize them. He would meet girls and victimize them. He would also hang out with Prince Andrew afterwards. And for 10 years, while he's free, the public is starting to slowly get more and more intrigued by Jeffrey Epstein in his case. A big part of that was one of the house men that worked closely with Epstein tried to sell a list, a little black book of clients, if you will. He stated that in this list named all the underage girls in places where Epstein had taken all the underage girls. He also alleged the papers included a list of high-profile famous individuals like Henry Kissinger, Mick Jagger, Ted Kennedy, Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, alluding to the idea that they are doing disgusting things, allegedly. The house man tried to sell it for $50,000, which he was arrested for it because you can't sell stuff like that. And he got 18 months in prison. Ironically, the same amount of time that Epstein got for his crimes.
Insane.
I mean, I will say that it's pretty messed up for him to try and sell it because, you know, the girls' names are on there. But the fact that he got, like, his crime is... It's hard.
Yeah. Wow.
And all of this would happen until almost exactly 10 years later, Jeffrey Epstein would be found dead in his prison cell. He would be rearrested and found dead, with theories circulating of if he actually self-exited, or if someone powerful killed him, or how much did his right-hand woman, nicknamed his Madam, Ghislaine Maxwell, how much did she know about all of this? How much was she involved? Ghislaine Maxwell, the link in all of this, that is, she's still very much alive, and apparently she's writing a tell-all book in prison right now, and she is a fascinating character. Some victims seem to hate her more than they hate Jeffrey Epstein. And we will be getting into Ghislaine Maxwell and more on the island, the island, on Sunday's episode. So in a few days, we're going to be covering the crimes of Epstein's Island, more victim stories on how they were, quote, trained on the island, what happens when you try to escape the island, and how Ghislaine Maxwell was Jeffrey Epstein's secret weapon. So stay tuned for part 2. Please stay safe, and I will see you guys on Sunday. Bye.
Bada bing, bada bing.
It's nighttime, and Sarah can't see clearly. There's just not a lot of light. But she does know that she's standing on the edge of a cliff. Below her are these jagged rocks with sea urchins just roaming about. The waves are crashing in. I mean, even if she jumps, she could land on a rock. She could injure herself. But if she doesn't injure herself, let's say she jumps and she's fine, then what? Is she really going to swim 2 miles to St. Thomas Island? Is this even in the right direction? What if the waves just push her back to the jagged rocks? But even then, knowing all of this, knowing what's waiting for her below, seems better than what's waiting for her behind. Behind Sarah is Pedophile Island, where she would later state she has been held and essayed sometimes up to 3 times in a single day. Sarah is hesitating. She's running through all of the options. A straight jump would probably kill her, but maybe she could slowly climb down the rocks. Just get a bit closer and closer to the water and then inch her way in. She starts bending down and she hears these golf carts coming up behind her. She's got to move faster, but then there's another, and then the lights illuminate the entire space, and these 2 girls, 2 very young girls, a bodyguard, a model scout, and a middle-aged woman walk straight up to Sarah. Sarah starts panicking, but this middle-aged woman gently walks closer to her, to the cliff, like a little cat. "It's okay, honey. Come with us." Sarah looks back. I mean, she's still thinking, I could still jump. I mean, it's going to kill me, but I could still jump. But she's got no choice. She takes the woman's hand and walks back with them. Back to the island where there are bungalows filled with girls in Victoria's Secret lingerie and food that she's not even allowed to touch. She has no choice but to go back to the island formerly known as Little St. James. But to her and hundreds of other girls, it's known as Pedophile Island or the island, or just hell. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support RAIN, the nation's largest anti-sexual violence organization. They created and operated the National SA Hotline, and all resources will be linked in the show notes as well as the description. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team of dedicated researchers and translators, and we would also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates of these causes. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com, but there is a beautifully heartbreaking, gut-wrenching book on this case called Silence No More, and it's written by Sarah Ransom. She is a victim of Epstein and Maxwell, and just her sheer tenacity to keep fighting for justice is beyond admirable. I would highly recommend checking the book out. Virginia J3ffrey is another victim that was pivotal in Epstein's second arrest. Both of them have countless interviews as well as articles where they have shared their stories through their own words. Many of the other victims have as well, and I would highly recommend going to listen to those first. Some victims' names, identifying information, and dialogue have all been changed for privacy. Due to all the ongoing lawsuits for legal and professional reasons, we will be using the word allegedly, even if authorities or the general public believe it is a fact. However, our intention is not to cast doubt on victims' testimonies. Any and all theories mentioned are netizen speculation only, and with that being said, I want to make it very clear that all of the details in today's episodes can be easily found online. We are not investigative journalists, and if you ever feel in any episode that something was miscommunicated, misrepresented, or have any additional information that you would like us to know, please let us know down in the comments. With that being said, the very last episode that we've uploaded was part 1 of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's crimes. I would recommend checking that out before diving into this one. We went through Jeffrey Epstein's death very briefly, his childhood, his life, how he made his money, a lot of the crimes that he committed, some of the relationships that he had, and now this episode is going to focus more on Ghislaine Maxwell because she's got a very important part to play in all of this.
We didn't talk about her at all.
Not much at all. But she's been there the whole time. So with that being said, let's get started. Headington Hill Hall. It seems straight out of Bridgerton. It is this English-style castle-like estate in England with 51 rooms, a tennis court, swimming pool, of course, 24/7 guards posted at the main entrance, fences with barbed wire on the outer layers of the property. There's video cameras drilled into tree trunks, and the lawn doubles as a helipad. The house is so massive, there's a full-scale parking lot in front, multiple gardens, the tiered gardens, the multi-level gardens. This house is full of history. It was built in 1824, and it's said that Oscar Wilde, the author known for The Picture of Dorian Gray, had attended parties there. But now, the 50-room castle was owned by a single family, the Maxwells. The Maxwells of Pergamon Press, one of the largest publishing houses in the UK at the time. Now, Robert Maxwell, the patriarch of the family, would later go on to own the Daily Mirror, which is one of the biggest publications in the UK with kind of a seedy reputation. They're considered more of a tabloid newspaper, but massive nonetheless. And Robert Maxwell was worth $1.9 billion. The Maxwells are not just rich, they're filthy rich.
She was born rich.
She was born with a diamond spoon in her mouth. During Christmas, there's usually this beautifully lit up 3-story tall tree inside the mansion. This is extravagance. It's opulence. If any of the Maxwell kids, Robert Maxwell had 9 of them, if any of them wanted to know when daddy's coming home, all they would do was wait for the noise of the helicopter. And he would land on the front lawn and they would run outside. And most Sundays, Robert Maxwell would host Sunday brunch for all the industry leaders in the media world that he felt like he wanted to spend more time with. And he would invite them over to his house for brunch. Now, technically, this invitation is optional. You can turn it down if you want. Of course you can. There's such a thing as free will. But it's Robert Maxwell, billionaire, controller of the media. I would hardly call it a choice. Perhaps you turned down a Sunday brunch because you made other plans. The next day, your front page on Daily Mirror with an article about how your company is going down south or allegations about how you're a horrible person to work for. So every single Sunday, the men in suits, they would find themselves driving up this long, windy road, past the lush trees, through the giant property, until they finally get up to Headington Hill Hall. You know what they called him, right? They called him a brazen, impatient, rude, insufferable, intolerant scoundrel with a monstrous ego. That's what they called him in the press the other day. You know what Robert responded back? What? He said, "I plead guilty to all of it." Oh, geez. His poor wife, Betty. She's like a poor dormouse. She's so quiet, so shy. I mean, at a recent party he threw at the mansion, Robert, in front of his wife, was hitting on another married woman. And when that married woman said, oh, no, thank you, I'm not interested, you know what he did? I heard he turned around straight to that married woman's young daughter, maybe 20 years old, and hit on her in front of everyone. The Maxwell family was known to be a bit strange. Robert Maxwell would attend galas and work functions with this beautiful young woman on his arm. And if you didn't know, you might think that's his wife. Billionaire marries young, beautiful woman. It makes sense. She was always dressed in the most expensive gowns. I mean, he would stare at her lovingly and show her off to everyone in the room. Isn't she just beautiful? It was his 22-year-old daughter, Ghislaine Maxwell. So when all the business executives walk into the estate for Sunday brunch, they are led to the formal dining room and they find Robert seated at the head of the table. He looks up to greet them. They smile. They look down near his legs. And there is his daughter, 22-year-old Ghislaine Maxwell, kneeling at her father's feet under the table.
Doing what?
Just tears streaming down her face, eyes red, snot, everything. Robert Maxwell was completely ignoring her. Take a seat, everyone. Everyone at that lunch that day had to eat and talk to each other about business, make jokes with Robert Maxwell, how's the printing business, all the while acting like Ghislaine Maxwell, the billionaire's daughter, was not at his knees under the table sobbing. It was bizarre. But there would just always be two men who Ghislaine's whole life revolved around. She did everything to please them, to make them happy, to feel loved by them. The first being her billionaire father, who would be found dead in the water near his super yacht with suspicions on whether or not he was murdered. Then, her billionaire boyfriend, who would be found dead in a prison cell with suspicions on whether or not he was murdered. Her father was the disgraced Robert Maxwell of Pergamon Press, and her boyfriend, the disgraced Jeffrey Epstein of Pedovores Island. Maria was running down the hall of the massive New York City townhouse. Some people said this place felt haunted. I mean, the color palettes were always mainly burgundy and deep, rich, dark colors, which is beautiful. I'm sure it all costs a fortune, but it has this suffocatingly grim, atmospheric undertone to it all. There was a taxidermied tiger in the office, a giant stuffed giraffe. There was a life-sized female doll hanging from a chandelier in one room. And in the master bathroom, there were just boobs hung up on the wall. Not paintings, not drawings, or even pictures. Fake breasts mounted on the wall, like suction cupped to the wall, so the owner of the mansion could take a bath and play with the breasts on the wall.
But frame it as artwork type of thing?
I don't even think they were framed.
Oh.
It was like a villain in a cartoon movie was given $1 billion. This is the type of house that they would build. But some rooms in the 40-plus room estate were genuinely beautiful. Some of the ceilings had elaborate murals painted on them. I mean, one was like the sky and the clouds with angels, and you look up and you feel like you're staring at the clouds. I mean, regardless of how beautiful these rooms were, there was just always this creepy energy about the place, and even more so now. Maria ran to her room at the end of the hallway, and she slammed the door shut, and she looked around panicked. She moved this giant piece of furniture up against the door to block them from coming into her room. She would stay there until she thought it was safe to escape. The night before, the wife, the lady of the house, as they call her, came to Maria in a bathrobe and asked her to follow her to the husband's room. The room that Maria's like never allowed to go into. Maria worked for them. She's not a guest. She's not a friend. She's not a colleague. She's a young employee in her 20s. The woman opened the door, and there was this middle-aged man just laying in his bed. I mean, the whole energy felt obviously unprofessional, but Maria felt like she had to go with it. The lady tells her, rub his feet. What? Maria was disgusted. She didn't want to rub his feet. That's not what she was hired to do. I mean, what other option does she have? Get fired? So she sits down, removes the blanket from his feet, and starts rubbing it. She's trying not to be good at it so that she can leave ASAP. But the man asks her to sit in bed with him, in between him and his wife, partner, whoever she was. Maria felt like she can't say no. So she gets into the bed, into the middle, and they proceed to assault her. Together, Maria stated the wife was wiping her tears and rubbing on her. Eventually, Maria found the chance and the opportunity to get up, run out of the room, run down the hallway, back to her room. Maria pushed up a giant piece of furniture to the door so that they couldn't come in, and she did not sleep at all that night. The next morning, she's trying to wait for them to leave for the day or leave for work so that she can run through this massive 30,000 square foot mansion to find a way out, and she's listening. And then her phone rings. She puts it up to her ear. Hello? It was the wife. What do you want? Nothing. I don't want anything. I'm going to the police. Maria called the FBI. She told them everything. She told them how she was hired to work at Jeffrey Epstein's mansion in New York City, where she was assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein and his wife partner. She doesn't know, but her name is Ghislaine Maxwell. She told them everything that she knew, everything that had been weird since she got to New York City. She met the couple in Palm Beach. She thought they were a married couple and they just were patrons of the arts. That's what they told her. Maria's an artist. She was excited when Jeffrey offered her a job in New York City to live in his townhome full time in the city of art and help him purchase art. But when she gets there, that's not her role. Her role is to work the door. Every day, Maria would just sit by this big 15-foot tall oak door of the New York mansion, one of the largest private residences in the city, just like a few blocks from Central Park. And she would sit by the door with this white notebook, and her role was to log everyone that came in and out of the house.
Really?
Everyone had to sign in when they visited, even if they were just delivering something. I mean, it was mind-numbing, tedious work. That was in her job description. But it also meant Maria saw everyone who came and went. She immediately noticed a lot of young teen girls in school uniforms coming into the house. The first time it happened, she probably thought, maybe it's a relative or something. But the second, third, fourth time, Maria's getting confused. She's getting alarmed. It's not like they have a high school kid that's inviting friends over. What business would this older couple have bringing high schoolers into their mansion? Maria gently brought it up to Ghislaine, the lady of the house, and she just told her, they're here to audition for Victoria's Secret. You know Jeffrey is very close friends with Leslie Wexner, the CEO of Limited Brands, the ones that own Victoria's Secret and Bath & Body Works. So I go and I scout for models at Central Park. They come in for an audition, and if they're lucky, they'll be models. From then on, Ghislaine would scout in front of Maria. It was just odd. Sometimes they'd be in the car and Ghislaine would be like, stop the car. The driver would park in the middle of Central Park or near private schools. Ghislaine would just hop out, run over to a high school girl in her uniform, give her her number, and then run back to the car.
That's insane. Just in the middle of New York.
Yes.
Wow.
And it was ballsy. They would target private schools where these are pretty privileged kids too. Maria would later see these same girls at the house, and the whole thing, I mean, I guess it made sense, right? But then Maria started seeing some red flags. She couldn't shake the feeling that they're not auditioning for Victoria's Secret. Like, the whole thing is weird. Side note, Maria herself is really young, so she doesn't know how these things work. But Maria's thinking, first of all, the parents aren't coming with them, which is weird. Like, if you're getting scouted to be a model for some sort of career, your parents would likely come. Second of all, some of the girls have braces. Maria's like, I don't remember the last time I saw a model with braces. And third, the girls were auditioning for Victoria's Secret, so Ghislaine said. And they're way too young to even have any breasts, really. Most of them didn't even have any breasts. So she's like, this is just kind of weird. Maria's sitting at the stool in the front when one of the young schoolgirls comes running down the stairs, crying, screaming, and she just rushes out. Maria turns around and Ghislaine is standing there. Oh no, like, what happened? What's wrong? She didn't get the job, that's what's wrong. Some girls are not cut out for modeling. Maria starts feeling really sick in that house. I mean, the way that Ghislaine talked about the girls, like they were auditioning to be models, and the way the couple treated the house staff. I mean, all the house staff were treated like useless peasants. Anyone that was deemed beneath the couple were subhuman. It was shocking. Sometimes Ghislaine would even call somebody a nobody to their face. At the entrance of this massive townhome, they actually have what they call the living chessboard. It's a chessboard with figurines, and each one is a staff member, modeled after the staff member and custom made. They're all just chess pieces. So imagine you're the housekeeper of this house. You come and you're cleaning the chessboard and you're like, why does this chess piece look exactly like me? Why does this look like the maintenance man? Why does this look like the assistant?
They made like a custom chess, but looks like workers.
The staff members, yeah.
That
of
is
the house.
So weird.
It's so bizarre.
And they just like moving them around like a little chess. But
like,
only the workers, not themselves.
No, they're just pawns and they're gods of the masters of the universe.
Oh, that's so sick and twisted.
Yeah. But also the psychology of coming to work and you're on a chessboard. One day, Ghislaine walked over to Maria at the front, and she pointed. Look at that pinhole right next to you. Maria looked. I mean, it looked odd. Was it reflective or something? It looked like there was a hidden camera or something there. So Maria later asked Jeffrey about it, and he took her into a room where the entire desk was lined with screens and CCTV footage of secret cameras throughout the property, which is to be expected. This is a massive mansion with artwork that cost millions of dollars. The painting alone behind Jeffrey Epstein's desk, which, side note, we went through this whole desk thing in the first episode, okay? But it's 20 feet long. This is like a dining table of a desk. It's the most massive desk people have ever seen in their lives. But behind it is a painting of a woman in a red dress, and she's pulling down one part of her dress to just expose one breast, and she's cupping it. That painting alone is $6 million. So having a lot of security precautions is not the alarming part. It's to be expected. The alarming part is that Maria is inching closer to the screens, and she sees that most of the CCTV footage is inside the house, inside the bedrooms, and even the restrooms, where you would expect full privacy. There were hidden cameras. If you were anywhere in this house, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell were watching you. And the FBI did nothing about it. They took her call and they said, okay, thanks, and hung up.
Is it because it's just private resident? They can do whatever they want?
No, Maria was SA'd. She was assaulted by them.
Oh.
They're basically saying it's your word against a billionaire's. There's a saying in New York, the only sin in New York City is not having money. And Ghislaine Maxwell was a sinner. So she invited a few acquaintances over to her New York City place to repent. Now, I'm not sure if they all knew what they were there for a tea party. I mean, they show up to the address on time. It's this giant brownstone on the Upper East Side, and they knock on the door, and a staff member of the Maxwell New York City property ushers them in. So this is not Jeffrey Epstein's house. This is Ghislaine Maxwell's New York City townhouse. Right this way. Madam will be with you shortly. They're like, madam? They step into the foyer, and absolutely nothing in this house is settled. I mean, everything is in your face, but it's not tacky. It's like eclectic. It's rich, it's in your face, but it's just interesting. I mean, rich people are so weird. Take it whatever way you want, but it's not beige. The whole place is royal blue, red, and black. There's ornamental china everywhere. There's samurai suits on the wall. It's just fascinating. They get ushered up to the living room where they find Ghislaine, surrounded by her father's photos, family photos, business awards that her dad received, and she's just weeping on the floor. No introductions, no hellos, no pleasantries. Ghislaine just starts allegedly screaming at them, I'm broke, I'm broke, I'm broke. She was wearing nothing but her undergarments, dripped in expensive jewels like diamonds all over her neck, wrists, fingers, weighed down by diamonds, pearls. She had a full face of makeup on. She went from screaming to quietly but still dramatically complaining to everyone. And side note, people said that her voice was always like a low purr. I'm broke, do you hear me? I'm broke. The guests look at her. I mean, this is so over the top. They're in a very clearly expensive brownstone. I mean, if you're really broke, you could probably sell that samurai armor suit downstairs. They're staring at all the diamonds just dripping from her neck and wrist. It was, even by high society standards, very out of touch. It was so abnormal. What's going on?
Yeah, why is she not wearing clothes?
She's having a moment.
But she had all the jewelries on.
Exactly.
Was this a choice she made?
It seems like it.
Okay.
It seems like she wanted to be in some sort of soap opera. But everyone there, they try to be sympathetic. Ghislaine Maxwell was a sinner. She had no money anymore because Robert Maxwell, her beloved father, was dead. Robert Maxwell was found naked, dead, floating in the ocean near his $15 million super yacht named the Lady Ghislaine, after his favorite kid.
Really?
Ghislaine was daddy's little girl, his little mascot. So it's very understandable that she was very distraught over his death. But even this was just a bit much.
But wouldn't he just leave everything to her?
Oh, we're going to get into it. Okay. Even when Robert Maxwell was still alive, Ghislaine was incredibly proud to be his daughter, but in kind of an alarming way. She once pulled aside a family friend of theirs, and I guess they're slightly disagreeing on something. And she turned on him and she said, don't forget, I'm daddy's girl. And he was like, what? Okay. then she would turn around to her dad and suddenly she'd be very quiet and timid and snuggle up on him, sit on his knee. She worked her dad. I mean, she knew what he wanted from her and she became this blank canvas for him. But now he's dead and nobody knew why. I mean, they did and they didn't. 3 pathologists disagreed on the exact cause of death. There are theories circulating that he had a heart attack and fell into the water, then died by accidental drowning. One person close to Robert Maxwell argued that Robert always woke up in the middle of the night, butt naked. He would walk over in the dark to the edge of his yacht to pee off the side. They speculated that he probably fell and drowned. Side note, Robert Maxwell had a thing for urinating off of the sides of things. Allegedly, he urinated off the top of the Mirror paper headquarters. Just like the roof, so a stream of pee was shooting down. I digress, but yeah. Others thought...
This is so out of this world, bro.
You think that's out of this world? Robert Maxwell had known links to the British Secret Intelligence Service, as well as the Soviet KGB, as well as Israeli intelligence. He was a secret spy for like all 3 of them. The speculation was that he might have known something that he shouldn't have, or maybe he got cocky, and he thought that with his billions of dollars, it would protect him from some of the most powerful entities in the world, and he started asking for things. Or maybe he was trying to get more for his end of the deal, whatever deal he had with them. I mean, obviously, this is purely speculation, but people argued, knowing Robert Maxwell's personality, where he is constantly described as a bombastic, egomaniacal bully, nobody thought he would have gone quietly, nor would he have self-exited. So there's a lot of theories circulating that he was murdered. And some people just believe that no, he self-exited on the Lady Ghislaine near the Canary Islands. Because a few weeks after Robert's death, Maxwell's empire caught fire and burned to the ground. Authorities discovered a $500 million hole in the pension funds of the company. He had taken from his employees' pension so that he could stay afloat. When Robert Maxwell died, his net worth was negative $1 billion.
Oh my God.
It's speculated that he realized this, and there was no more that he could do. They were going to go under. The boat was sinking, so it's either go to jail, live in disgrace, or exit off the Lady Ghislaine. So the speculation is he chose to exit. That's what some people speculate. Ghislaine doesn't believe that he would have self-exited, but none of that mattered. The Maxwell family name was wrecked, and she could either stay in London where everybody hates her guts and try to rebuild it from the bottom up, or she could move to a whole new city and see if she could reinvent herself. That's exactly what she did. Ghislaine Maxwell came to New York City, got a place on the Upper East Side, and the obvious answer for someone like Ghislaine is to either A, get a job. I mean, you've got a degree from Oxford, one of the top 5 universities in the world. Or B, do what a lot of other high society people do, get a husband.
So she technically still has some money, but not a lot.
She doesn't have billions, but she's not broke.
Yeah, she has diamonds and that mansion.
She's got probably, speculating, tens of millions.
Dang.
But not billions. Now, the people in attendance at this very bizarre broke tea party, they thought, she's going to be fine. She's going to be fine. First of all, she's not broke. Second of all, she's just going to find another man to finance her life, and that's okay. Because Ghislaine was always the type of girl that guys liked. Ghislaine once threw a big dinner party at her house, and usually guys are notorious for complaining about going to these dinner parties. They don't find it fascinating. They don't find it exciting. It's just another dinner with more people that you have to make small talk with. It's just not that fun. But the guys, they loved Ghislaine's parties. One of the attendees stated Ghislaine was a masterful hostess. I mean, it was like her life's calling. She knew how to cater to everybody's needs, but not in like this overly nice, I'm trying to please you or impress you way. It was almost just a level of class that exuded out of her. Just sophistication, very graceful. The tables were always beautifully arranged. The food was prepared by chefs and it was absolutely delicious. And then after dinner, Ghislaine disappeared. Eventually, she comes back to the dinner table holding a big stack of silk scarves. Everyone, come. We're going to play a game. She starts passing out the scarves only to men. Blindfold yourselves. The objective of the game is all the men will have their eyes covered and the women will take off all of our tops and bras and we will walk around letting the guys guess who is who based on how the breasts feel. Based on weight, cup size, they can guess.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, most of the guys were like, now that's how you throw a dinner party. They really liked Ghislaine. They thought, what a cool girl. But the girls, they feel so uncomfortable and in a way betrayed. Like what woman in their right mind would peer pressure all these other women into a game like this?
Yeah. And are they couples or is
no.
everyone single?
Some couple, some single. People said Ghislaine was more like a man than a woman, and that's why men liked her. She was sharp, witty, a night owl. Not saying that that's like male specific, okay? But that's what people were saying about her. And she only wore the most expensive clothes, like broke or not. She only wore the most expensive clothes. And she just had these very interesting ways of flirting. I don't know if you can call it flirting. Allegedly, one time at a wedding, Ghislaine was flirting with a married man. Not the groom, but a guest, married nonetheless. And she's caressing his arm, laughing at his jokes. And his wife comes up behind him like, who the hell is this lady trying to rub up on my husband? The husband turns to introduce his wife to Ghislaine, but Ghislaine looks her up and down. And what is this? Ghislaine loops her arm around the husband's arm and walks him off into the crowd.
Whoa.
At another party, Ghislaine walked up to a writer. I believe this is the first time they're meeting. This writer is married. They're 3 minutes into a random, bland, pleasant conversation, small talk. The writer's wife is like 5 feet away. Ghislaine looks him in the eye mid-conversation, interrupts him. If you lose 10 pounds, I'll f*** you. Another guy dropped her off at her townhouse, and when she got out of the car, she leaned down through the window and said, if you come in and f*** me, I'll tell you the secrets of my father. It was, aggressive. It's like the concept of whatever I want, I get. It was just embedded into her DNA. It appears like she could not process any other outcome for her life. Other times, it wasn't as straightforward. She would allegedly meet a man at a high society party, lift her eyes up at them, and a lot of them describe her way of looking at people as utterly compelling. She was very charismatic, very magnetic, almost in a cruel way. Like, you know that she's mean, but for some reason, you want her to like you. The moment she looked at you, you would engage in 2 seconds of small talk with Ghislaine, because this is your first time meeting, right? And you'd say things like, well, I work in finance, and the main will you take me out to dinner? She would just say it so casually, like, oh, I like your pants. Kind of like that. And it worked most of the time. I mean, it didn't hurt that Ghislaine is beautiful. She's really electric. You wanted to be around her because it almost made you feel good. Like, this is a really cool person. And if they enjoy spending time with me, that must mean I'm cool. That's how Ghislaine made you feel. So one of the guys ends up taking her to dinner to this nice little restaurant. And for the first half of dinner, I mean, everything's going well. She's a great conversationalist. I mean, nothing ever felt boring with her. And then halfway through the dinner, the conversation of her dad comes up very subtly. It's not like he's like, who's your dad? Tell me about your dad. Did he die? What happened? It just seemed casual. It would have been one remark and that's it. But it wasn't. She did not talk about anything else the whole dinner. I mean, once that conversation about her dad came up, all she talked about was how great her dad was, how incredible it was to be a part of his family, and how great he did for his businesses, how she would open up the daily newspaper and there would be an article about him because he was that prominent of a figure. By the end of the dinner, she had been so loud and people were so interested in the story of her billionaire father. The entire restaurant was quiet and listening in. And it was so odd. The man said, you know, on one hand, Ghislaine is so confident and magnetic and she's so straightforward. She's constantly hitting on guys and making the first move. But on the other hand, you could tell that she's severely insecure. It felt like she's got a lot going on inside. And like a nice gentleman, he probably thought maybe it's best to let her work through these things on her own before she starts dating people. But to some guys, they are drawn to that insecurity. They can smell it from a mile away like blood in the water. And Jeffrey Epstein was one of those guys. One day, Christina gets a call from Ghislaine. Christina's an author and kind of an acquaintance of Ghislaine. I mean, I would hardly call them friends. They're cordial. They know of each other. They run in the same circles, but that's about it. Christina gets this call out of the blue. You need to come over right now. Christina rushes to meet up with Ghislaine at her apartment, and the minute that she walks into the door, it's like she's getting pitched. Ghislaine is confident. Her voice is strong. You're going to make a lot of money, Christina. You are going to meet everyone. Your life is about to change. I'm sorry, what's going on? Live with me for a year. Move in so you can learn everything about me. And you're going to help me write a book. I'm sorry, what? A book isn't entirely a bad idea. I mean, Ghislaine does have a lot of high-profile friends. Her dad was mysteriously dead billionaire Robert Maxwell. She was also super close with members of the British royal family while she was studying at Oxford. She befriended Prince Andrew. She bragged about how she made Princess Diana cry. Yeah, just another reason to hate Ghislaine. She went to the Clintons' daughter's wedding. I mean, she was connected to all the people who ruled the world. But it's still such an odd random request. Like, they don't even know each other, live with her for a year, like drop everything in Christina's life and live with Ghislaine for a year. Do people even care that much about her at this point? Christina is not convinced, and I think Ghislaine could see that. So she switches her tone and she stands in front of her big window overlooking the city, and she says, "You have to write this book for me because I want Jeffrey to marry me. I need him to see me in a more elevated light with a book written about me. He'll do it. He'll marry me if there's a book on me." Okay, Christina's like, now it's clicking. Christina now understands why she was called out of the blue. Everyone who even knew of Ghislaine in New York City, everyone in these circles knew that she was absolutely infatuated with Jeffrey Epstein. The author that Ghislaine invited, she knew this. Just a few months ago, there was an incident that she thought was kind of strange. Whether it was genuine curiosity or just like a small talk sake, the author asked Ghislaine, "My goodness, Ghislaine, how are you keeping yourself so thin?" Ghislaine looked at her and very confidently, like this is not a raging red flag, said, "Jeffrey likes his girls thin." "Well, still, how do you do it?" "Well, did you ever see anyone in a concentration camp with any weight on them?" "No, because they didn't eat. So I call it the Nazi diet. I just don't eat." Side note, both Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein were Jewish. So that is a really bizarre. She just says, "I just don't eat. The reason that Jeffrey keeps me around to begin with is that I don't make mistakes." It was such an odd conversation. What does that even mean? Are they dating? If so, what kind of mistakes are you talking about? I mean, it seemed like they were less of a couple and more like a team. The author remembers going to parties thrown by Ghislaine at Jeffrey Epstein's massive townhouse in Manhattan, one of, like I said, the largest private residences. She would show up and Bill Clinton would just be there.
Whoa.
Or sometimes Prince Andrew would just be in attendance, you know? And it seemed like a two-person team. Ghislaine would be connected to all these powerful people through the Maxwell name. She would bring them to Jeffrey, into his den, literally and figuratively, and he would do business with them. So Ghislaine was more old money in that sense. But not really. Okay, so it's complicated. The Maxwell family were actually ridiculed often in the UK for being nouveau rich, like new money rich, just obnoxious. They're not aristocrats. They're not royalty. They're not classy, but they're still connected with a lot of people with titles. So compared to Jeffrey Epstein, who's just this vulgar finance dude on Wall Street, I mean, she's got connections.
At the stage that when they met, what stage of career is Jeffrey Epstein? Like, he's already made it at that point?
He's kind of on his way. Okay. Like, I would say he's made it, but probably not to the status he will be through Ghislaine.
So Ghislaine's genuinely just attracted by this person rather than his status.
Oh, no, he has money. No status, but he's got money.
So she likes the fact that he's rich and she just genuinely really attracted to him.
Yeah. So he still has that New York City apartment by the time that Ghislaine is inviting all these people over. The biggest private residence in New York City.
So he's very, very wealthy already.
Yeah. But I don't think that he was at his peak in terms of finances when they first met.
Okay.
I think through Ghislaine, he ends up making a lot more money. Now, Epstein was really not a likable person, even in Ghislaine's circles. I mean, to give you context, Epstein had some powerful friends. So if you remember from part one, he was friends with like Leslie Wexner, the billionaire behind Limited Brands that owns Victoria's Secret. But Epstein's circle is still, like I said, limited to this finance world. And even there, Epstein was just a bit too much. Like, either you hate him for being so vulgar and bizarre, or you like him because you convince yourself, wow, this rich guy doesn't take himself too seriously. Ghislaine, she's a Maxwell. She went to Oxford University. She's very close friends with Prince Andrew. I mean, he threw her a birthday party in England once. She's close friends with the Clintons. It's just a different league. Side note, allegedly, whenever Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew were at a party together, people said it was the most boring party in the world because it seemed like they had, allegedly, this competition was who could look the most disinterested and bored.
What?
Yeah, so the two of them, they would just be sulking in their corner. They looked like they were too intellectual, too high class to be entertained by anything. Another source that was at one of these dinner parties said Prince Andrew thought it was absolutely hilarious that people were so fascinated by Kate Middleton's wedding. So this was like right before they were going to get married. And he thought it was he was in hoots because everybody was like, what is she going to wear? Oh my gosh, who's coming? Who's invited? And he just thought, look at these peasants. Hee what? This is so funny. Ghislaine's friends thought Jeffrey Epstein was weird. I mean, Firstly, his New York City apartment was strange design, but also at these dinner parties, if they were mid-conversation and Jeffrey Epstein found himself getting bored, he would just interrupt everybody and scream, "And what does that have to do with pussy?" That was his favorite saying. Ghislaine would be the only one sincerely laughing. Everyone would just be glancing at each other and awkwardly chuckling because what the hell is that?
It's so crazy these two found each other.
Yeah.
They're so weird in their own way already. I
match
can see,
made in hell.
Right, I already can see how this is gonna like go
escalate.
Yeah, exactly.
Ghislaine's friends would ask her, "Wait, so what does he do for work?" "Oh, he's the money manager, but he only takes on clients with at least $1 billion to manage." So now, Christina, back in the apartment, is no longer interested in writing Ghislaine's book. She's not going to waste a year of her life writing a book for Ghislaine just so Ghislaine could get proposed to. Like, what kind of deal is that? But Ghislaine keeps begging. Jeffrey has been medically diagnosed by the best doctors in the world. He needs 3 orgasms a day. Sometimes he has an erection that lasts 24 hours.
No way.
Christina's like, "Excuse me?"
And what does that have to do with this?
Exactly. Christina felt like, am I on drugs? Is she on drugs? And like, what chapter of a book would that even go into?
The opener.
Yeah, the author's note. I mean, Ghislaine's like, "I cannot keep up with his needs, so I drive around. I look for girls that are his type, then I offer them a deal. Do you want to give a rich man a massage for a few $100? Christina's like, "What are you talking about?" What I do in Palm Beach is I get in my car, I drive to the trailer parks. I look for Jeffrey's type, and when I see what I'm looking for, I approach them. I bring them to the house. The way Ghislaine described what she does for Jeffrey is interesting. It's so casual yet so professional. Casual in the sense that Ghislaine talks about picking up these girls like she's picking up takeout for her boyfriend, just debating on which meal he's craving and then going to pick it up. But at the same time, you can tell that Ghislaine takes it very seriously. It's like a career, a profession. Apparently, she would even leave parties early to go pick up girls for Jeffrey.
So at this point, are they dating or are
Nobody
they romantic?
knows. So
nobody knows.
It's speculated that they started off briefly romantic. And then they were no longer romantic, became best friends and codependent on each other for various things. Jeffrey Epstein was probably dependent on Ghislaine Maxwell for her connections. And I think that he liked being associated with her. She was really good at hosting. She was doing all the wifely duties without him having a wife. She's hosting these parties for these business partners and getting him more clients for whatever he's doing.
And she's just obsessed with him.
She's obsessed with him and he's paying her a lot of money. We don't know how much. So it's almost like ex-girlfriend, employee, best friend. It's just weird.
Yeah.
And there's no definitive timeline or a strong point of when it transitions. It's very odd. But it does seem like she's obsessed with him. Whether she wants to marry him for the money or for the love, it's unclear. Christina looks at Ghislaine. "Wait, but who are these girls? What are you even talking about right now?" And Ghislaine whips around and says, "They are nothing. They are trash." Christina was taken aback. I mean, Ghislaine was clearly desperate for Epstein. I mean, enough to go and find girls for him to sleep with 3 times a day. And she still wants to marry him. But not only that, she's talking about these women like they're subhuman. They're nothing but slots to fill in Jeffrey's busy schedule. Christina walked out of that apartment that day disgusted. She had no idea that Ghislaine Maxwell was talking about children, 14-year-old girls. One of the most iconic stores in New York City was Henry Bendel on 5th Avenue. The brand's colors are brown and white stripes. I don't know if you guys remember Henry Bendel. And at one point, a lot of wealthy women would go there to shop. It's like a department store, so they have a little bit of everything there. And Liz was working there, assisting a woman. And Liz was asking, "Wait, how do you spell your name? I'm so sorry. It sounds like the French spelling of gasoline." And the woman said, "It's Ghislaine. And my boyfriend thinks I'm a lot like gasoline. I'm the gasoline and he's the match." So Liz and the woman, Ghislaine, they start busting out laughing. I mean, I've worked in retail before. These are like the best clients. Sometimes in luxury retail, you have people who take themselves way too seriously and you feel like as the salesperson, you have to walk on pins and needles because they're so prim, they're so proper. But then you have someone walk in buying stuff and they're so fun to be around. It is like the best part of your day. And Liz is genuinely having a good time. She feels like she's making a friend. Ghislaine picked out a ton of stuff and requested that Liz drop it off at her hotel nearby later tonight. Which, I mean, it isn't completely unheard of in Manhattan in luxury department stores. So Liz is like, "Okay, yeah, that's fine. And I'm kind of excited to see her again." Not in the, oh, I can't wait to spend time with her, but more so, at least it'll be fun to drop it off with this client rather than a different client. So Liz hauls all the bags to the hotel. She gets there. The concierge was expecting her. He escorts her to the dimly lit hotel bar where Ghislaine is sitting with a man. This is my friend Jeffrey Epstein. Hello. They had Liz sit down, and she remembers thinking, wow, if Ghislaine is electrifying, Jeffrey's on fire. I mean, the two of them are just so fun. They're so hilarious, fun, natural to be around. Ghislaine explains, our residence is being renovated, so we're staying here for the time being. Oh, actually, do you mind helping me bring the bags up to our room? Liz agreed. They went up the elevator, got to the room. Liz came in, and they were still talking as normal. Then all of a sudden, Jeffrey gets up, goes to the restroom, and Ghislaine, without saying anything, goes in after him. And it's just a little bit weird. Liz is just standing there like, okay, I don't know what they're doing. Then they come back out in bathrobes. And again, it wasn't the craziest thing in the world. I mean, they didn't make it weird. They're still having open conversations about casual stuff. It just seemed like maybe they're turning down for the night. And then out of nowhere, the entire energy of the room shifts. Jeffrey and Ghislaine start making out in front of Liz intensely. Liz has zero idea on what to do. I mean, does she just say, okay, bye, thank you, and leave? Does she wait it out and hope that they're done in 3 seconds so that she can politely excuse herself? She doesn't even know. She can't even fully run through her options before Ghislaine starts waving at her to join them. Ghislaine kept narrating what Jeffrey likes, how she pleases him, but Ghislaine's voice was never in this weird, overtly sexual way. It almost sounded like a big sister teaching a younger sister how to braid her hair. It sounded so natural and almost normal. Liz stated the night escalated into full assault, and as soon as she had the opportunity to run away, she ran away. And Liz left as quickly as possible, ran home. She quit her job at Henry Bendel. She wanted to get as far away from her job, as far away from Ghislaine as possible. She wanted to just get over that night, like forget about that night and try to move on from the trauma. A few weeks later, Liz is working at a new high-end retailer. A woman walks in through the door. I'm looking for Liz. It was Ghislaine Maxwell. For 3 years, Liz tried changing her phone number, her apartment, her job. Ghislaine and Jeffrey always found her. Because Ghislaine and Jeffrey always get what they want. There's an interesting quote that's, history repeats itself, but in such a cunning disguise that we never detect the resemblance until the damage is done. So I guess it's supposed to mean that history is running on a cycle. We're doing the same things over and over again, and we don't even realize it because it's so cunning. Ghislaine Maxwell seemed to be modeling Island, Little St. Jeff's, after her childhood. Whether this is intentional or subconscious, the similarities between the island and Ghislaine's childhood are eerily creepy. So we briefly went over the island in part 1, but Jeffrey Epstein owned an island in the U.S. Virgin Islands where he would take, honestly, whoever he wanted. Sometimes he held scientific conventions there where he and 20 of the top physicists in the world, including the likes of Stephen Hawking, would explore the concept of gravity. Other times he would go there with his closest friends. Who's been on that island has been hotly debated. Names like Bill Clinton, Naomi Campbell, Stephen Hawking, Prince Andrew, the Obamas, like they've all come up. Their presence on the island has all been debated, but the locals that were there, they knew that young girls were constantly on that island. They don't know about the Clintons or the Obamas or Naomi Campbell or any of these people, but they nicknamed Epstein's plane as the Lolita Express because every time he would fly in with a plane full of underage girls and they would be barely clothed, just lounging in the sun with Epstein. It's stated by victims that the island is where a lot of the trafficking and the, quote, loaning out to celebrities, CEOs, world leaders happened. Because of how secure it is, the island is controlled by Epstein. It's his own lawless land. You can only get to it by landing his private jet on a nearby bigger island, then taking his helicopter to Little St. Jeff's. Allegedly, Epstein purchased a ton of sea urchins, like the spiky-shelled black balls, to put into the ocean to spread throughout so that nobody could get on or off his island without him knowing about it. It's basically like being completely deserted on an isolated island. There have been allegations of rituals being held on the island where the rich and influential have sacrificed children in exchange for more power. Allegations of group intimate relations with world leaders and underage children. It's also alleged that what we know about everything that happened on the island is only tip of the iceberg. It's stated that a big group of Jeffrey Epstein's victims on the island were foreigners, underage foreigners from Eastern Europe that were flown in to be trafficked, abused, and then flown back with threats and fear. It's been corroborated to a degree by another victim from the island that said this was true and that Epstein would joke about how it's perfect because they don't have to listen to the girls talk because nobody understands their language. There are allegations that victims' passports were confiscated on the island and it became a jail. They had lost all ability to say no to anything. They were completely powerless. But the frustrating thing is, we don't know for 100% certain what happened on that island. We know bits and pieces from victims, but the full scale of all the crimes that took place, I don't know if we'll ever know. But I can present you with some of the stuff that we do know. And what we know about this island and how it was run, it seems alarmingly similar to Ghislaine's childhood. So I'm going to try to give you little bits and pieces of both because it's kind of eerie. A lot of this was told in Sarah Ransom's book where she was lured to the island by a friend of hers. She was recruited essentially to the island. She gets there, her passport's taken, she has no way off, and she's being assaulted. It's bad. So, growing up, Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine's father, believed that his whole life, women are just there strictly for men's pleasure. I mean, they're strictly there as objects to be used at his convenience. He would hit on other women in front of his wife. He would hit on those women's daughters in front of that woman and in front of his wife. I mean, women for him were just a good time. That's it. On the island, Sarah remembers Ghislaine was going to be arriving separately from everyone. And Sarah was so nervous and excited to finally meet this woman that every other girl on the island was talking about. Some even called her Mama Bear. One girl told her she's powerful, wealthy, and she knows everybody. Don't cross her, just stay out of her way and you're going to be fine. Just do whatever she tells you to do. When Ghislaine's helicopter landed, Sarah nervously waved hello when Ghislaine got off because what else are you supposed to do? Ghislaine looked her up and down, walked past her, because to Ghislaine, just like Robert Maxwell, Sarah and these other girls were nothing. They are trash. Growing up, Ghislaine's dad trained her to be some sort of a ranger, connector. She was always putting two people together. So when her dad Robert would host parties at the Hill Hall, Ghislaine was expected to bring people she thought would be interesting for her dad, or bring people that would be interesting for her dad's friends, i.e. very young women. And she was really good at it. Ghislaine would always find the right people to connect. She knew how to read people. She knew how to read the room. She knew exactly what people were looking for. Ghislaine would make such seamless, smooth introductions between two parties that you would never even know that all of this was masterfully planned and meticulously executed by Ghislaine. She just had a way of making everything, normalizing every single social interaction. On the island, Sarah claimed Ghislaine would wake her up in the middle of the night to go service Epstein. Even if she told Ghislaine she was bleeding from the assaults from earlier that day, Ghislaine would calm her down and forcibly drag her if she needed to, because her job is to connect the two. She's there to arrange the meeting between Sarah and Jeffrey Epstein, and she was going to get her job done. Growing up, it said Ghislaine developed an ED at just 3 years old. They say it's one of the main reasons that the Maxwells spoiled Ghislaine more than the rest of the kids. Her parents felt like she was really neglected when she was a baby. So right around the time of Ghislaine's birth, the eldest son of the Maxwell family had slipped into a coma. And a lot of people were just not paying attention to Ghislaine. And it's speculated by Ghislaine's parents that Ghislaine developed a terrible eating disorder at just 3 years old to try and receive some attention. On the island, Ghislaine tells Sarah she's too heavy. You being 5'9" and 146 pounds is not to Jeffrey's liking. Ghislaine would make sure that all the delicious food that the chef prepared were off limits to Sarah. All the snacks would be locked up. When the rest of the group would sit down to eat, Sarah was given thin slices of cucumber, tomato, and tiny, tiny portions of meat. The other girls would glance at her, and Sarah, she can't leave this island. She's being abused. There's no way out. There's no escape. She's miserable, and now she's being starved. She's taking giant gulps of water in between bites of cucumber to try and fill her stomach. Growing up, Ghislaine had these Sunday weekly reviews. Every Sunday during family dinner, the Maxwell kids would be instructed to stand around the dinner table, They can't sit down. They would have to stay standing until Father Maxwell would walk in and the room would be silent. Everyone would have their shoulders pushed back, their chest forward, and they would wait for him to sit down at the seat at the head of the table, and he would probably say something along the lines of, "Proceed." The children would have to go one by one, giving a full presentation to Robert Maxwell about what they did this week, what they achieved, and what they hope to achieve next week. If he didn't like their responses, they don't get to sit down. They don't get to eat. He would take off their belt and whip them, and then send them up to their rooms where they would have to write him an apology letter after getting whipped. On the island, Ghislaine would have Sarah stand up at the dinner table and had all the other girls point out all the, quote, fat parts of her body. And she would laugh, "You're enormous. If you didn't eat for an entire month, you'd still be overweight and disgusting." Other days, she would grab Sarah's waist at the dinner table, have Sarah stand up and start poking at her waist. "Look how massive you are today. It looks like we need to cut down even on cucumbers." Ghislaine told her the only acceptable weight for her at that height was 114 pounds, which would actually classify Sarah as underweight. But Ghislaine did not care. Growing up, Ghislaine's mom never stepped in to help when the kids were being belittled or berated by Robert Maxwell. She took a very passive approach. Some would even argue that she let it happen. On the island, there were a lot of girls that looked at Ghislaine like a mother figure. Shantae was one of those girls. Shantae came to the island because she thought this was a great opportunity to become a masseuse. She remembered the first time on the island, she felt like she was in a fantasy land. She was a princess. Everyone had their own separate villas that were separated from each other, and the beautiful candlelit dinner. I mean, Shantae went back to her villa and someone had lit a candle in the room, left a book on the nightstand, and had a mosquito net set up around her bed. It's like a dream. She remembered the first night she plopped down on her bed thinking, this is going to be the best job in the world. I get to travel the world and I just do massages. Incredible. She starts reading her book. She's getting ready to fall asleep when she hears a knock on the door. It's one of Epstein's assistants. Jeffrey's ready for his massage. Shantae thought it was odd, but she was hired to be a masseuse, and technically it's a private island. Maybe island time works differently. I mean, she tried to convince herself this is completely normal, right? Because if you're hired to be a private masseuse, it's not like you just work business hours. She follows Jeffrey's assistant, goes to his villa. The massage table was all set up and the waves were crashing outside on the rocks. And Shantae kept thinking, well, okay, this is a little uncomfortable, but at least Ghislaine is nearby. Because I don't know if that's his girlfriend or his wife or what, but she's like the mom of the group. Shantae waited for Jeffrey, and he burst in with a rope, threw it off, and climbed onto the table. He looked incredibly smug, she said. Then he grabbed her wrists and tugged her toward the bed, pulled her on top of him, and he assaulted her. She stated the more she struggled, the more fun he was having. When he was done, he just jumped up, left her there, hopped into the shower. Shantae said she was so traumatized, she got up, threw on her shorts, ran all the way back to her villa without her shoes, cutting up completely. The whole bottom of her feet was all bloody, and she cried herself to sleep. And she kept thinking, there were so many people. Ghislaine was there. She was nearby. She knew Ghislaine heard her scream, and Ghislaine did nothing. There were 70 staff members on that island. How did they not see anything? I mean, Ghislaine warned the employees that there would be a lot of women around. She explained it to the employees as, they're going to be bees around the honey pot. But I'm queen bee. Always remember that. And it was impossible to forget. Ghislaine was a demanding bee. There were about 70 staff members on the private island alone. Some of them called her Hurricane Ghislaine. They said whenever she got to the island, all tranquility, all peacefulness, gone, out the door. And her way with staff was to treat them, quote, like the help. I mean, she was ruthless. The workers there were explicitly told not to be seen unless requested, and they weren't allowed in most buildings where the abuse was taking place. So many victims stated it's perfectly understandable that some of the staff didn't even know what was going on. But they say a photo is worth 1,000 words. And there is a painting of Bill Clinton that was saying a lot. There was a painting of Bill Clinton hung in Jeffrey Epstein's New York City mansion. It's of Bill Clinton in a blue dress and red heels. Former President Clinton is sitting, dangling his legs off the side of an armchair and pointing at you, or whoever's looking at this painting, and he's smiling in almost like this coquettish manner. Some people have interpreted this painting to be the one that pokes at Bill Clinton's affair with Monica Lewinsky, because Monica Lewinsky is the woman that Bill Clinton had an affair with while he was president of the United States. Side note, the power imbalance there is like a whole other story for another day. But she wore a iconic blue dress that was stained with the president's bodily fluids after an intimate incident that they had. She wore the blue dress for the rest of her day working as an intern in the White House because she thought it was spinach dip that she had spilt on her dress. It was not spinach dip. I mean, I guess it could be argued that it's the blue dress Hillary Clinton wore to the 2009 Kennedy Center honors. It's not, but it could be. I guess art is about who interprets it. And the interpretation that the internet had of this painting being hung in Jeffrey Epstein's New York City estate was he was sending a message. Because if he knows Bill Clinton personally and still purchased this piece of art and hung it up, it almost felt like he was outwardly telling people, I have stuff on Bill Clinton. I have stuff on everyone. I can make fun at former presidents. Because what are they going to do to me? Jeffrey Epstein was also known to keep a collection of photos of very powerful people that he had ties to, allegedly. He had a wall of photos that included Woody Allen, Bill Clinton, the Prince of Saudi Arabia, Pope John Paul II, and Cuba's Fidel Castro. Now, just to preface and disclaim, just because there are pictures of them on his walls doesn't mean they were in any way friendly with one another or even met each other, or even if they did, that still does not explicitly imply guilt of any sort of crime or even morally corrupt action. So, don't kill me. Honestly, I should just leave it there. But I will say, a lot of the photographs included individuals who had scandals of their own. So it's just very interesting. But more damning in Jeffrey Epstein's photo collection were photos of young girls in small bikinis or naked girls pictured on the beach. There were several photos of various girls engaging in group activities with one another and with Epstein. There's a crudely drawn picture of a baby and a skull, as well as a real photo of a girl that appears to be around 6 years old wearing a short dress, bending over and exposing her back. But that's not even the picture that brought this case to the forefront of all the international news. Instead, it was a picture of 17-year-old Virginia Giuffre wearing a tank top, a pair of jeans. There's Ghislaine Maxwell standing in the back, and Prince Andrew of the British royal family with his arm on 17-year-old Virginia's bare waist. There is a room in Florida where there are so many valuables in this room. Crystals, chandeliers, museum-level statues. But if you really want to rob the place, because I don't know, you have a wish to be imprisoned, I don't advise anyone to do that. But if you must, they say you should peel off the walls. Not for the artwork that's hanging there, but the room is plastered with $7 million worth of gold leaf. Or if you think that's way too complicated, just steal a bathroom sink or two, because there are gold-plated sinks worth over $100,000 per sink. It is the 20,000 square foot ballroom in Mar-a-Lago, former President Trump's Mar-a-Lago club in Palm Beach. Did you know they charge $200,000 for your initiation fee? It's a one-time payment that you don't get back. There's also an annual fee of about $16,000 that you have to pay. But even if you have the money and you want to spend it at Mar-a-Lago, you can't. They have a 500-member cap, and each applicant must be vetted and referred by a current member, and then Trump himself will sign every single approved applicant. Jeffrey Epstein was banned indefinitely from Mar-a-Lago. He wasn't even a member and he got banned.
I feel like that sounds more impressive than
being a member.
Yeah.
Exactly. Allegedly, Ghislaine was the one who knew Trump, not Epstein. And through Epstein's connection with Ghislaine, Epstein started visiting Mar-a-Lago, even though he's not a member. I don't know if that's against the club rules. I don't know if the rich are allowed to break club rules, but it seemed like Trump didn't really care. Until one day, he gets a call from a very angry member. He states that his young daughter was laying out by the pool when a man approached her, giving her some sort of reason on why she needed to go to his mansion. And she went, probably assuming everyone at the club was at least familiar with her family, maybe a family friend. It'd probably be safe. So she went, and he tried to convince her to get naked. So she ran out of there, called her dad, who immediately directly called Trump, very upset about what transpired, and Epstein was banned from ever stepping foot on Mar-a-Lago ever again.
That is a crazy, crazy story.
But Ghislaine wasn't. Virginia said the same thing happened to her. But she didn't have rich parents to call Trump. Virginia was a changing room assistant at Mar-a-Lago, making $9 an hour. Her dad worked there as a maintenance manager. One day, Virginia found her dad at work, and she was excitedly telling him about this new opportunity that she had. One of the very wealthy members had asked her if she wanted to work for her and earn a massage therapist license. I mean, it seemed perfect because she would probably pay more than the club, and Virginia would get a license from it, meaning it would only open more doors for her future. Virginia was so excited, and her dad wanted to support her, so after work, he personally drove her Her dad personally drove her to Epstein's Palm Beach mansion, where Ghislaine met with the both of them in the driveway. Ghislaine reassured Virginia's dad that they would have Virginia home safe and sound later tonight, so he could just get home and rest. He trusted them. They're members of the club. So Virginia's dad left. Virginia was escorted upstairs with Ghislaine. She's 16, 17 at the time. She has zero experience with massages. She's never even gotten a massage at this point, so she has no idea how it works. She goes upstairs, the door swings open, and she's shocked. Jeffrey Epstein is laying there naked on the table. Virginia is contemplating running out, but she reasons with herself, because our brains are incredible at reasoning with ourselves, that maybe this is normal, maybe you just put a towel over, right? But then Ghislaine starts taking off her shirt and starts rubbing her bare chest on Jeffrey Epstein's body with massage oils, implying to Virginia and stating that this is what she needs to do. They coerced Virginia into taking off her clothes. She just did as she was told. I mean, she didn't know what else to do. That was the very first time the two of them assaulted Virginia J3ffrey. Virginia J3ffrey would be one of the key victims to take down this trafficking ring. Even the newest court document releases, those were from Virginia J3ffrey's defamation lawsuit against Ghislaine. But unfortunately, that also means that Virginia J3ffrey would endure some of the worst, most extensive, and traumatizing acts committed by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Virginia stated that she was essentially loaned out to basically service all the other high-powered friends that Epstein and Maxwell had. Virginia said, "I was trained to be everything a man wanted me to be. It wasn't just sexual training. They wanted me to be able to cater to all the needs of the men they were going to send me to. They said that they loved that I was very compliant and knew how to keep my mouth shut about what they expected me to do." Epstein and Ghislaine also told me that they wanted me to produce information for them, in addition to performing sex on the men. They told me to pay attention to the details about the men so that I could report back to them. Virginia stated that she was terrified. She said she couldn't leave or speak up sooner because he could have had me killed or abducted, and I knew he was capable of that if I didn't obey him. She said, "I realized that my only purpose for Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell and their friends was to be used for sex." Virginia stated that she was working with them, and Jeffrey had sex with underage girls on a daily basis. She said his interest in this kind of sex was obvious to the people around him. The activities were so obvious and bold that anyone spending any significant time at any one of Jeffrey Epstein's residences would have clearly been aware of what was going on. In a deposition, Virginia stated, "In addition to constantly finding underage girls to satisfy their personal desires, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell also got girls for Jeffrey Epstein's friends and acquaintances. Jeffrey Epstein specifically told me that the reason for him doing this was that they would, quote, owe him, that they would, quote, be in his pocket, and he would, quote, have something on them. I understood that Jeffrey Epstein thought he could get leniency if he was ever caught doing anything illegal, or he could escape trouble altogether." Virginia would come forward with allegations that she was essayed by Prince Andrew 3 times, once in London, once in New York City, and another once in a group activity session on the island. Virginia stated, quote, "I knew he was a member of the British royal family, but I just called him Andy. I got news from Ghislaine Maxwell that I would be meeting a prince later that day. Jeffrey Epstein told me I was meeting a major prince. Jeffrey Epstein told me to exceed everything I had been taught. He emphasized whatever Prince Andrew wanted, I was to make sure he got." Prince Andrew would state that he has no recollection of meeting this lady, even though there's a picture of them together when she was 17. But he said, no to all of it. That's what Prince Andrew said in an interview about the allegations. He also argued that the photo of him and Virginia must be edited because those are his traveling clothes that he's wearing. But it stated that the picture was taken in London, which to him doesn't make sense because he only travels in his traveling clothes. Prince Andrew also states that men always remember every single time they have intimate relations because it's a positive experience. So the fact that he cannot remember intimate relations with Virginia basically means that it didn't happen. In the end, Prince Andrew settled out of court, and it's rumored that Virginia J3ffrey was given more than $12 million, which I believe she's putting into a charity that she's started. But even with the settlement, Prince Andrew has denied all allegations. Soon after the settlement, the Queen stripped him of all of his royal titles, which was incredibly significant because it is alleged that Prince Andrew was Queen Elizabeth's favorite son. Virginia J3ffrey said, "Cages come in many forms, and I can tell you my cage might have been a golden cage, but it was a cage nonetheless. I was very alone and there was no way out." It's speculated that humans evolved to be able to sense when others are looking at us and watching us. Everyone at the Daily Mirror, Ghislaine's dad's company, knew that Robert Maxwell was watching them. He would bug the executives' phones. It was known that people at the Daily Mirror would have meetings where they just wrote down their thoughts rather than saying it because everyone knew that Robert Maxwell was listening to them. Even at home, Robert Maxwell would hide recording devices into antique lamps because he wanted to hear everything his family was saying about him at all times. Jeffrey Epstein allegedly did the same thing. Sarah Ransom states that every inch of his properties, including the island, was monitored with cameras, every single inch. Robert Maxwell watched Ghislaine and everybody else in his life. Ghislaine and Jeffrey watched all their victims, but someone was watching Jeffrey. And I think he knew it. He had a new addition to his art collection, a photorealistic painting he personally commissioned that depicted a prison scene with him in the middle of barbed wires and guards. This is after he got out of prison the first time. So he gets a photo commissioned, like a painting commissioned of him in prison. And he told a friend about the painting and he said, that's me. I want this painting so that I am always remembering the possibility that that could be me again. Like I could always go back to prison. Which is objectively, I guess, a smart reminder. But the problem is, Jeffrey got too comfortable and forgot that people are watching him. July 8th, 2019, Jeffrey Epstein was arrested for conspiracy to commit trafficking and trafficking of underage girls in New York State. It's likely he didn't know that he was being watched or investigated or studied because he got aboard his private jet, flew in from Paris, landed in New Jersey where he was greeted by a fleet of cars, the FBI and NYPD. The minute he stepped on American soil, he was arrested and placed in handcuffs. How did he not know that they were watching him? If he knew, he probably would have stayed in France or fled somewhere else. He had the means, he had the money. The authorities would later find fake passports in his New York City townhouse safe. I'm sure he had more. By all accounts, Jeffrey Epstein seemed genuinely surprised that he was arrested a second time, 10 years after his first arrest. Even after his first arrest, Epstein told the New York Post, "I'm not a predator. I'm an offender. It's the difference between a murderer and a person who steals a bagel." He's saying he just stole a bagel. That's it. But now, 10 years later, just like the Maxwell empire, the Epstein empire was going to crumble down in disgrace. And everything that Ghislaine had worked for the past 10 years was gone, down the drain. Yeah, sure, this trafficking ring, yeah, okay, that's down the drain. But additionally, Ghislaine kept herself very, very busy after Jeffrey's first arrest in 2008, 10 years ago, okay? She wanted to completely reinvent herself to be a new woman, the water woman. Side note, Jeffrey and Ghislaine were very much close after his first arrest. It didn't seem like anything ever really changed. People said that Ghislaine was still organizing and planning all of Epstein's massages even after he got out of prison, but she also created a network, like a method where girls would recruit other girls and she would just kind of sit at the top to make sure everything was going accordingly. Ghislaine was reinventing herself after Jeffrey Epstein came out of prison the first time. She started her own nonprofit called Terra Mar in 2012. She said it was her project for humanity. The focus was on cleaning up the 8 million metric tons of plastic debris, the garbage that's dumped into the world's oceans every year. So she would host these TED Talks where she asked, "Is anybody here staying awake at night because they're frightened about the ocean? Are you scared about what could happen? Are you trying to think about what you could do that would help the ocean and all its myriad of troubles?" She would invite her friends over, and instead of talking about writing a book now to get Jeffrey to marry her or throw tea parties in her undergarments, Ghislaine was now spending all her time at dinner parties talking about saving the ocean, the deep sea, and all the animals that live there that need saving. It's like she was trying to tie herself to a bigger picture, a big cause that was more than, why is Epstein obsessed with massages? But some people who knew her said, she could not care less about the ocean, okay? At a conference in South Carolina, she was busy talking to everybody that would listen about Terra Mar. She sounded really passionate. So there was one filmmaker who had no idea anything about Ghislaine Maxwell's life, and he was convinced by her excitement to change the planet. So he offered to help her shoot this promotional video that would encourage viewers to sign a petition. They planned out the whole video, and just to make sure that he knew what was going on and what color she was going to wear, he asked her, "Wait, what are you going to wear?" And she's like, "Oh, the Terra Mar shirt that I plan on releasing." "Okay, yeah, that's perfect. But you should see me in my full leather outfit with weapons." He was like, "That's so strange. That happened out of nowhere." And she's like, "You know Lara Croft from Tomb Raider? I'm the real life version of her." He said it was incredibly but in a creepy way. Like there was something off about it. It was weird. Anyway, the next morning they meet up on the beach to shoot the video, and she's wearing the Terra Mar shirt, which looks like the I Heart NYC shirt, but it's I Heart squiggle, so like I Heart waves. She paired it with jeans, and stilettos on the sand. Are you here to save the ocean or get some pictures for Instagram? He had no idea. The producer said it was more like a glamour shoot than anything. He said it's like she was trying to reinvent herself with the ocean, but she was the same exact person. And none of us can run away from ourselves. But Ghislaine still tried. She would go to the United Nations and give speeches about what we need to do for the oceans. People would even joke with her. You Maxwell seemed to love it underwater.
Wait, what does that mean?
Because she loves water. Her dad drowned.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Ghislaine thought it was hilarious, apparently, and tipped her head back and laughed. She even went to a fundraiser event in New York City after Epstein's first arrest that was for stopping sex trafficking. She showed up, took a few pictures, and left. The fundraisers were confused why she even came, but also they noted she did not donate a single cent. And her sex trafficking partner in crime was now sitting in prison for the second time, suspiciously dead, just like her dad. Jeffrey Epstein was found suspended in his jail cell. His death was officially deemed a self-exit, but there's even a Wikipedia page called Jeffrey Epstein Isn't Dead. So there's a few camps of people out there. One group that thinks that he self-exited, another group that thinks that he was killed, and one group that thinks that he's not dead at all, that he's alive, and the Jeffrey Epstein in that cell is a lookalike. So let's explore the first theory very briefly, the official theory. Jeffrey Epstein self-exited. Experts stated that Jeffrey Epstein had no defensive wounds, and just going over his last few days in prison, people said that it was very tumultuous. A few days before Jeffrey's death, it stated that his state was declining very rapidly in regards to his mental health. It was reported that he was agitated, he couldn't properly sleep, the toilet in his unit kept running. So the prison had a toilet overflowing plumbing problem, so the whole place was infested with like feces, urine, and infested with rats and cockroaches. He couldn't sleep because the toilet was running all night and he has sleep apnea. So he would allegedly sit in the corner, sleep deprived, rocking back and forth, covering his ears, calling himself a coward. Sometimes he would just crawl up on the floor and try to sleep on the floor. He stopped showering. His beard was unkept. And a few days before his death, he attempted to self-exit. The psychologist stated, inmate has multiple risk factors for self-exiting as identified by BOP statistics. Let's be proactive. Jail officials noted in logs that Epstein was, quote, sitting at the edge of his bed, lost in thought, and, quote, sitting with his head against the wall. Another facility assistant emailed the jail official stating Epstein seemed, quote, dazed and withdrawn. She wrote, just to be on the safe side, can someone from psych come and talk to him? He also left a meeting with his attorney to go call his mom. His mom has been dead for 15 years. So it's speculated that perhaps he was losing his grip. Others felt like by self-exiting, Epstein was getting the last laugh. I mean, it's like he was saying, screw you, which a lot of people close to him said that it would fit exactly what Epstein would do. He was someone that wanted to have control till the very last end. He wanted to have the final laugh, the final say, the final word. Days before Epstein's death, he was making adjustments in his will that would impact how his assets were going to be handled. He changed it so that his $500 million-ish fortune would go to a trust in the U.S. Virgin Islands, the 1953 trust, named after the year he was born, but we have no idea who the benefactors of this trust are. For all we know, he could still be paying the people who helped him commit these crimes.
Right now?
Yeah.
Nobody knows where his money's at?
This was really purposeful because by putting the money in a trust in the U.S. Virgin Islands, it would be really hard for the victims to get money. I believe there is a separate victim fund trust set up in the U.S. from the proceeds of his real estate sales that would go to victims, but still. He wrote to the U.S. gymnastics team doctor that was convicted of abusing athletes. Well, he wrote to him in prison. That letter never got to Larry, and we don't know what he wrote in the letter, but that was like a few weeks before his death. It was just odd. So people speculate, yeah, no, it seems like he self-exited. The next theory is that perhaps he was murdered. Some people think it's a little simpler. Maybe he was murdered by someone in prison, and maybe someone high profile paid someone in prison to do it. Maybe the inmate just didn't like people that abused children. Others stated, no, he was murdered by high profile people. It was a hit job. I don't know, but I do know that the two guards that were sitting 15 feet away from Jeffrey Epstein's prison cell when he was murdered or when he was dead, they were supposed to do rounds every 30 minutes, but they didn't. They just forged the documents and the records to make it seem like they did, but in reality, they were on their phones online shopping for furniture and motorcycles. They also fell asleep for 2 hours. They stated it was because they were overworked due to the lack of staffing. There were only 18 guards in the entire prison that day. That's 12 stories tall and houses close to 800 inmates. One of the two guards was on a 16-hour shift, so that was kind of their excuse of, that's why we didn't realize that he was dead in his cell, but other people thought, maybe that's not why. Maybe it's because you're not supposed to tell us what you saw. Did someone come in and kill Jeffrey Epstein and stage it? Maybe the guards weren't paying attention. Maybe they were. Jeffrey Epstein did tell a psychologist that he was too much of a coward to self-exit. And one psychologist wrote that Epstein was very future-oriented. He explicitly told her, "Why would you ever think I'm suicidal? I'm not suicidal, and I would never be." It's also stated that Epstein was supposed to be hopeful when he died because his attorneys were on the verge of filing a motion that would argue his non-prosecution agreement in Florida would apply in New York City somehow. So, I don't know. There's other arguments where people argue where his ligature marks were on his neck. So people were saying, regardless of his mental health, they believed that the marks on his neck were not consistent with self-exiting. Netizens stated that the marks on his neck were too low. When you're suspended, the marks would naturally be higher up near your ears. They stated that the lines on Epstein's neck were more consistent with someone coming up behind Epstein and strangling him. But I would say most people think that Epstein was killed by someone powerful. After Epstein got out of prison the first time he was arrested, he allegedly joked to his close friends and said, "Everyone thinks they know me now, but no, I'm the one that has everything on them." It's insinuated that Epstein had blackmail on powerful people. The theory, the conspiracy, the same source does not think that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. They stated that he is way too important to way too many people. There are stories that came out that Jeffrey Epstein had every single guest bedroom and every single property, even the bathrooms, wired with secret hidden cameras. He was able to record very powerful people having with underage girls. He had saved all of those tapes and used those to gain his own power and wealth, and that's why nobody knows how he even made his money. A lot of victims stated they never saw him work a day in his life. No business calls, like nothing. It was weird. And nobody really knows how he made his money. Netizens say it aligns with victims coming forward saying that Epstein would tell them to snoop on all these men that they were being abused by and bring him all these salacious, secretive details about them. But then on the other side, you have people saying, but why haven't there been official mention of any of these videos? Or why haven't they been not released, but taken in for evidence and everybody involved would have been arrested? The conspiracy theorists say, well, because everyone in the videos are too powerful. Not in the sense that they can control the government, but in the sense that if they all go down, the world will see just how corrupt our world leaders are and our industry moguls are, and people will turn from the government. All trust, the social contracts will be broken. There will be some sort of uprising. That's the theory by netizens. It would be too damaging because it's not just one politician. It might be all of them. There are conspiracy theorists who believe that world order would be absolutely destroyed with the knowledge of these tapes existing getting out. And then you have the theory that he's not really dead. There is an alleged photo of Epstein from his cell, dead, and allegedly the photo doesn't add up with the facial proportions. So his ears and nose don't match his photo when he's alive, the side profile. So the alleged photo of him dead shows a much more curved nose at the bottom, at the tip, and the nose bridge is a bit slopier. But Jeffrey Epstein's side profile from when he's alive, the nose bridge is a bit straighter and it's a little bit more pointed at the tip. His ear, the alleged photo of him dead, the ear cartilage is a lot spinier and busier. There's more ear cartilage like showing in his ear and it looks like. But when he's alive, the side profile, it doesn't look like that. So for those reasons, some people believe that he's out there living with his $500 million trust, living his best life. So Jeffrey Epstein is dead and Ghislaine Maxwell is on the run. Ghislaine Maxwell was not arrested. She had multiple citizenships, so she could technically be anywhere. Paris, Brazil, in a bunker, in a submarine. We don't even know how much money she has access to at this point, or even now. So July 2nd, 2022, 11 months after Jeffrey Epstein's death, in a tree-lined hill of New Hampshire, like in a cabin, which cabin makes it sound like she's in the woods, being one with nature. This cabin is massive. It's surrounded by endless beautiful pine trees. It's a luxury oasis. There's a giant window that's like 2 stories tall that's letting in all this sunlight. It's secluded. It's isolated. I would imagine if I had to rent this cabin for a month, it'd be tens of thousands of dollars. It's a beautiful, luxurious, well-equipped facility. And it even has an ironic name. It's called Tucked Away. Helicopters start flying up above the trees. Authorities and squad cars show up. Officers are hiding behind the tree trunks. And they know that Ghislaine Maxwell is in there, and they're not leaving until they get her.
So why is she in the U.S.?
We don't know. A lot of people speculate that she thought it would just die down. People would just kind of get over it.
What?
Yeah. This is a little goofy, but I mean, you have the FBI out there trying to get Ghislaine, and she knows this. She's done for. Like, she still tries to flee. She runs from room to room, trying to outrun the FBI. They eventually found her, caught her, and her phone was covered in tinfoil because she thought the aluminum foil would block her cell signal.
No way.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
She was arrested at 58 years old, and she was facing 38 years to 50 years in prison. Now, people who knew Ghislaine personally said that she was like a shark, a great white shark. A lot of people say that she's a shark that was dealing with a lot, that she was struggling with deep insecurities, probably caused by her dad. I mean, there are theories that she was just looking to find another Robert Maxwell for her life. It's like she was chasing that feeling that she's never enough but wants to keep trying for a man. I think that there's a few ways that people perceive Ghislaine. I mean, especially the ones that were close to her or knew her personally. It seems like there's the ones that believe that Ghislaine was victimized by her father and that she was looking high and low to fill this gaping hole in her life for a father figure. She meets Jeffrey Epstein and she starts just going from this deeply wounded woman to a monster. That Ghislaine was so desperate for the attention and love for these men that she was willing to be a vile, evil being. I mean, side note, this is what some acquaintances and a small group of netizens believe. But just remember, to be a monster, you have to already have those traits in you. That's how I feel. But those close to the pair said, Ghislaine was obsessed with him. Genuinely would do anything for him. When the FBI raided Epstein's house, they found this hard drive that was registered under Ghislaine's name, and it could be inferred that she's the one using it. They found a Microsoft Word document that she was working on, and it read like Ghislaine's writing, but pretending to be someone else. It reads, Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell have been together as a couple for the past 11 years. They are, contrary to what people believe, rarely apart. I always see them together. Ghislaine Maxwell is highly intelligent and great company with a ready smile and an infectious laugh. Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell share many mutual interests and are a lot of fun together. They both have inquisitive minds. Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell complement each other really well, and I cannot imagine one without the other. On top of being great partners, they are always best friends.
I don't get it. What is that?
It seems like she was writing it to submit it into some sort of article or newspaper. It's like she was just so obsessed with him. What kind of grown woman talks about her relationship, barely their relationship, in third-person form? It's like she needs to convince people that they love each other. Then there are those who believe that Ghislaine was just a monster. She's just an evil parrot. People said that when she would come into work at her dad's office, because of course she got a job there, she was just, when her dad wasn't there, she would just try to copy her dad. She would parrot her dad. She would be incredibly loud and aggressive. It's just she didn't have her own personality, but she was rude. She was evil. She did everything for herself. That's all she cared about at the end of the day was herself. Even what she did for Jeffrey Epstein, all these girls were a means to an end. Just to give you an idea, I mean, the way that Ghislaine treated people, especially the house staff, is insane. I do think that this is kind of crazy. She wrote a 58-page booklet with hundreds of checklist items on how she wanted things done in the residence. She would get infuriated if someone broke the oftentimes completely unreasonable rules. The rules read, in the grooming guest relations section, appearance is extremely important if high standards are to be maintained. A favorable first impression goes a long way. Personal cleanliness, good presentation, and a genuine and polite aim to please approach are very important. Try and anticipate the needs of Mr. Epstein and Miss Maxwell and their guests. Make guests feel pampered and welcome. Do not discuss personal problems with guests. Remember that you see nothing, hear nothing, say nothing, except to answer a question directed at you. Inobtrusive is the key. Wear the appropriate clothing, dark blue trousers with white golf shirts to be worn daily, long sleeve white shirts for dinner service. Items in pockets must not create a bulge or be visible. Do not address Mr. Epstein, Miss Maxwell, and other guests with hands in your pockets. Do not chew gum. Avoid using strong perfume or aftershave lotion. This could cause an allergic reaction. And smile. Another section is titled Proper Language. What you say is as important as what you do. Your language must include good diction and exclude swear words and slang. You do not say, yeah, sure, no problem, you bet, gotcha, I don't know. You do say, yes, mister, of course, miss, my pleasure, it's no trouble at all, you're quite right. I would be very pleased to. I have no idea, but I will find out immediately. To a compliment, you must say, you are very kind. Thank you, miss. I enjoyed doing it. To justified criticism or mistakes, you say, I am very sorry, it will not happen again. It was completely my fault and I will make the changes immediately. What to say when entering a room? May I come in? Greet whoever is inside the room. You do not expound on weather or any other subject unless asked. You provide your service and then ask, is there anything else I might do for you? If not, leave the room. When answering the phone, do not slam the receiver at any time. All calls should be answered within 3 rings or less. It even has very strict rules for Ghislaine Maxwell's breakfast. Maxwell House coffee served with milk, freshly squeezed orange juice, glass of water, 1 Weetabix with sliced banana, milk and sugar on the side. So I guess it's up for you to interpret how you see Ghislaine. I will say I don't think in any scenario she is the victim, but I guess it's the question of, is she a right-hand woman or is she the mastermind? Did she do what Jeffrey told her to do, or did she plan, execute, and mastermind a trafficking ring for the ultra-wealthy? Ghislaine once said in an interview, you tell me one person you know and take 20 people who know that person, they're all going to give you different versions of what they think of that person. One victim stated Ghislaine was worse than Jeffrey. She said Ghislaine got off in her own way from these assaults. Ghislaine got off on making those high-powered men happy. She felt validated from it. Before the trial, Ghislaine's attorney made a statement. They said, Ghislaine is in a very, very difficult condition. Conditions none of us wish on our worst enemies. I've never seen anything like it. It's the Epstein effect. Ghislaine's family have set up a website for her called realghislaine.com. Her brother defended her in an interview and stated, imagine yourself arrested and imprisoned in solitary confinement, deprived of bail for 9 months. Whatever your feelings about her allegations, she's entitled to a fair trial, to due process. My brothers and sisters and I will never stop fighting for Ghislaine. The trial itself was very messy, mainly on the defense part. Ghislaine's defense attorneys just kept trying to insinuate that it's unfair that a woman is taking the fall for a man. In their literal opening statements, they said, ever since Eve was tempting Adam with the apple, women have been blamed for the bad behavior of men. The charges against Ghislaine Maxwell are for things that Jeffrey Epstein did, but she is not Jeffrey Epstein. She is not like Jeffrey Epstein. A victim testified about her abuse that started when she was 14, but now she has overcome her trauma and became an actress. The defense attorneys were like, you're an actress? Well, can you cry on command? How do we know you're not crying on command right now? How do we know that you're not acting right now? Other times, the defense tried to use the fact that a lot of the victims grew up to battle addiction and face other obstacles in life. They just kind of threw it in their face, like, how can we trust you if you do drugs? It was a lot. And side note, addiction is a whole other topic, but many of the victims stated that they fell into drugs to cope with their trauma. So it just felt like a very gross thing to use against them. Another victim, Annie, who is Maria's sister, she testified, and the defense tried to argue that Annie was not traumatized by her abuse because she wore cowboy boots. Okay, I'm obviously summarizing, but essentially, Annie was gifted a pair of cowboy boots from Ghislaine and Jeffrey. She stopped wearing them once she escaped them, but every time she would look and see them in her closet, she felt this pain. And she thought, you know what? No, I'm going to reclaim it. It's just a pair of shoes. It was part of her overcoming her trauma. So she starts wearing the cowboy boots again, and the defense brought in her cowboy boots, showed the wear and tear, and insinuated that if Annie was actually distraught about what happened and traumatized, she would throw the boots away and she would never be able to even wear them. The defense also tried to use the fact that some of the victims testifying were awarded anywhere between $2 to $5 million in the victim compensation program as a way to show that the victims were just money hungry and that they would say anything to get money out of the fund. There's a lot of victim blaming, a lot, which is in a way expected in our justice system, but also not. And it's infuriating because, it's what is going on? Why are we still doing this? And side note, when Ghislaine was asked if she would testify or not at her own trial, usually the defendant on trial will answer just a simple yes or no. But Ghislaine responded to the judge, Your Honor, the government has not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, so there is no need for me to testify. In the end, December 29th, 2021, just a few days after Ghislaine's 60th birthday, Ghislaine was born on Christmas. The verdict came through, and Ghislaine was found guilty of 5 of the 6 charges. Ghislaine was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Her attorneys will be appealing, and Ghislaine states that she too is a victim of Jeffrey Epstein and was manipulated by him. She also states that when she gets out of prison, her life goal is to help others that have been incarcerated. So that's like Terramar 2.0. Ghislaine also stated that she wishes that she never met Jeffrey Epstein, had no idea how evil he was, and according to one source, Ghislaine is writing a book in prison. The source states that Ghislaine doesn't think that she's done anything wrong, and that once people read her book and they know her true story, she will be freed. Yeah.
Crazy.
The source also states that Ghislaine is very upset that she, a woman, is the only one facing consequences. Ghislaine is also adamant that the picture of Prince Andrew and Virginia J3ffrey when she was 17 was forged. It's a fake edited photo, so it's wild. She also has zero proof. She just says, I don't know exactly how many points there are, but there are over 50 problems with that picture, so I don't believe it to be a true picture. I will say the FBI had it in their possession and never brought up any suspicions that it was altered. So hopefully, Ghislaine will spend a very long time in prison. But there are still a lot of unanswered questions with this case. Like one victim stated during the trial that she saw a picture of Ghislaine Maxwell nude and pregnant in Jeffrey Epstein's house. There have been no further details. Ghislaine is not known to be a mother. Could she have a child somewhere out there? Could that be the beneficiary to the trust? I really can't tell you. I mean, the theories just keep going on this case. They're endless. But I will say the victims who have come forward to go up against people like Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, they are the ones with the true power. They are incredibly brave and admirable. And just to give you an idea, in the 58-page rule book for the house staff, a page reads, Preparations checklist for master bedroom. Set air conditioning at 60 degrees. 2 lighted pens on both bedside tables. Jeffrey Epstein's large and small notepads on both bedside tables. Box of tissues on each bedside table. Replace if less than 1/3 full. Gun placed in bedside table drawer. And that is the full case of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, there's a lot more online if you're interested, but these are just what we know of them from online sources, those acquaintances, anonymous sources that have come forward. And I don't know, it's just more messier than I thought it would ever be. What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments, and I will see you guys on Wednesday for the next episode. Bye.
Ever since the Great Awakening, thousands of content creators like myself have been burning the midnight oil well into the wee hours of the morning, and millions of us who are awake are not getting enough sleep. Everyone knows that a good night's sleep is essential for efficient functioning of the cognitive processes that enable a person to discern truth from fiction and deep state-induced woke dementia. Well, years before I was asked to be an advertiser for MyPillow, I have been using their products. The first product I used was, of course, the pillows. I was impressed with the comfort, and I was able to fall off to sleep almost immediately rather than having to fight a bag of foam and trying to get comfortable. The pillowcases and Giza sheets are absolutely the bee's knees, and I have sets for the 2 beds I have in my home. Another thing is their body pillow. I suffer from a lumbar spine injury that is exacerbated by my preference to sleep on my side. Having the body pillow to roll onto alleviates the pressure and mitigates the discomfort, allowing me to fall asleep quickly. Mike Lindell, a great American patriot, has an entire line of quality products that everyone should try. Once you sleep with the pillows and sheets, you'll throw the ones you have in the garbage or donate them to Goodwill. If you go to www.mypillow.com, there is a link in the description. As a viewer and subscriber to this channel, you can buy anything in the store for 66% off. That's 1/3 of the retail price. Just fill your shopping cart and use promo code N4T at the checkout. Take it from me, folks, I've been using Mike Lindell's products since 2015. There is nothing like them on the market, and I say this with 71 years of sleeping experience. Don't forget, use promo code N4T at checkout.
Epstein is talking about he wants everyone in the world to have his DNA. He didn't say I want every woman in the world to have my baby. He said I want everyone in the world to have my DNA. And he's working with and communicating with the people that are making the RNA, and he's talking about utilizing that as a delivery system with some of his own DNA. It's quite possible, after me reading that everyone that has gotten that Jabberwowski is walking around with Epstein's DNA in their body. If he was successful, there are millions of people walking around with some of his genetic code inside of them so that he can live on forever through everyone else. This is narcissism 10x.
What did I tell you guys? This goes so many layers deep that they want us to ignore. There's so much that has come out of this. The Life Touch pictures that in all of our children's schools, even in my school growing up, that's what takes all of the school pictures, does the yearbooks, graduation things, Life Touch, connected to Jeffrey Epstein. Ghislaine Maxwell's father owning McGraw-Hill, which all of our school books come from. Okay, all the DNA testing, the breeding farms, bodies being potentially found on Zorro Ranch. I mean, I don't even know where to look. And let's not talk about all the companies, the heads of companies, Lex Wexner, okay? Who, guys, do you understand? I'm gonna do another video about this. Who with Jeffrey Epstein ended up owning girls' stores, the Limited to Justice. Then there's Victoria's Secrets, Pink. Then we get into the politicians, the money that's changed hands, the different royalties. The monarchy right now is in turmoil. People want an end of the monarchy for the things that were done and covered up. But we know even those things are just scratching the surface.
We just found out that Dr. Mark Landon, the head of the OBGYN department at Ohio State Medical University, has been receiving payments from Jeffrey Epstein for years. And you automatically know what the fuck he was doing for Epstein. He was delivering babies that nobody wanted. He was getting rid of babies, and he's treating STIs. That's what he's doing. He is the gynecologist that was referenced in the other emails in the Epstein files. What gynecologist do you take your victims to? It's that motherfucker. It's that motherfucker. Take his fucking license and throw his ass in the deepest, darkest dungeon under the Red Keep. Okay? And just, you guys, I can't get my head around, as a healthcare worker, hearing that there are other healthcare workers in the world that would participate with such abject evil.
Oh, it wasn't just to get rid of babies. We think we're talking about abortion? Is that what? No. They didn't want to abort any of these babies. Do you understand? Women, girls, listen, when we talk about trafficking, we're not just talking about, oh, they took some teenagers and they wanted to, party with and have sex with and do all of that. No, guys. A lot of these young women were trafficked to be breeders. That's right. Breeder farms where they were constantly impregnated. Those babies were taken out. And you already know what we've seen, sacrificing to Moloch and Baal. But not only that, I have an expose I want to do when Xi Jinping is caught on a hot mic, where if you don't know in China what they do with their breeders, well, they actually, I won't get into everything, but just know it is easier to harvest an organ from a baby and it be a donor match. That's what we're talking about. But then thinking about wanting his DNA to be in everyone. Why is that? Well, it's not just narcissism. We have talked about Nephilim demonic DNA. The Bible says this. The Bible says this directly, that the Nephilim, who were created by fallen angels, who took women, who had sex with women on earth, and they created demonic babies called Nephilim. These are where we get the giants from. But what a lot of people miss is that, Nephilim, the Bible says specifically that giants roamed the earth but during the days of Noah and after. and after. These are demonic beings that can shapeshift, that can do so it isn't just about, oh, he just wants his DNA. We are talking about some deep things that if you were to take the things that are happening right now, the things that are being revealed, and you compare them to the Bible and the things that happen, things are just stories and, it was life lessons growing up David slayed Goliath or Noah in the flood. And that's the surface level. But if you get into the details, why would God say that the Nephilim roamed the earth during the days of Noah and after? That means after the flood, meaning they still exist. These things cannot be killed. They must be destroyed by God in the final judgment. But no, guys, Jeffrey Epstein, he's still living. Was that what the jab was about? Injecting us with demonic DNA? This is what you have to think about. And then also, Jeffrey Epstein's obsession with jerky. It's mentioned hundreds of times, if not thousands, to the point where they said Jeffrey might start eating regular food again, but right now he wants his jerky. There's 6 bags down in the cold storage. He's traveling. They have to FedEx the jerky. Then the jerky is in different people's places. Can you bring that bag of jerky for Epstein? Are we really talking about beef jerky when they're talking about what a baby's insides taste like? This is what we're dealing with. And this is why I will continue to beat the drum that we are in a spiritual battle. And this is why they're just nothing to see here, folks. No one's going to get arrested. No one's going to get indicted. Nothing's going to happen. Low hanging fruit. When Jeffrey Epstein actually went to prison, which he cut a deal so he wouldn't get federal charges for prostitution of a minor. And even those charges were weakened down, watered down. I think he only did 18 months in jail or prison. Okay. But then the day that he checked into prison, he just so happened to win the $85 million Powerball. Of course, that's not a bribery. That wasn't the payoff for him to take that little bit of a fall. So that he wouldn't, release more names or they didn't face consequences. He won the $85 million Powerball the day after he checked into prison. But it's coincidence, guys. Nothing to see here. Move along. Let's talk about whatever junk, psyop slop they want to throw at us to stay distracted from the truth.
In addition to Peter Attia and Deepak Chopra, there are other physicians who are in the Epstein files, and some of them appear to be gynecologists. This email is from a Bella Klein to a redacted address. Hey Bella, is there a gynecologist that we normally use for the girls? I need to make blank an appointment. To which the reply is S. Yale and Romoff. This is an email from Jeffrey Epstein that says organize for blank to see a gyno. The reply is Romoff or clinic blanks once went to which Epstein replies either, and then they reply, in the process of setting her up with Romoff, she is trying to make time in her schedule. Now, I don't know these doctors and I'm not alleging anything, but I think it's important for any physician named in the files to come forward and explain why they're in it.
Okay, I was popping around in the forums, as I love to do, and I came across a post where someone is pointing out that one of the sonogram photos in the files is different than some of the other photos and emails related to pregnancy that we have seen thus far. So as you guys know, so far we've seen a lot of things related to pregnancy. There is a video sonogram in the files of an unknown baby. There are countless emails where girls are coming to Jeffrey to let him know that they're pregnant. We've seen pictures of baby bumps, videos of baby bumps. We've seen the DNA kit. Yes, we know that there are babies in this mix, but what's different about this sonogram than all of the other mentions of pregnancy throughout the files is the date. This sonogram was taken in 2024. Jeffrey had long passed away at this point. 2024? Whose baby is this? Is this one of Jeffrey's frozen seeds? That is so incredibly recent. Like, I am so confused by this. Like I said, someone in the forums pointed this out and I thought it was incredibly interesting because how would a baby born in 2024 have anything to do with Jeffrey's case? Unless it's like one of his children that I don't know, the FBI tracked down. I have no idea. Let me know what you guys think in the comment.
Now I want to pause right here real quick because guys, I want to show you, I have some more new designs over at realmelanieking.com. If you want to support the work that I'm doing here, you know there's a lot of suppression. Of course, my Yahweh collection, Every Breath Speaks His Name, has been going crazy. You guys are loving these for men, women, different colors, front and back. But look what I have here. God's children are not for sale. This is what I just put out for women. This is a front and back tee. This is another t-shirt. This is for men. I need to be able to tell my grandchildren I did not stay silent. And again, we have that in different colors. There's like one more color there. Here's another one for women. It is, if you're not angry, you're not paying attention. And I have one more that I want to show you guys. Actually, two more. This is for the men. This is the same shirt as the women. God's children are not for sale. This is front and back. Once again, I have different colors. I've been working on not just doing black and white, guys. I've been trying to add more colors. Let me know what colors you may want. But we have a lot of different designs, but I wanted to highlight these because they're new. And then I also have this shirt. I need to be able to tell my grandchildren I did not stay silent. Now is not the time, guys. We are in dark times. So if you want to support the work I'm doing here, you know, there's a lot of suppression, demonetization. They're going to want to just keep throwing psyop slop at us, distraction. They want us to move on. Our children don't matter. It doesn't matter if they're cannibalistic, Satan worshiping pedophiles. No, it doesn't matter. Let's just move on. These people are all in our government, companies, like the list goes on and on. So we need to be wearing our values out loud because we need to be a light in the darkness. So once again, the link for my merch shop, realmelanieking.com, as well as other ways you can support me, will be in the description box below.
When it comes to Epstein, I think we're ignoring a much bigger story here. One that deals with DNA, AI, and transhumanism. Let's get into it. Juliette Bryant, one of the Epstein survivors, went on a podcast and was talking about a chilling account that happened at Epstein's New Mexico estate, where she woke up unable to move in a laboratory surrounded by scientists. She said they weren't doing the thing that everybody associates with Epstein. She said, quote, they were doing something else, something they don't want anyone to know about. They did something to me and I want to know what. That's why I won't stop until I find out. Last January, when over 5,000 pages of Epstein court docs were released, we learned that Epstein has very deep ties in academia and that many of the people that were named were Harvard professors and MIT professors. So let's get into some of their work. Before we do, it's important to note that Epstein was documented to having a great interest in cloning, DNA, and transhumanism, the belief that the human brain and body can and should be artificially enhanced using modern science and technology. Okay, first up, we have George Church. He's a famous geneticist and he is a professor at MIT and Harvard Medicine. He's most famously known for his de-extinction work, like reviving the woolly mammoth. He's also known for pioneering DNA data storage, encoding digital files into biological molecules, and the list goes on. And a lot of his work was funded by, you guessed it, Epstein. Next, we have a guy named Martin Nowak, and he's a Harvard mathematician, most famously known for his program at Harvard called Evolutionary Dynamics with the acronym PED, which is a little concerning considering his connections with Epstein. But either way, Epstein funded over $7 million to that program. And Nowak gave Epstein an office and a key card and free reign at the PED meetings. When Harvard found out about this, they said that he breached policy, and Nowak got a 2-year suspension from the school and they ended his program. Last, we have Martin Minsky, who is known as the father of AI, and for good reason. He built the first neural network simulator. He's also authored many books on AI. He was named specifically in the court docs by some of the Epstein victims. A picture of Minsky and Epstein, and it's important to note that the two of them organized symposiums on AI at Epstein Island between 2002 and 2011. happen. Look at Church and Minsky, even though there's no record that they ever collaborated, both explored how to redesign and mimics life's building blocks. Church did it through DNA and Minsky did it through AI. OpenCog, the AI project Minsky co-founded and Epstein funded, aimed for artificial general intelligence, a concept that could theoretically integrate with Church's bioengineering, if you imagine uploading enhanced genomes into digital minds. In other words, they might be able to create the real-life Westworld. I think this is just the tip of the iceberg, but I believe there was a lot more going on at the island and in New Mexico than what the mainstream media narrative has always been. So as the Epstein list is released in the next couple of days or months, I think we need to take a closer look at the names on the list and really dig in.
Now this, guys, understand, this came out last year and most people didn't pay attention. So that's why she said more names will come out. But understand, now we have this final dump, even though I gave you a video earlier where they did the calculations, only 2% of the files have come out. Pam Bondi caught on a hidden camera saying that there's over 10,000 videos of kids. 10,000. And now guys, we don't have any of that. But understand, only 2%. 2% of the files. And they just dumped 3 million of them. And we also know nothing happens to these people. He got a suspension. They're not fired. They probably still get paid on academic leave, if they even get that. We've seen ties to many different universities, many different hospitals. Does anybody care? Absolutely not.
Just like the days of Noah. Guys, I want you to notice something. As you look through those files, one thing keeps coming up over and over again. And that thing is DNA. Epstein and others around him were clearly obsessed with genetics, heredity, and biological data. And there is a very specific reason why that would be. Let me explain. Now, before anyone freaks out, I need to be very clear. What I am sharing here are conclusions I am drawing from documented interest, patterns, facts, biblical context, and I am not stating these things to be proven, so no need to take my video down. What we do know for certain is this: Epstein openly talked about genetics, eugenics, and legacy. He was indeed surrounded by scientists working in those fields consistently, and there are reports and allegations showing repeated involvement with DNA testing and genetic sampling. Whether every claim about that is true or not, the obsession itself is absolutely undeniable. So we also know that they had a bank account reportedly named Bail, and that matters more than people realize, because to understand why DNA is such a big deal here, you have to understand who Baal was in the Bible and what Baal worship actually represents. In scripture, Baal is not just an idol. Baal worship is about bloodlines, fertility, and power. And it does center on fertility, sexual ritual, seed and offspring, control over life production, and kingship, legitimacy. And you see this repetitively all over the Bible. Baal worship involved sexual practice, reproductive corruption, children being offered or manipulated, and power being passed through lineage. So biblically, Baal worship is not abstract spirituality. It's about conditioning reproduction, and that alone explains a big fixation on DNA with them. Now, let's take this even deeper, because Genesis 6 is critical. Before the flood, scripture tells us that there were sons of God, daughters of men, offspring produced, and the result was corruption of flesh. That's why the flood happened. Genesis 6:12 says all flesh had corrupted this way upon the earth. Notice the language, not just behavior, flesh. Biblically, the flood was not only about violence, it was about corrupted seed. That sets a precedent in scripture. Seed matters, bloodlines matter, and what we would now call DNA matters. This is where Gilgamesh comes in. The Epic of Gilgamesh describes a king who is 2/3 divine and 1/3 human. We also know he had an obsession with him. A ruler seeking immorality, a man connected to a flood survivor. The bloodline survived. Biblically, that mirrors the Genesis 6 worldview perfectly. Hybrid rulers, divine kingship, elite bloodlines, survival of forbidden knowledge after the flood. So when people ask why elites are obsessed with Gilgamesh or even talk about finding his body, the question becomes, why would that matter so much to them? Because Gilgamesh represents the idea that scripture condemns, that immorality, power, and authority can be preserved through bloodlines instead of God. And that's exactly what they're trying to do. That worldview never went away. It just changed language. And Baal worship always resists the boundary God set between divine and human. Deuteronomy 18 forbids divination, enchantment, familiar spirits, and pagan practices. And why do you think that is? Because those systems attempt to cross boundaries that our God established. Gilgamesh crosses that boundary, a human ruler seeking divine status. That's what they're doing. DNA obsession is the modern version of that same rebellion. We will decide who is superior. We will extend life. We will preserve chosen seed. I mean, guys, it's written plainly. That is not just modern science. That is literally Tower of Babel logic. Genesis 11 says nothing they propose to do will be impossible for them. God scattered humanity to stop unified rebellion through knowledge. The Bible is also very clear about immorality and what that does. True immorality comes from God alone. Resurrection, new bodies, eternal life as a gift. Counterfeit immorality comes through bloodlines, legacy, name preservation, and seed manipulation. And that's what's happening. Psalm 49:11 says their inward thought is that their house shall continue forever. They call their lands after their own names. That is Gilgamesh. That is Baal ideology. That is elite lineage thinking. And biblically, seed determines inheritance, promise, and covenant. That is why Satan attacks seed. DNA is just simply modern language for seed. So when you see obsession with genetics in this way, heredity and bloodlines, biblically, it aligns with corrupting the promised seed, preserving elite seed, and mimicking God's creative authority. Just like the days of Noah. We have been ringing the bell, guys. Maybe they wouldn't listen then, but I think people are starting to listen now. I love you guys. God bless.
Whew. I just got chills from that. She just laid it out so perfectly, biblically. This is what's happening. This is what's happening, guys. We live in a spiritual world. We wrestle not against flesh and blood. The Bible never lied. And now the veil has lifted, and we can see these concepts and these verses that were kind of far removed from us. Well, now they are real life. Real life. And you think about the jab and Epstein's DNA potentially in there, because I do think he is part Nephilim. I think that's part of his DNA. Why Hillary Clinton was obsessed with getting the DNA from Gilgamesh. He was obsessed with that. That's Nimrod in the Bible. Gilgamesh, same thing. This is why we went to Iraq. I told you they found the tomb of Nimrod because Saddam Hussein thought he was the reincarnation of Nebuchadnezzar. And when he found that tomb, and then we found a Stargate there as well. And then we didn't go to Iraq for weapons of mass destruction. We didn't go there for oil. No, we went there immediately and built a military base right over that site. It was in the news at the time, and then poof, like everything else, it disappeared. Never to be spoken of again. And that was called the first Project Stargate. And now the AI data centers popping up all over the country, especially the $1 trillion one in Texas. Well, that is the second Project Stargate. So guys, make sure you are subscribed, hit the notification bell, the links to ways that you can support me, including my merch shop, realmelanieking.com. We have got to continue to get this truth out regardless. Listen, I'm going to be here till they turn the lights off, till they just shut me down. Okay. And I'm never going to bend and break when it comes to the truth. I don't care what they want. I don't anymore. So I appreciate you guys and all of your support. And with that, I will see you guys on the next one.
Ever since the Great Awakening, thousands of content creators like myself have been burning the midnight oil well into the wee hours of the morning and millions of us who are awake are not getting enough sleep. Everyone knows that a good night's sleep is essential for efficient functioning of the cognitive processes that enable a person to discern truth from fiction and deep state-induced woke dementia. Well, years before I was asked to be an advertiser for MyPillow, I have been using their products. The first product I used was, of course, the pillows. I was impressed with the comfort, and I was able to fall off to sleep almost immediately rather than having to fight a bag of foam and trying to get comfortable. The pillowcases and Giza sheets are absolutely the bee's knees, and I have sets for the 2 beds I have in my home. Another thing is their body pillow. I suffer from a lumbar spine injury that is exacerbated by my preference to sleep on my side. Having the body pillow to roll onto alleviates the pressure and mitigates the discomfort, allowing me to fall asleep quickly. Mike Lindell, a great American patriot, has an entire line of quality products that everyone should try. Once you sleep with the pillows and sheets, you'll throw the ones you have in the garbage or donate them to Goodwill. If you go to www.mypillow.com, there is a link in the description. As a viewer and subscriber to this channel, you can buy anything in the store for 66% off. That's 1/3 of the retail price. Just fill your shopping cart and use promo code N4T at the checkout. Take it from me, folks, I've been using Mike Lindell's products since 2015. There is nothing like them on the market, and I say this with 71 years of sleeping experience. Don't forget, use promo code N4T at checkout.